Okay, Nerd Squad, we have a 9-second delay. It is 11:05 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It just literally turned to 11:05. It was 11:04. I did say the preceding live stream was going to run until tomorrow, but ultimately, because of the ongoing discussions and very active stalking upstairs and downstairs this evening, all about things already reported in some instances for over a year, things they've been invoiced for since August before they decided to proceed with kidnapping my children. And as recently as yesterday, February 4th. So I am going to play the preceding live stream where I cover everything that you're going to need to know and hear. Other than the time and date. So it is 11:06 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant, and they've had me do so to everyone that's going to prison because it adds additional charges to all of their looming soon-to-be unsealed indictments. I will play the preceding live stream so that you can hear the information that you need to hear as soon as Unit 207 enables multiple things I'm attempting to do on this live stream, such as saving the description with the most recent police report. There we go. Finally. Okay, pay attention and remember you have no immunity, past, present, or future. And if you do anything like you've been discussing and unable to shut the fuck up about, from tomorrow to Tuesday, as of my preceding live stream, you're going to be paying infinitely more than you were invoiced.
Recording is reflecting at present as still being visible. The preceding live stream that they clean and legally shut off.
I'm fast forwarding through a bit of this. This again is the preceding live stream.
I'm not an employee of the FBI. I have a couple of updates.
Here we go.
Just since the last live stream, between 11:52 a.m. today to present time, a female federal felon upstairs that has been actively stalking me and involved in this conspiracy since April of 2023, a woman who I consider to be the mini-me of the woman going to prison for 8+ years, has been on the cell phone and actively trying to prevent me to hear her in a frantic matter, which I am going to speculate is her committing perjury remotely and or conspiring in this aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, East Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the dwindling Department of Child Abusers, et al. Also, from 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m., the male federal felons upstairs were continuing to try and catch the FBI via numerous cyber hacks and attacks. And the reason for that is because they have every intention of proceeding with the second or third count of breaking and entering, the last of which was perpetrated on January 29th, 2025, with my 2 disabled sons that have now had a felony added to their criminal history after 19 days of Unit 207 and their co-conspirators plotting and scheming and me reporting it and then rejecting the reports, who are legally kidnapped and whom have been abused for a year straight directly and with their co-conspirators to cause them to escalate and regress. So what are the major updates? The woman on the phone didn't want me to bring that up in the preceding live stream or this live stream.
Unit 207 hacked the title of this live stream and the title of the preceding from as far as I can see.
Done to try and catch the FBI
Nerd Squad.
Every intention of a second or third intentional count of breaking and entering like the one that they perpetrated less than
Oh no, they're preventing it from real time.
For a year, facilitated the premeditated and illegal kidnapping of.
Activation. Refreshing the page.
And who they had perpetrate a felony on their behalf after 19 days of plotting and scheming, a felony that they intend to perpetrate again. Now, it is noon now, and if you watch the preceding... It is actually 12:36 p.m. PST. So I just played you the beginning of the preceding live stream, which I showed you a portion of that video on my phone. That live stream ran for 29 minutes and 50 something seconds. Unit 207 criminally and illegally shut it off and saved the recording so it's only 9 minutes long. They tampered with evidence. Yes, they did. They literally, according to the FBI, chopped off 20 minutes from upstairs. So, did anything happen? No. I was reading the report. So we'll add that to the updates. Another update. They criminally and illegally added additional counts of obstruction and evidence tampering for the 20 minutes that they pulled a YouTube live stream off of YouTube and cut 20 minutes of terminating the live stream again. And to be clear, yes, indeed, they are literally upstairs still planning another second or third breaking and entering. Yes, indeed, this time using adults.
They're still doing that at 11 p.m. this evening
remember,
as well.
I started a new thing on February 1st since they can keep criminally and illegally shutting off the live stream, something the FBI has stated since October. Their premeditated plan involves, for the final illegal entry attempt, again, it's been attempted 38 plus times, and a breaking and entering once on the 29th of last month. For the final breaking and entering, their plan is to criminally and illegally shut off the live stream. So they've been shutting off the live stream every day for weeks. So I started a new thing on February 1st. I'm not uploading a selfie of myself from last month until I personally am ending the live stream. If you see the living room on a video that's ended since February 1st, be advised Unit 207 criminally and illegally shut off that live stream. And they did it to obstruct justice and tamper with evidence and in many instances to intimidate a witness. The FBI is fully aware. But it's concerning to me because they keep doing it. And so I've literally been sleeping for like 4 hours and then getting up to make sure there's still a live stream running. They're controlling my sleep schedule as a result of this, on top of every awful 250 plus separate crimes they've perpetrated against me. To say I am disgusted is an understatement.
But they're going to prison. They're going to prison. So remember that.
So, here we are. This was served on everybody yesterday at 10:38 a.m. It was also filed as a second police report yesterday. Law clerks urgent, please and thanks. ADA, mandatory file in any/all cases with my legal names. Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Obstruction of justice. Evidence tampering. Child abuse. Child endangerment. Stalking. Harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 PM PST, specifically noting the 8:07 PM revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024, tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, and case number 10-500-5934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, acts to obstruct justice such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025, involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons, after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. 2. Critical context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, I am going to amend the date. This was yesterday. It is now today, February 5th, 2025. I have been illegally detained within my own home for 183 days since August 6, 2024. My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit instructions from the FBI, with the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home, per FBI directives. 3. Pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means without proper service and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4. Financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempt to illegally enter into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th. $10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the co-conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5, absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and among all their co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne-Marie Bauer, there is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past, present, or future. Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6, recent events and further obstruction of justice. I went over the recent events at the beginning of this live stream, but let's add those in real quick. 2-5, this isn't in the police report or the filing, but it's an update. 2-5, 8:20 to 8:27 a.m. Lots of hacking and cyber attacks and attempts to try and catch the FBI because Unit 207 plans to perpetrate a second breaking and entering, this time using adult co-conspirators. 11:52 a.m. to just after noon. A woman upstairs that's been actively stalking me since April 2023, who helped facilitate and premeditate the illegal kidnapping of my sons, as well as over 250 separate criminal acts that she can't shut the fuck up about upstairs, took a phone call frantically trying to hide herself as she was talking to somebody I suspect in a row in perpetrating perjury. At noon, I initiate a new live stream. It runs until 12:29. And then Unit 207 had magically cut it off and then erased the last 20 minutes of the video, so it reflects as only having run for 9 minutes. But per the FBI's instructions, I used my cell phone, assuming they would do something criminal like that, and got it on tape. And it's not online, baby. I showed you in the beginning of this video a little bit of that phone recording video.
Remember, this is the preceding live stream.
Okay, back to the script. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed, and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST yesterday. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussion suggests it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and/or another co-conspirator such as Anne-Marie Bauer for the subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders dated for that date. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. 7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Again, the time
is 11:24 p.m. PST. Remember, if you look on my YouTube channel, any videos you see from February 1st, 2025 onward where you see only an image of my living room, you see that because Unit 207 criminally and illegally shut off the live stream. They've been doing this lots of times, which is concerning because of their premeditated and illegal plan to break and enter and in some way illegally arrest me for no reason, unlawfully commit me for no reason, and or physically touch me for no reason other than to add domestic terrorism charges to each and every one of their indictments, including the idiots upstairs that like to send people to perpetrate felonies who continue to think they're absolved because they're just upstairs. Oh no, you have different charges. Aiding and abetting, failure to act, intentional misconduct. You know, you'll get them on your soon-to-be unsealed indictments. A lot of these federal felons still don't even have the ability to comprehend the gravity of the situation they are really in. And those would be everyone that keeps telling anyone to perpetrate any more felonies against me, from showing up illegally on my private property, to knocking on my door, to breaking and entering. Now, this live stream will run until 11 in the morning tomorrow. It's 11:26 p.m. Unless the imbeciles upstairs shut it off to facilitate their breaking and entering and attempts at their remaining felonies, which I assure you, imbeciles, will be addressed expediently. Spinning heads. Spinning heads. That's the speed. And then remember, everybody, it's already been reported, but yes, upstairs, that's the plan. Will they do it tomorrow? Will they do it on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday? They're going to pay for it figuratively and fiscally. Now, Nerd Squad. Selfie of myself from last month is visible as the thumbnail for the preceding live stream, which I ended. 190 videos set for public viewing as far as the YouTube interface is concerned because of Unit 207's hacking. It should really be 191. Title of this video accurately reflects as 2/4/11:04 p.m. 2 new police reports on 2/4. Judicial notice, crimes by North Everett Precinct / Unit 207, ellipses. Description is update in first 4 minutes on Unit 207 crimes, and then as much of that latest police report as I could post. And remember, everybody, if you don't hear an oral, explicit statement of the end time and the commencement of a new live stream, and see a photo on this live stream, that I didn't end it. Unit 207 did, and they may have broken and entered for a second count in less than 8 days. In order to facilitate any of their other felonies they have yet to make actionable. Do keep in mind, according to the FBI has zero intention of allowing them to perpetrate all of the remaining threats that they have yet to make actionable. And then keep in mind, their rampant cutting of live streams has increased to an incessant, irrational, over 600% increase in the last few weeks. This is not coincidental. Neither was the hacking this morning between 8:20 and 8:27 a.m. So remember, the FBI is fully aware of these developments. Now I'm going to click on this video and make sure there's audio throughout the whole thing and that Unit 207 hasn't yet tampered with it. Going to the beginning.
9-second delay. It is 11:05. You're going to need to know and hear. Other than 9-second delay, it is there's going to Russians and very active stalking upstairs and downs of the ongoing live stream is going to run until tomorrow.
But ultimately, because of the ongoing discussions and very active stalking upstairs and downstairs this evening, all about things already reported in some instances for over a year, things they've been invoiced for since August before they decided to proceed with kidnapping my children. And as recently as yesterday, February 4th. So I am going to play the preceding live stream where I cover everything that you're going to need to know and hear, other than the time and date. So it is 11:06 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to
the enemy of the woman going to prison for 8+ years. I stream every day for weeks. So I started a new thing on February 1st. I'm not uploading a selfie of myself from last month until I personally am ending the live stream. If you see the...
It's 11:31 p.m. PST. It appears to have audio, Nerd Squad. It appears to have audio, Nerd Squad. It appears to have audio, Nerd Squad.
Flowers had looked up and smiled pleasantly at her as she passed. She was sure, she said, that they were nice people and that it would be pleasant to make their acquaintance. Maggie was not quite satisfied with Alice's story. She was of a more prudent and retiring nature than her sister. She had an uneasy feeling that if the old couple had been desirable, attractive neighbors, Mr. Roberts.
Remember, federal felons, you're looking at a quadruple.
Nature, she said what she
a
could
quadruple
to her vague
on the
idea
invoice.
of endeavoring to make acquaintance with the owners of the
until
house.
February 11th.
On the
Oh, and
following
in the
morning,
event that
when
you once
Alice
again
came to her
reject
sister's
the
room to inquire how she did, Maggie noticed
the other
that she
police
looked
report
pale
that
and
you
rather
got
absent-minded.
yesterday.
After a few commonplace
It'll be
remarks
on that
passed,
date.
she asked,
That one hasn't been
"Doesn't matter,
rejected yet.
Alice.
Either
You
somebody
yourself
forgot
this morning."
or somebody grew
Her
a
sister
brain.
gave a slightly
Just
embarrassed
half of
laugh.
one. Remember, that's what the
I'm all
FBI
right,"
said was
she
required
replied.
for an
"Only I
enforcement
did not
officer to
sleep
know
well.
everything
I
you
kept
guys
on
have been
dreaming
doing for
about
2+
the house.
years. In some
Such an
instances, is
object, too.
completely criminal and
The
without
house
immunity.
seemed to be
Half a brain.
yet to be different. "What? That house in Bricket Bottom?" said Maggie. "Why, what is the matter with you? You seem to be quite crazy about the place." "Well, it is curious,
I have a
isn't
feeling
it,
after the
Maggie?
North Everett
We should
Precinct
have only
pays
just
me, their
discovered
new
it,
motto
and that it
will
looks to be
be,
lived in by nice
if we
people.
violate
I
civil
wish we could
rights,
get to
we
know them."
pay.
Maggie did not care to resume the argument of the night before, and the subject dropped. Nor did Alice again refer to the house or its inhabitants for some little time. In fact, for some days the weather was wet, and Alice was forced to abandon her walks. But when the weather once more became fine, she resumed them, and Maggie suspected that Bricket Bottom formed one of her sister's favourite expeditions. Maggie became anxious over her sister, who seemed to grow daily more absent-minded and silent, but she refused to be drawn into any confidential talk. Maggie was nonplussed. One day, however, Alice returned from her afternoon walk in an unusually excited state of mind, of which Maggie sought an explanation. It came with a rush. Alice said that afternoon, as she approached the house in Bricket Bottom, the old lady, who as usual was busy in her garden, had walked down to the gate as she passed and had wished her good day. Alice had replied, and pausing, a short conversation followed. Alice could not remember the exact tenor of it, but after she had paid a compliment to the old lady's flowers, the latter had rather diffidently asked her to enter the garden for a closer view. Alice had hesitated, and the old lady had said, "Don't be afraid of me, my dear. I like to see young ladies about me, and my husband finds their society quite necessary to him." After a pause, she went on, "Of course, nobody has told you about us. My husband is Colonel Paxton, late of the Indian Army, and we have been here for many, many years. It's rather lonely, for so few people ever see us. Do come in and meet the Colonel." "I hope you didn't go in," said Maggie, rather sharply. "Why not?" replied Alice. "Well, I don't like Mrs. Paxton asking you in that way. answered Maggie. I don't see what harm there was in the invitation, said Alice. I didn't go in because it was getting late and I was anxious to get home, but what? Asked Maggie. Alice shrugged her shoulders. Well, she said, I have accepted Mrs. Paxton's invitation to pay her a little visit tomorrow. And she gazed defiantly at Maggie. Maggie became distinctly uneasy on hearing of this resolution. She did not like the idea of her impulsive sister visiting people on such slight acquaintance, especially as they had never heard them mentioned before. She endeavoured by all means, short of appealing to Mr. Maydew, to dissuade her sister from going, at any rate until there had been time to make some inquiries as to the Paxtons. Alice, however, was obdurate. What harm could happen to her? She asked. Mrs. Paxton was a charming old lady. She was going early in the afternoon for a short visit. She would be back for tea and croquet with her father. And anyway, now that Maggie was laid up, long solitary walks were unendurable, and she was not going to let slip the chance of following up what promised to be a pleasant acquaintance. Maggie could do nothing more. Her ankle was better, and she was able to get down to the garden and sit in the long chair near her father. But walking was still quite out of the question, and it was with some misgivings that on the following day she watched Alice depart gaily for her visit, promising to be back by 4:30 at the very latest. The afternoon passed quietly till nearly 5, when Mr. Maydew, looking up from his book, noticed Maggie's uneasy expression and asked, "Where is Alice?" "Out for a walk," replied Maggie, and then after a short pause she went on. "And she has also gone to pay a call on some neighbours whom she has recently discovered." "Neighbours?" ejaculated Mr. Maydew. "What neighbours? Mr. Roberts never spoke of any neighbours to me." "Well, I don't know much about them," answered Maggie. "Only Alice and I went out walking the day of my accident and saw, or at least she saw, for I am so blind I could not quite make it out, a house in Bricket Bottom. The next day she went to look at it closer, and yesterday she told me that she had made the acquaintance of the people living in it. She says that they are a retired Indian officer and his wife, Colonel and Mrs. Paxton. And Alice describes Mrs. Paxton as a charming old lady who pressed her to come and see them, so she has gone this afternoon, but she promised me she would be back long before this." Mr. Maydew was silent for a moment and then said, "I am not well pleased about this. Alice should not be so impulsive and scrape acquaintance with absolutely unknown people. Had there been nice neighbours in Bricket Bottom, I am certain Mr. Roberts would have told us." The conversation dropped, but both father and daughter were disturbed and uneasy, tea having been finished and the clock striking 5:30. Mr. Maydew asked Maggie, "When did you say Alice would be back?" "Before 4:30 at the latest, father." "Well, what can she be doing? What can have delayed her? You say you did not see the house," he went on. "No," said Maggie. "I cannot say I did. It was getting dark, and you know how short-sighted I am." "Surely you must have seen it at some other time," said her father. "That is the strangest part of the whole affair," answered Maggie. "We have often walked up the bottom, but I never noticed the house, nor had Alice till that evening. I wonder," she went on after a short pause, "if it would not be well to ask Smith to harness the pony and drive over to bring her back. I'm not happy about it. I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" said her father, in the irritated voice of a man who was growing frightened. "What can have gone wrong in this quiet place? Still, I'll send Smith over for her." So saying, he rose from his chair and sought out Smith, the rather dull-witted gardener groom attached to Mr. Roberts' service. "Smith," he said, "I want you to harness the pony at once and go over to Colonel Paxton's in Bricket Bottom and bring Miss Maydew home." The man stared at him. "Go where, sir?" he said. Mr. Maydew repeated the order, and the man, still staring stupidly, answered, "I never heard of Colonel Paxton, sir. I don't know what house you mean." Mr. Maydew was now growing really anxious. "Well, harness the pony at once," he said. And going back to Maggie, he told her of what he called Smith's stupidity, and asked her if she felt that her ankle would be strong enough to permit her to go with him and Smith to the bottom to point out the house. Maggie agreed readily, and in a few minutes the party started off. Bricket Bottom, although not more than 3/4 of a mile away over the downs, was at least 3 miles by road, and as it was nearly 6 o'clock before Mr. Maydew left the vicarage, and the pony was old and slow, it was getting late before the entrance to Bricket Bottom was reached. Turning into the lane, the cart proceeded slowly up the bottom, Mr. Maydew and Maggie looking anxiously from side to side, while Smith drove stolidly on, looking neither to the right nor left. "Where is the house?" said Mr. Maydew presently. "At the bend of the road," answered Maggie, her heart sickening as she looked out through the failing light to see the trees stretching their ranks in unbroken formation along it. The cart reached the bend. "It should be here," whispered Maggie. They pulled up. Just in front of them the road bent to the right round a tongue of land, which, unlike the rest of the right-hand side of the road, was free from trees and was covered only by rough grass and stray bushes. A closer inspection disclosed evident signs of terraces having once been formed on it, but of a house there was no trace. "Is this the place?" said Mr. Maydew in a low voice. Maggie nodded. "But there is no house here," said her father. "What does it all mean? Are you sure of yourself, Maggie? Where is Alice?" Before Maggie could answer, a voice was heard calling. The sound of the voice was thin and high, and paradoxically it sounded both friendlier and yet as if it came from some infinite distance. The cry was thrice repeated, and then silence fell. Mr. Maydew and Maggie stared at each other. "That was Alice's voice," said Mr. Maydew huskily. "She's near, in trouble, is calling us. Which way did you think it came from, Smith?" he added, turning to the gardener. "I didn't hear anybody calling," said the man. "Nonsense," answered Mr. Maydew. And then he and Maggie both began to call, "Alice, Alice, where are you?" There was no reply, and Mr. Maydew sprang from the cart, at the same time bidding Smith to hand the reins to Maggie and come and search for the missing girl. Smith obeyed him, and both men, scrambling up the turfy bit of ground, began to search and call through the neighbouring wood. They heard and saw nothing, however, and after an agonized search, Mr. Maydew ran down to the cart and begged Maggie to drive on to Blazes Farm for help, leaving himself and Smith to continue the search. Maggie followed her father's instructions and was fortunate enough to find Mr. Rumbold, the farmer, his 2 sons and a couple of labourers just returning from the harvest field. She explained what had happened, and the farmer and his men promptly volunteered to form a search party, though Maggie, in spite of her anxiety, noticed a queer expression on Mr. Rumbold's face as she told him her tale. The party, provided with lanterns, now went down the bottom, joined Mr. Maydew and Smith, and made an exhaustive but absolutely fruitless search of the woods near the bend of the road. No trace of the missing girl was to be found, and after a long and anxious time, the search was abandoned, one of the young Rumbolds volunteering to ride into the nearest town and notify the police. Maggie, though with little hope in her own heart, endeavoured to cheer her father on their homeward way with the idea that Alice might have returned to Overbury over the downs, whilst they were going by road to the bottom, and that she had seen them and called to them in jest when they were opposite the tongue of land. However, when they reached home there was no Alice, and though the next day the search was resumed, and full inquiries were instituted by the police, all was to no purpose. No trace of Alice was ever found, the last human being that saw her having been an old woman who had met her going down the path into the bottom on the afternoon of her disappearance, and who described her as smiling but looking queer-like. This is the end of the story, but the following may throw some light upon it. The history of Alice's mysterious disappearance became widely known through the medium of the press. And Mr. Roberts, distressed beyond measure at what had taken place, returned in all haste to Overbury to offer what comfort and help he could give to his afflicted friend and tenant. He called upon the Mayhews, and having heard their tale, sat for a short time in silence. Then he said, "Have you ever heard any local gossip concerning this Colonel and Mrs. Paxton?" "No," replied Mr. Mayhew. "I never heard their names until the day of my poor daughter's fatal visit." "Well," said Mr. Roberts, "I will tell you all I can about them, which is not very much, I fear." He paused and then went on. "I'm now nearly 75 years old, and for nearly 70 years no house has stood in Bricket Bottom. When I was a child of about 5, there was an old-fashioned red brick house standing in a garden at the bend of the road, just as you have described. It was owned and lived in by a retired Indian soldier, his wife, a Colonel and Mrs. Paxton. At the time I speak of, certain events having taken place at the house, and the old couple having died, it was sold by their heirs to Lord Carew, who shortly after pulled it down to the ground, but it interfered with his shooting. Colonel and Mrs. Paxton were well known to my father, who was a clergyman here before me, and to the neighbourhood in general. They lived quietly and were not unpopular, but the Colonel was supposed to possess a violent, vindictive temper. Their family consisted only of themselves, their daughter, and a couple of servants. The Colonel's old army servant, his Eurasian wife. Well, I cannot tell you details of what happened. I was only a child. My father never liked gossip. In later years, when he talked to me on the subject, he always avoided any appearance of exaggeration or sensationalism. However, it is known that Miss Paxton fell in love with him, became engaged to a young man to whom her parents took a strong dislike. They used every possible means to break off the match, and many rumours were set on foot as to their conduct. Undue influence, even cruelty, were charged against them. I do not know the truth. All I can say is that Miss Paxton died. A very bitter feeling against her parents sprang up. My father, however, continued to call, was rarely admitted. In fact, he never saw Colonel Paxton after his daughter's death, and only saw Mrs. Paxton once or twice. He described her as an utterly broken woman, and was not surprised at her following her daughter to the grave in about 3 months' time. Colonel Paxton became, if possible, more of a recluse than ever after his wife's death, and himself died not more than a month after her, under circumstances which pointed to suicide. Again, a crop of rumours sprang up. There was no one in particular to take action. The doctor certified death from natural causes, and Colonel Paxton, like his wife and daughter, was buried in this churchyard. The property passed to a distant relative who came down to it for one night shortly afterwards. He never came again, having apparently conceived a violent dislike to the place, but arranged to pension off the servants and then sold the house to Lord Carew, who was glad to purchase this little island in the middle of his property. He pulled it down soon after he had bought it, and the garden was left to relapse into the wilderness. Mr. Roberts paused. "Those are all the facts," he added. "But there is something more," said Maggie. Mr. Roberts hesitated for a while. "You have a right to know all," he said, almost to himself. Then, louder, he continued, "What I am now going to tell you is really rumour, vague, uncertain. I cannot fathom its truth or its meaning. About 5 years after the house had been pulled down, the young maidservant at Carew Court was out walking one afternoon. She was a stranger to the village and a newcomer to the court. On returning home to tea, she told her fellow servants that as she walked down Bricket Bottom, which place she described clearly, she passed a red brick house at the bend of the road, and that a kind-faced old lady had asked her to step in for a while. She did not go in, not because she had any suspicions of there being anything uncanny, but simply because she feared to be late for tea. I do not think she ever visited the bottom again, and she had no other similar experience, so far as I am aware. 2 or 3 years later, shortly after my father's death, a travelling tinker with his wife and daughter camped for the night at the foot of the bottom. The girl strolled away up the glen to gather blackberries, and was never seen or heard of again. She was searched for in vain. Of course, one does not know the truth, and she may have run away voluntarily from her parents, although there was no known cause for her doing so. That, concluded Mr. Roberts, is all I can tell you of either facts or rumours. All that I can now do is to pray for you and for her. Today's story was Bricket Bottom by Amyas Northcote. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee, like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. What I can never understand about your church, said Dr. Taylor, is the manner in which it so uncompromisingly condemns spiritualism. I will grant you that there is a lot of quackery about the average spiritualistic seance, but I do think that some of the results prove that there is something in serious study of the subject. Then you would have the church risk immortal souls for the sake of the grain of truth there may be in what you yourself admit is a tissue of trickery, replied the bishop. Not at all, answered the doctor. What I object to is a wholesale condemnation of the researches of many people who are inspired by the highest motives. You cannot say there is nothing in spiritualism when it has been definitely proved that some kind of manifestations have been witnessed in circumstances that preclude trickery. The Church does not deny such manifestations, but she does declare that the spirits of the just are in the hands of God and cannot be raised at the whim of any neurotic medium at a seance. Those who have studied the subject, and there are many who have, agree that certain evil spirits can assume appearances to suit their purpose when souls are to be ensnared. For example, a man who hears his dead mother speaking to him to seance is really being deceived by an evil spirit who is able to imitate the mother's voice. A very thin argument, my lord, if I may say so. What about ghosts that haunt old castles or ruined abbeys? I have never seen any, smiled the bishop. And if there are such things, I should think they are really thought associated with the place. But the haunting of such houses is something apart from spiritualism. In that case, the things are actually there and are seen, or are said to be seen, without the assistance of mediumistic agency. In spiritualism, the ghosts are raised through a medium. There must be a human agent in the matter. The raising of spirits in this way is such a severe strain upon the medium that many of these people have been known to go mad. I will not deny that, but has it ever been proved that the evil spirits which you say appear at seances have actually taken possession of the faculties of a medium? I think I can answer that question, my lord, if you will give me permission, interpolated Father Placid. Perhaps the doctor may be interested in the tale of Sidney Jackson. Of course, answered the bishop. I had forgotten that case, and as you had the handling of it, you should certainly know all the facts. The little Benedictine lit his pipe and puffed away at it for a few moments. Then he began his story. It is nearly 20 years ago since Sidney Jackson first came to see me. He was then a boy of 19 and wished to be received into the church. He struck me as being the ideal type of convert, serious and keen to know all the facts before he made his final decision. I remember that I was particularly impressed by his frank blue eyes and his delicate, artistic hands. I instructed him for over 3 months, and then he suddenly stopped coming to me. Naturally, I wrote to inquire what had happened. He replied saying he had decided against joining the church, as he had been convinced of the truth of spiritualism. I discovered that he had been brought into contact with Austin Lloyd, who you may remember was a famous medium just before the war. Lloyd had persuaded the youth that he possessed mediumistic powers, and the next thing I heard of Sidney was that he was giving seances in Mayfair. I wrote and warned him of the dangers he was courting, but received no reply to my letter. Then war was declared, and he joined the forces. Lloyd was killed at Mons. Sidney came safely through and was the head of some spiritualistic church in London in 1919. In 1921, I was appointed chaplain of prison. The governor was a Catholic, and he and I became very friendly. One day he called me into his office and said, "Father, we have a very curious case coming in tomorrow. Have you ever heard of John Dangerfield?" I shuddered. Who had not heard of John Dangerfield? This monster had been convicted of the most vile crimes. His mania was to attack unsuspecting persons, often children, and gouge out their eyes. He had blinded 5 people in this manner, 3 of his victims being little children. He was also suspected of attacking quite a number of others. He had been proved guilty of these revolting crimes, but sentence had been suspended as there were doubts regarding his sanity. "I see you know of him," went on the governor. "Well, he is coming here tomorrow, and the doctor is going to have a lively time trying to discover whether he is sane or not. According to the report, it seems to be a case of dual identity. At times, the man is a low, gross villain answering to the name of Dangerfield. At others, he is a very bewildered gentleman who claims to be Sidney Jackson." I must have given a start of surprise, which the governor noticed, and I had to tell him that I had once known Sidney Jackson. "Perhaps it is the same man," he said. "Many people have come forward to swear that he is Jackson, a well-known spiritualistic medium, not Dangerfield at all. Yet when the witnesses declare him to be Jackson, he vows that he is Dangerfield. Clearly the man is insane, and I don't know why he should be sent here at all." The governor willingly gave me permission to see the prisoner as soon as he arrived. The following afternoon, one of the warders conducted me to Dangerfield's cell. One glance was enough. It was Sidney Jackson, but the eyes and hands seemed to be those of another man. Instead of the well-remembered blue eyes and thin, delicate hands, the confession was finished without further incident. In the morning, I rode over with the Blessed Sacrament and was relieved to hear that Jackson had passed a quiet night. He knelt reverently to receive the host, but just as I was about to place it on his tongue, a hand gripped my wrist and held it back. I managed to make the sign of the cross with the Holy Sacrament, and as I did so, my wrist was set free from the grip, and a most unholy howl echoed through the cell. But I, through the grace of God, had won. I knew it with absolute certainty, and I also knew that the foul thing from the grave could never approach Sidney Jackson again. And what happened to Jackson after he had been restored to his normal self? Asked the doctor. The asylum authorities kept a very careful eye upon him, and after 3 years he was released. He is now a lay brother in a community of enclosed monks in the Austrian Tyrol. "An astounding story," exclaimed the doctor, "and it only goes to prove the existence of such things as disembodied spirits." "Ah, yes, said the bishop quietly. But I think you will agree that it also proves the wisdom of the church in refusing to allow her children to dabble in the thing called spiritualism. I think it does, the doctor agreed. Today's story was Eyes for the Blind by Frederick Cowles. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee. Like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. While the uniformed attendants of Mariner's Waxworks were ushering the last stragglers through great glass-panelled double doors, the manager sat in his office interviewing Raymond Hewson. The manager was a youngish man, stout, blond, and of medium height. He wore his clothes well, and contrived to look extremely smart without appearing overdressed. Raymond Hewson looked neither. His clothes, which had been good when new and which were still carefully brushed and pressed, were beginning to show signs of their owner's losing battle with the world. He was a small, spare, pale man with lank, errant brown hair, and although he spoke plausibly and even forcibly, he had the defensive and somewhat furtive air of a man who was used to rebuffs. He looked what he was, a man gifted somewhat above the ordinary, who was a failure through his lack of self-assertion. The manager was speaking. "There is nothing new in your request," he said. "In fact, we refuse it to different people, mostly young bloods who have tried to make bets about 3 times a week. We have nothing to gain and something to lose by letting people spend the night in our murderer's den. If I allowed it and some young idiot lost his senses, what would be my position? But your being a journalist somewhat alters the case." Hewson smiled. "I suppose you mean that journalists have no senses to lose?" No, laughed the manager. "But one imagines them to be responsible people. Besides, here we have something to gain. Publicity and advertisement." "Exactly," said Hewson. "And there I thought we might come to terms." The manager laughed again. "Oh," he exclaimed, "I know what's coming. You want to be paid twice, do you? It used to be said years ago that Madame Two Swords would give a man £100 for sleeping alone in the Chamber of Horrors. I hope you don't think that we have made any such offer. And what is your paper, Mr. Hewson?" "I am freelancing at present," Hewson confessed, "or working on space for several papers. However, I should find no difficulty in getting the story printed. The Morning Echo would use it like a shot. A night with mariners, murderers. No live paper could turn it down." The manager rubbed his chin. "And how do you propose to treat it?" "I shall make it gruesome, of course. Gruesome with just a saving touch of humour." The other nodded and offered Hewson his cigarette case. "Very well, Mr. Hewson," he said. "Get your story printed in the Morning Echo, and there will be a £5 note waiting for you here when you care to come and call for it. But first of all, it's no small ordeal that you're proposing to undertake. I'd like to be quite sure about you, and I'd like you to be quite sure about yourself. I own I shouldn't care to take it on. I've seen those figures dressed and undressed. I know all about the process of their manufacture. I can walk about in company downstairs as unmoved as if I were walking among so many skittles. But I should hate having to sneak down there alone among them." "Why?" asked Hewson. "I don't know. There isn't any reason. I don't believe in ghosts. If I did, I should expect them to haunt the scene of their crimes or the spot where their bodies were laid instead of a cellar which happens to contain their waxwork effigy. It's just that I couldn't sit alone among them all night, with their seeming to stare at me in the way they do. After all, they represent the lowest and most appalling types of humanity, although I would not own it publicly. The people who come to see them are not generally charged with the very highest motives. The whole atmosphere of the place is unpleasant. If you are susceptible to atmosphere, I warn you that you are in for a very uncomfortable night. Hewson had known that from the moment when the idea had first occurred to him. His soul sickened at the prospect even while he smiled casually upon the manager. But he had a wife and family to keep. For the past month he had been living on paragraphs, eked out by his rapidly dwindling store of savings. Here was a chance not to be missed. The price of a special story in the Morning Echo, with a £5 note to add to it. It meant comparative wealth and luxury for a week, and freedom from the worst anxieties for a fortnight. Besides, if he wrote the story well, it might lead to an offer of regular employment. The way of transgressors and newspapermen is hard, he said. I have already promised myself an uncomfortable night, because your murderer's den is obviously not fitted up as an hotel bedroom, but I don't think your waxworks will worry me much. You're not superstitious? Not a bit, Hewson laughed. But you're a journalist. You must have a strong imagination. The news editors for whom I've worked have always complained that I haven't any. Plain facts are not considered sufficient in our trade, and the papers don't like offering their readers unbuttered bread. The manager smiled and rose. Right, he said. I think the last of the people have gone. Wait a moment, I'll give orders for the figures downstairs not to be draped and let the night people know that you'll be here. Then I'll take you down and show you around. He picked up the receiver of a house telephone, spoke into it, and presently replaced it. One condition I'm afraid I must impose on you, he remarked. I must ask you not to smoke. We had a fire scare down in the murderer's den this evening. I don't know who gave the alarm, but whoever it was a false one. Fortunately, there were very few people down there at the time, or there might have been a panic. Now, if you're ready, make a move. Hewson followed the manager through half a dozen rooms where attendants were busy shrouding the kings and queens of England, the generals and prominent statesmen of this and other generations, all the mixed herd of humanity whose fame or notoriety had rendered them eligible for this kind of immortality. The manager stopped once and spoke to a man in uniform, saying something about an armchair in the murderer's den. It's the best we can do for you, I am afraid, he said to Hewson. I hope you'll be able to get some sleep. He led the way through an open barrier and down ill-lit stone stairs which conveyed a sinister impression of giving access to a dungeon. In a passage at the bottom were a few preliminary horrors, such as relics of the Inquisition, a rack taken from a medieval castle, branding irons, thumbscrews, and other mementos of man's one-time cruelty to man. Beyond the passage was the murderer's den. It was a room of irregular shape with a vaulted roof and dimly lit by electric lights burning behind inverted bowls of frosted glass. It was, by design, an eerie and uncomfortable chamber, a chamber whose atmosphere invited its visitors to speak in whispers. There was something of the air of a chapel about it, but a chapel no longer devoted to the practice of piety, and given over now for base and impious worship. The waxwork murderers stood on low pedestals with numbered tickets at their feet. Seeing them elsewhere, and without knowing whom they represented, one would have thought them a dull-looking crew, chiefly remarkable for the shabbiness of their clothes, and as evidence of the changes of fashion, even among the unfashionable. Recent notorieties rubbed dusty shoulders with the old favourites. Thurto, the murderer of Weir, stood as if frozen in the act of making a shop window gesture to young Bywaters. There was Lefroy, the poor half-baked little snob who killed for gain so that he might ape the gentleman. Within 5 yards of him sat Mrs. Thompson, that erotic romanticist, hanged to propitiate British middle-class matronhood. Charles Peace, the only member of that vile company, who looked uncompromisingly and entirely evil, sneered across a gangway at Norman Thome. Brown and Kennedy, the two most recent additions, stood between Mrs. Dyer and Patrick Marlin. The manager, walking around with Hewson, pointed out several of the more interesting of these unholy notabilities. That's Crippen. I expect you recognize him. Insignificant little beast who looks as if he couldn't tread on a worm. That's Armstrong. Looks like a decent, harmless country gentleman, doesn't he? There's old Vacquet. You can't miss him because of his beard. And of course who's that? Hewson interrupted in a whisper, pointing. Oh, I was coming to him, said the manager in a light undertone. Come and have a good look at him. This is our star turn. He's the only one of the bunch that hasn't been hanged. The figure, which Hewson had indicated, was that of a small, slight man, not much more than 5 feet in height. It wore little waxed moustaches, large spectacles, and a caped coat. There was something so exaggeratedly French in its appearance that it reminded Hewson of a stage caricature. He could not have said precisely why the mild-looking face seemed to him so repellent, but he had already recoiled a step, and even in the manager's company it cost him an effort to look again. But who is he? He asked. That, said the manager, is Dr. Baudet. Hewson shook his head doubtfully. I think I've heard the name, he said, but I forget in connection with what? The manager smiled. You'd remember better if you were a Frenchman, he said. For some long while that man was the terror of Paris. He carried on his work of healing by day and of throat-cutting by night when the fit was on him. He killed for the sheer devilish pleasure it gave him to kill, and always in the same way, with a razor. After his last crime, he left a clue behind him which set the police upon his track. One clue led to another, and before very long they knew that they were on the track of the Parisian equivalent of our Jack the Ripper, and had enough evidence to send him to the madhouse or the guillotine on a dozen capital charges. But even then our friend here was too clever for them. When he realized that the toils were closing about him, he mysteriously disappeared, and ever since the police of every civilized country have been looking for him. There is no doubt that he managed to make away with himself, and by some means which has prevented his body coming to light. 1 or 2 crimes of a similar nature have taken place since his disappearance, but he is believed almost for certain to be dead, and the experts believe these recrudescences to be the work of an imitator. It's queer, isn't it, how every notorious murderer has imitators? Hewson shuddered and fidgeted with his feet. I don't like him at all, he confessed. Eyes he's got. Yes, this figure's a little masterpiece. You find the eyes bite into you? Well, that's excellent realism then, for Baudet practiced mesmerism and was supposed to mesmerize his victims before dispatching them. Indeed, had he not done so, it is impossible to see how so small a man could have done his ghastly work. There were never any signs of a struggle. I thought I saw him move, said Hewson, with a catch in his voice. You'll have more than one optical illusion before the night's out, I expect. You shan't be locked in. You can come upstairs when you've had enough of it. There are watchmen on the premises, so you will find company. Don't be alarmed if you hear them moving about. I'm sorry I can't give you any more light, because all the lights are on. For obvious reasons, we keep this place as gloomy as possible. And now, I think you had better return with me to the office and have a tot of whiskey before beginning your night's vigil. The member of the night staff who placed the armchair for Hewson was inclined to be facetious. Where will you have it, sir? He asked, grinning. Just here, so you can have a little talk with Crippen when you're tired of sitting still? Or there's old Mother Dyer over there, making eyes and looking as if she could do with a bit of company. Say where, sir. Hewson smiled. The man's chaff pleased him, if only because, for the moment at least, it lent the proceedings a much-desired air of the commonplace. I'll place it myself, thanks, he said. I'll find out where the draughts come from first. You won't find any down here. Well, good night, sir. I'm upstairs if you want me. Don't let them sneak up behind you and touch your neck with their cold and clammy hands. You look out for that old Mrs. Dyer. I believe she's taken a fancy to you. Hewson laughed and wished the man good night. It was easier than he had expected. He wheeled the armchair, a heavy one, upholstered in plush, a little way down the central gangway, and deliberately turned it so that its back was towards the effigy of Dr. Baudet. For some undefined reason, he liked Dr. Baudet a great deal less than his companions. Busying himself with arranging the chair, he was almost light-hearted. But when the attendant's footfalls had died away, and a deep hush stole over the chamber, he realized that he had no slight ordeal before him. The dim, unwavering light fell on the rows of figures which were so uncannily like human beings that the silence and the stillness seemed unnatural and even ghastly. He missed the sound of breathing, the rustling of clothes, the 101 minute noises one hears when even the deepest silence has fallen upon a crowd. But the air was as stagnant as water at the bottom of a standing pond. There was not a breath in the chamber to stir a curtain, or rustle a hanging drapery, or start a shadow. His own shadow, moving in response to a shifted arm or leg, was all that could be coaxed into motion. All was still to the gaze and silent to the ear. It must be like this at the bottom of the sea, he thought, and wondered how to work the phrase into his story on the morrow. He faced the sinister figures boldly enough. They were only waxworks. So long as he let that thought dominate all others, he promised himself that all would be well. It did not, however, save him long from the discomfort occasioned by the waxen stare of Dr. Baudet, which he knew was directed upon him from behind. The eyes of the little Frenchman's effigy haunted and tormented him, and he itched with the desire to turn and look. Come, he thought. My nerves have started already. If I turn and look at that dressed-up dummy, it will be an admission of funk. And then another voice in his brain spoke to him. It's because you're afraid that you won't turn and look at him. The two voices quarrelled silently for a moment or two, and at last Hewson slewed his chair round a little and looked behind him. Among the many figures standing in stiff, unnatural poses, the effigy of the dreadful little doctor stood out with a queer prominence. Perhaps because a steady beam of light beat straight down upon it. Hewson flinched before the parody of mildness which some fiendishly skilled craftsman had managed to convey in wax, met the eyes for one agonized second, and turned again to face the other direction. He's only a waxwork like the rest of you, Hewson muttered defiantly. You're all only waxworks. They were only waxworks, yes, but waxworks don't move. Not that he had seen the least movement anywhere, but it struck him that in the moment or two while he had looked behind him, there had been the least subtle change in the grouping of the figures in front. Crippen, for instance, seemed to have turned at least 1 degree to the left. Or, thought Hewson, perhaps the illusion was due to the fact that he had not slewed his chair back into its exact original position. And there were Field and Gray, too. Surely one of them had moved his hands. Hewson held his breath for a moment, and then drew his courage back to him as a man lifts a weight. He remembered the words of more than one news editor and laughed savagely to himself. And they tell me I've got no imagination, he said beneath his breath. He took a notebook from his pocket and wrote quickly. Mem. Deathly silence and unearthly stillness of figures, like being bottom of sea. Hypnotic eyes of Dr. Baudet. Figures seem to move when not being watched. He closed the book suddenly over his fingers and looked round quickly and awfully over his right shoulder. He had neither seen nor heard a movement, but it was as if some sixth sense had made him aware of one. He looked straight into the vapid countenance of Lefroy, which smiled vacantly back as if to say, It wasn't I. Of course it wasn't he, or any of them. It was his own nerves. Or was it? Hadn't Crippen moved again during that moment when his attention was directed elsewhere? You couldn't trust that little man. Once you took your eyes off him, he took advantage of it to shift his position. That's what they were all doing, if he only knew it, he told himself, and half rose out of his chair. This was not quite good enough. He was going. He wasn't going to spend the night with a lot of waxworks which moved while he wasn't looking. Hewson sat down again. This was very cowardly and very absurd. They were only waxworks, and they couldn't move. Let him hold that thought, and all would yet be well. Then why all that silent unrest about him? A subtle something in the air which did not quite break the silence and happened, whichever way he looked, just beyond the boundaries of his vision. He swung round quickly to encounter the mild but baleful stare of Dr. Baudet. Then, without warning, he jerked his head back to stare straight at Crippen. Ha! He'd nearly caught Crippen that time. You better be careful, Crippen, and all the rest of you. If I do see one of you move, I'll smash you to pieces. Do you hear? He ought to go, he told himself. Already he had experienced enough to write his story. 10 stories, for the matter of that. Well then, why not go? The Morning Echo would be none the wiser as to how long he had stayed, nor would it care so long as his story was a good one. Yes, but that night watchman upstairs would chaff him, and the manager, one never knew, perhaps the manager would quibble over that £5 note which he needed so badly. He wondered if Rose were asleep, or if she were lying awake and thinking of him. She'd laugh when he told her that he had imagined. This was a little too much. It was bad enough that the waxwork effigies of murderers should move when they weren't being watched, but it was intolerable that they should breathe. Somebody was breathing. Or was it his own breath which sounded to him as if it came from a distance? He sat rigid, listening and straining, until he exhaled with a long sigh. His own breath, after all, or if not, something had divined that he was listening and had ceased breathing simultaneously. Hewson jerked his head swiftly around and looked all about him out of haggard and haunted eyes. Everywhere his gaze encountered the vacant waxen faces, and everywhere he felt that by just some least fraction of a second had he missed seeing a movement of hand or foot, a silent opening or compression of lips, a flicker of eyelids, a look of human intelligence now smoothed out. They were like naughty children in a class, whispering, fidgeting and laughing behind their teacher's back, but blandly innocent when his gaze was turned upon them. This would not do. This distinctly would not do. He must clutch at something, grip with his mind upon something which belonged essentially to the workaday world, to the daylight London streets. He was Raymond Hewson, an unsuccessful journalist, a living and breathing man, and these figures grouped around him were only dummies, so they could neither move nor whisper. Did it matter if they were supposed to be lifelike effigies of murderers? They were only made of wax and sawdust, and stood there for the entertainment of morbid sightseers and orange-sucking trippers. That was better. Now, what was that funny story which somebody had told him in the Falstaff yesterday? He recalled part of it, but not all, for the gaze of Dr. Baudet urged, challenged, and finally compelled him to turn. Hewson half-turned and then swung his chair so as to bring him face to face with the wearer of those dreadful, hypnotic eyes. His own eyes were dilated, and his mouth, at first set in a grin of terror, lifted at the corners in a snarl. Then Hewson spoke and woke 100 sinister echoes. "You moved, damn you!" he cried. "Yes, you did, damn you, I saw you!" Then he sat quite still, staring straight before him, like a man found frozen in the Arctic snows. Dr. Baudet's movements were leisurely. He stepped off his pedestal with the mincing care of a lady alighting from a bus. The platform stood about 2 feet from the ground, and above the edge of it a plush-covered rope hung in arc-like curves. Dr. Baudet lifted up the rope until it formed an arch for him to pass under, stepped off the platform and sat down on the edge facing Hewson. Then he nodded and smiled and said, "Good evening. I need hardly tell you," he continued in perfect English, in which was traceable only the least foreign accent, "that not until I overheard the conversation between you and the worthy manager of this establishment did I suspect that I should have the pleasure of a companion here for the night. You cannot move or speak without my bidding, but you can hear me perfectly well. Something tells me that you are, shall I say, nervous. My dear sir, have no illusions. I am not one of these contemptible effigies miraculously come to life. I am Dr. Baudet himself." He paused, coughed, and shifted his legs. "Pardon me," he resumed, "but I am a little stiff, and let me explain. Circumstances with which I need not fatigue you have made it desirable that I should live in England. I was close to this building this evening when I saw a policeman regarding me, I thought, too curiously. I guessed that he intended to follow and perhaps ask me embarrassing questions, so I mingled with the crowd and came in here. An extra coin bought my admission to the chamber in which we now meet, and an inspiration showed me a certain means of escape. I raised a cry of fire, and when all the fools had rushed to the stairs, I stripped my effigy of the caped coat which you behold me wearing, donned it, hid my effigy under the platform at the back, and took its place on the pedestal. I own that I have since spent a very fatiguing evening, but fortunately I was not always being watched, and had opportunities to draw an occasional deep breath and ease the rigidity of my pose. One small boy screamed and exclaimed that he saw me moving. I understood that he was supposed to be whipped and put straight to bed on his return home, and I can only hope that the threat has been executed to the letter. The manager's description of me, which I had the embarrassment of being compelled to overhear, was biased but not altogether inaccurate. Clearly I am not dead, although it is as well that the world thinks otherwise. His account of my hobby, which I have indulged for years, although through necessity less frequently of late, was in the main true, although not intelligently expressed. The world is divided between collectors and non-collectors. With the non-collectors we are not concerned. The collectors collect anything according to their individual tastes, from money to cigarette cards, from moths to matchboxes. I collect throats. He paused again and regarded Hewson's throat with interest, mingled with disfavor. "I am obliged to the chance which brought us together tonight," he continued. "Perhaps it would seem ungrateful to complain. From motives of personal safety, my activities have been somewhat curtailed of late years, and I am glad of this opportunity of gratifying my somewhat unusual whim. But you have a skinny neck, sir, if you will overlook a personal remark. I should never have selected you from choice. I like men with thick necks, thick red necks." He fumbled in an inside pocket and took out something which he tested against a wet forefinger, and then proceeded to pass gently to and fro across the palm of his left hand. "This is a little French razor," he remarked blandly. "They are not much used in England, but perhaps you know them. One strops them on wood. The blade, you will observe, is very narrow. They do not cut very deep, but deep enough. In just one little moment you shall see for yourself. I shall ask you the little civil question of all the polite barbers. Does the razor suit you, sir? He rose up, a diminutive but menacing figure of evil, and approached Hewson with the silent, furtive step of a hunting panther. You will have the goodness, he said, to raise your chin a little. Thank you, and a little more, just a little more. Ah, thank you. Merci, monsieur. Ah, merci. Merci. Over one end of the chamber was a thick skylight of frosted glass which, by day, let in a few sickly and filtered rays from the floor above. After sunrise, these began to mingle with the subdued light from the electric bulbs, and this mingled illumination added a certain ghastliness to a scene which needed no additional touch of horror. The waxwork figures stood apathetically in their places, waiting to be admired or execrated by the crowds, who would presently wander fearfully among them. In their midst, in the centre gangway, Hewson sat still, leaning far back in his armchair. His chin was up-tilted as if he were waiting to receive attention from a barber, and although there was not a scratch upon his throat, nor anywhere upon his body, he was cold and dead. His previous employers were wrong in having credited him with no imagination. Dr. Baudet, on his pedestal, watched the dead man unemotionally. He did not move, nor was he capable of motion. But then, after all, he was only the waxwork. Today's story was The Waxwork by A.M. Burridge. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee, like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. No doubt the story of the future is written, so far as the future is an expression of present potentialities. We boast our foreknowledge of planetary history and can prophesy with fine accuracy the occurrence of every major and minor eclipse or occultation in the solar system. But in the most precise science, there remains always at least one element that is undefinable and unknowable. The regular traffic of planets about the sun might one day be upset by the coming of an unknown visitor from the deeps of space. The materials of our knowledge are so limited, and in human affairs we know so little of the materials. Nevertheless, it may be that to the universal consciousness, the future is a foretellable expression of our present potentialities. I remember how my friend Strickland used to harp on that theme 18 years ago. I was incredulous, a stickler for free will. I could not bear the thought of anything like a cut-and-dried program of human development. But my one really convincing retort to all his arguments was to reply, "Oh, on broad lines, perhaps. On the very broadest lines." Strickland's attitude just then was so obviously influenced by his desires. He had married at 40, had one child, a boy, and was oppressed by the fear that he would not live to see his son's future. Strickland was obsessed with that idea for a time. He even went so far as to consult mediums, and a man of 45 who will consult professional mediums about the future cannot be quite sane. His sole excuse for that lapse was the plea that astrology had failed him. He had had 2 very expensive horoscopes cast, and they had been most grievously at fault concerning the first 3 years of little Strickland's life. Both forecasts had been gloomy with regard to those early years, prophesying a delicate constitution, unusual trouble with infantile complaints, and one horoscope shrugged its inspired shoulders at the critical period of teething and continued with a kind of cynical despair, as if the astrologer were a little ashamed of the way he was earning his 10 guineas. Should he, however, survive? And the truth was that little Strickland was quite a fatiguingly healthy child. His appetite and his craving for exercise, even at the age of 8 weeks, were admittedly almost abnormal. So Strickland lost faith in the pattern of the stars and tried mediums who were not so nervous of the magistrates in those days. If he had stuck to one clairvoyant, he might have laid his restless inquiry, but unhappily the first lady he visited misread her client's hopes and mapped out a successful business career for his little son. And Strickland, who had already fulfilled that destiny in his own life and had ambitions to see his son leading a really sensible government, took another opinion. The second prophetess, pathetically anxious to please, no doubt, saw young Strickland as a bishop. The third was a shade nearer to the mark, with an admiral. But the fourth, a charming young woman, recently engaged to be married and collecting a trousseau by her last professional efforts, made the boy a poet. After that, Strickland bought a crystal and tried to see the future for himself. I laughed at him then, of course, and even now I feel inclined to laugh at those first foolish inquiries of his. But his very earnestness should have saved Strickland from anything like ridicule, and I am glad to remember that I did not laugh when he told me of the one and only vision that came to him through the crystal. It was, by the way, an unusually fine specimen, as big as an orange. He picked it up second-hand somewhere in Soho. As I see it, one of the most intriguing features of Strickland's experience is the fact that he had ceased to probe his son's future when the vision came. The boy was 7 years old then, and had a little sister of 2.5, who had partly diverted her father's attention, and Strickland had probably outgrown the fear of his own premature death. Though it may be that his passionate longing for assurance as to the glory of his boy's career had not so much spent itself as being thrust back into his subconsciousness. Superficially, the difference in him was quite obvious. The change of his tone, for example, when he spoke of his son, even the manner of reference. The tender enunciation of "my little boy" had altered to "that young rascal of mine." Just the proudly modest description of the ordinary father. And when the vision came, neither he nor I related it in any way to his ancient search. He came to my rooms one evening after dinner, produced the crystal from his pocket, and tossed it over to me. "A present for a skeptic," he said. "I've finished with it." I might have thought that he was clearing up the lumber of his old fancies if it had not been for his manner, but the garment of his initiation still clung to him and affected me with the strangeness of its mystery. I shuddered. "What did you see?" I asked. "Oh, don't say you believe in it," he said, "after all your jeers at me. Did you see anything?" I insisted, nursing the crystal in the cave of my 2 hands. I stared into it and saw the faint pink of my magnified palm. No vision came to me, yet I was aware of some potency in the thing. Perhaps some reflection, some translation of one's subconsciousness, I ventured. Strickland sneered. "My God, I hope not," he said. "What are you looking for?" I asked. "For nothing. Wasn't looking for anything," he said. "I picked the thing up by the merest accident. I was going to give it to the little girl as a plaything. And then I prompted him. I saw a picture in it. It snatched my attention. I wasn't thinking. And the picture. Hell. Just hell. The real thing. None of your picturesque flames and torture. It came out at me, as it were, and it was, well, the abomination of desolation, nothing more nor less than that. But I began. He interrupted me. His eyes were fixed on the vision of a future that had become a fragment of his past. A waste, he said, in a low, thoughtful voice. A dead, horrible waste, all black and pitted and furrowed. It looked as if there had been some awful blasting eruption, or as if the whole earth had been scorched and blighted by some unimaginably vast fire. Oh, the terrible gauntness and death of it all. He paused and threw his head back with a queer laugh before he continued in a new tone. It was just a silly nightmare, that's all. It had its inevitable element of the grotesque. In the middle of that waste, there was a scarecrow, a live scarecrow, digging turnips, if you please. Oh, it was bosh, of course, absolute bosh. I shall have forgotten all about it next week. But I couldn't give the crystal to the little girl after that. You can keep it. Tell me if you get anything. So I kept the crystal and sometimes stared into it. No vision came to me. It was in the late autumn of 1919 that Strickland got permission to go out to France. The war had made an old man of him, although he was little over 60, and he begged me to go with him. I should like you to help me, he said. I have a feeling that we might perhaps hear something about that young rascal of mine. Wounded and missing, you know. Always leaves one with just a hope. The first beautiful release of peace was passing then into that restless craving for immense action, which affected us all so strongly at that time. And the feeling was aggravated in my case by the realization of impotence. I was too old to help. I accepted Strickland's offer eagerly. I do not believe that he remembered his vision when, after a week's fruitless inquiry, we came one afternoon to the historic desert that had once been beautiful France. Certainly he made no reference to his old experience, but he was almost senile. I noticed a difference in him, even in that 1 week. But I remembered, and I had a fit of cold shivering that I could not control when we came out onto the awful plain that they now call the Plain of the Dead, and saw the figure of that one demented peasant, dressed in the grotesque relics of 2 nations' uniforms. He was digging feverishly with his pointed spade, and I heard the ring of it as it struck. It was not a turnip that he wrenched up. The thing rolled towards us. Young Strickland's head had always been a queer shape. Today's story was Young Strickland's Career by J.D. Beresford. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee, like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. Some nights are merely dark. Others are dark in a suggestive way, as though something ominous, mysterious is going to happen. In certain remote, outlying suburbs, at any rate, this seems true, where great spaces between the lamps go dead at night, where little happens, where a ring at the door is a summons almost, and people cry, "Let's go to town." In the villa gardens, the mangy cedars sigh in the wind, but the hedges stiffen. there is a muffling of spontaneous activity. On this particular November night, a moist breeze barely stirred the silver pine in the narrow drive leading to the laurels where Colonel Masters lived. Colonel Himber Masters, late of an Indian regiment, with many distinguished letters after his name. The housemaid and the limited staff being out, it was the cook who answered the bell when it rang with a sudden, sharp clang soon after 10 o'clock, and gave an audible gasp, half of surprise, half of fear. The bell's sudden clangor was an unpleasant and unwelcome sound. Monica, the Colonel's adored yet rather neglected child, was asleep upstairs, but the cook was not frightened lest Monica be disturbed, nor because it seemed a bit late for the bell to ring so violently. She was frightened because when she opened the door to let the fine rain drive in, she saw a man standing on the steps. There, in the wind and the rain, stood a tall, slim, dark stranger, holding a parcel. Wearing a stained yellow mackintosh and dirty slouch hat, and looking like a devil, so help me God, he shoved the little parcel at her, out of the gloom, the light from the hall flaring red into his gleaming eyes. "For Colonel Masters," he whispered rapidly. "Very special to his own personal touch, and no one else." And he melted away into the night with his strange foreign accent, his oise of fire, and his nasty hissing voice. He was gone, swallowed up in the wind and rain. "But I saw his eyes," swore the cook the next morning to the housemaid. "His fiery eyes, and his nasty look, and his long 10 fingers, and his nails all shiny pink, and he looked to me, if you know what I mean, he looked like death." Thus the cook, so far as she was intelligently articulate next day. But standing now against the closed door with the small brown paper parcel in her hands, impressed by the orders that it was to be given into his personal touch, she was relieved by the fact that Colonel Masters never returned till after midnight, and that she need not act at once. The reflection brought a certain comfort that restored her equanimity a little, though she still stood there, holding the parcel gingerly in her grimy hands, reluctant, hesitating, uneasy. A parcel, even brought by a mysterious dark stranger, was not in itself frightening, yet frightened she certainly felt. Instinct and superstition worked perhaps. The wind, the rain, the fact of being alone in the house, the unexpected visitor, these also contributed to her discomfort. A vague sense of horror touched her. Her Irish blood stirred ancient dreams, so that she began to shake a little, as though the parcel contained something alive, explosive, poisonous, unholy, almost as though it moved, and her fingers loosening their hold, the parcel dropped. It fell on the tiled floor with a queer, sharp clack, but it lay motionless. She eyed it closely, cautiously, but thank God it did not move, an inert, brown paper parcel. Brought by an errand boy in daylight, it might have been groceries, tobacco, even a mended shirt. She peeped and tinkered. That sharp clack puzzled her. Then, after a few minutes, remembering her duty, she picked it up gingerly, even while she shivered. It was to be handed into the Colonel's personal touch. She compromised, deciding to place it on his desk and to tell him about it in the morning. Only Colonel Masters, with those mysterious years in the East behind him, his temper and his tyrannical orders, was not easy of direct approach at the best of times. In the morning, least of all. The cook left it at that. That is, she left it on the desk in his study, but left out all explanations about its arrival. She had decided to be vague about such unimportant details, for Mrs. O'Reilly was afraid of Colonel Masters, and only his professed love of Monica made her believe that he was quite human. He paid her well, oh yes, and sometimes he smiled, and he was a handsome man, if a bit too dark for her fancy. Yet he also paid her an occasional compliment about her curry, and that soothed her for the moment. They suited one another at any rate, and she stayed, robbing him comfortably, if cautiously. "It ain't no good," she assured the housemaid next day. What with that personal touch into his hands and no one else, and that man's eyes and that crack when it came away in my arms and fell on the floor. It ain't no good. Not to us, not anybody. No man like him means lucky stars to anybody. A parcel indeed, with those devil's eyes. What did you do with it? Inquired the housemaid. The cook looked her up and down. Put it in the fire, of course, she replied. On the stove, if you want to know exact. It was the housemaid's turn to look the cook up and down. Don't think, she remarked. The cook reflected, probably because she found no immediate answer. Well, she puffed out presently. Do you know what I think? You don't, so I'll tell you. It was something the master's afraid of. That's what it was. He's afraid of something. Ever since I've been here, I've known that. That's what it was. He'd done somebody wrong in India long ago. That lanky stranger brought what's coming to him. That's why I says I put it on the stove. See? She dropped her voice. It was a bloody idol, she whispered. That's what it was. That parcel. And why, he's a bloody secret worshipper. And she crossed herself. That's why I said I put it on the stove. See? The housemaid stared and gasped. And you mark my words, young Jane, added the cook, turning to her dough. And there the matter rested for a period, for the cook, being Irish, had more laughter in her than tears, and beyond admitting to the scared housemaid that she had not really burnt the parcel, but had left it on the study table, she almost forgot the incident. It was not her job, in any case, to answer the front door. She had delivered the parcel. Her conscience was quite clear. Thus, nobody marked her words, apparently, for nothing untoward happened, as is the way in remote suburbia. And Monica, in her lonely play, was happy, and Colonel Masters as tyrannical and grim as ever. The moist, wintry wind blew through the silver pine. The rain beat against the bow window, and no one called. For a week this lasted, a longish time in uneventful suburbia. But suddenly one morning, Colonel Masters rang his study bell, and the housemaid being upstairs, it was the cook who answered. He held a brown paper parcel in his hands, half opened, the string dangling. I found this on my desk. I haven't been in my room for a week. Who brought it? When did it come? His face, yellow as usual, held a fiery tinge. Mrs. O'Reilly replied, post-dating the arrival vaguely. I asked who brought it, he insisted sharply. A stranger, she fumbled. No one, she added nervously, from hereabouts. No one I had ever seen before. It was a man. What did he look like? The question came like a bullet. Mrs. O'Reilly was rather taken by surprise. Darkish, she stumbled. Very darkish, she added. I saw him right. Only he came and went so quick I didn't get his face proper like him. Any message? The Colonel cut her short. She hesitated. There was no answer. She began remembering former occasions. Any message, I asked you? He thundered. No message, sir, none at all. And he was gone before I could get his name and address, sir. But I think he was a sort of black man. I couldn't really say, sir. In another minute, she would have burst into tears or dropped to the floor in a faint. Such was her terror of her employer, especially when she was lying blind. The Colonel, however, saved her both disasters by abruptly holding out the half-open parcel towards her. He neither cross-examined nor cursed her as she had expected. He spoke with the curtness that betrayed anger and anxiety. Almost it occurred to her, distress. Take it away and burn it, he ordered in his army voice, passing it into her outstretched hands. Burn it, he repeated it, or chuck the damn thing away. He almost flung it at her, as though he did not want to touch it. If the man comes back, he ordered in a voice of steel, tell him it's been destroyed, and say it didn't reach me, laying tremendous emphasis on the final words. You understand? He almost chucked it at her. Yes, sir, exactly, sir. And she turned and stumbled out, holding the parcel gingerly in her arms rather than in her hands and fingers, as though it contained something that might bite or sting. Yet her fear had somehow lessened, for if he, Colonel Masters, could treat the parcel so contemptuously, why should she feel afraid of it? And once alone in her kitchen among her household gods, she opened it. Turning back the thick paper wrappings, she started. And to her rather disappointed amazement, she found herself staring at nothing but a fair, waxen-faced doll that could be bought in any toy shop for 1 shilling and sixpence. A commonplace, little, cheap doll. Its face was pallid, white, expressionless. Its flaxen hair was dirty. Its tiny, ill-shaped hands and fingers lay motionless by its side. Its mouth was closed, though somehow grinning, no teeth visible. Its eyelashes ridiculously like a worn toothbrush. Its entire presentment in its flimsy skirt, contemptible, harmless, even ugly. A doll. She giggled to herself, all fear evaporated. God, she thought, the master must have a conscience like the floor of a parrot's cage, and worse than that. She was too afraid of him to despise him. Her feeling was probably more like pity. At any rate, she reflected, he had the wind up pretty hard. That was something else he expected, not a tuppenny halfpenny doll. Her warm heart felt almost sorry for him. Instead of chucking the damned thing away or burning it, however, for it was quite a nice-looking doll, she presented it to Monica. And Monica, having few new toys, instantly adored it, promising faithfully, as gravely warned by Mrs. O'Reilly, that she would never, never let her father know she had it. Her father, Colonel Himber Masters, was, it seems, what's called a disappointed man. A man whose fate forced him to live in surroundings he detested. Disappointed in his career, probably, possibly in love as well. Monica a love child, doubtless, and limited by his pension to face daily conditions that he loathed. He was a silent, bitter sort of fellow, no more than that, and not so much disliked in the neighborhood as misunderstood. A somber man, they reckoned him, with his dark, furrowed face and silent ways. Yet dark in the suburbs meant mysterious, and silent invited female fantasy to fill the vacuum. It's the frank, corn-haired man who invites sympathy and generous comment. He enjoyed his bridge, however, and was accepted as a first-class player. Thus he went out nightly, and rarely came back before midnight. He was welcome among the gamblers, evidently, while the fact that he had an adored child at home softened the picture of this mysterious man. Monica, though rarely seen, appealed to the women of the neighborhood, and whatever her origin, said the gossips, he loves her. To Monica, meanwhile, in her rather playless, toyless life, the doll, her new treasure, was a spot of gold. The fact that it was a secret present from her father added to its value. Many other presents had come to her like that. She thought nothing of it. Only he had never given her a doll before, and it spelt rapture. Never, never would she betray her pleasure and delight. It should remain her secret and his, and that made her love it all the more. She loved her father, too. His taciturn silence was something she vaguely respected and adored. That's just like father, she always said, when a strange new present came and she knew instinctively that she must never say thank you for it, for that was part of the lovely game between them. But this doll was exceptionally marvelous. It's much more real and alive than my teddy bears, she told the cook, after examining it critically. Whatever made him think of it? Why, it even talks to me. And she cuddled and fondled the half-misshapen toy. It's my baby, she cried, taking it against her cheek. For no teddy bear could really be a child. Cuddly bears were not offspring, whereas a doll was a potential baby. It brought sweetness, as both cook and governess realized, into a rather grim house. Hope and tenderness, a maternal flavor almost. Something anyhow that no young bear could possibly bring. A child, a human baby, and yet both cook and governess, for both were present at the actual delivery, recalled later that Monica opened the parcel and recognized the doll with a yell of wild delight. that seemed almost a scream of pain. There was this too high note of delirious exultation, as though some instinctive horror of revulsion were instantly smothered and obliterated in a whirl of overmastering joy. It was Madame Jodska who recalled, long afterwards, this singular contradiction. "I did think she shrieked a little bit, no you asked me," admitted Mrs. O'Reilly later, although at the actual moment all she said was, "Oh, lovely darling, ain't it a pet?" While all Madame Jodska said was a cautionary, "If you squash its mouth like that, Monica, it won't be able to breathe." While Monica, paying no attention to either of them, fell to cuddling the doll with ecstasy. A cheap, little, flaxen-haired, waxen-faced doll. That so strange a case should come to us at second hand is admittedly a pity. That so much of the information should reach us largely through a cook and housemaid, and through a foreigner of questionable validity, is equally unfortunate. Where precisely the reported facts creep across the feathery frontier into the incredible, and thence into the fantastic, would need the spider's thread of the big telescopes to define. With the eye to the telescope, the thread of that New Zealand spider seems thick as a rope, but with the eye examining second-hand reports, the thread becomes elusive, gossamer. The Polish governess, Madame Jodska, left the house rather abruptly. Though adored by Monica and accepted by Colonel Masters, she left not long after the arrival of the doll. She was a comely, youngish widow of birth and breeding, tactful, discreet, understanding. She adored Monica, and Monica was happy with her. She feared her employer, yet perhaps secretly admired him as the strong, silent, dominating Englishman. He gave her great freedom. She never took liberties. Everything went smoothly. The pay was good, and she needed it. Then, suddenly, she left. In the suddenness of her departure, as in the odd reason she gave for leaving, lie doubtless the first hints of this remarkable affair, creeping across that feathery frontier into the incredible and fantastic. An understandable reason she gave for leaving was that she was too frightened to stay in the house another night. She left at 24 hours' notice. Her reason was absurd, even if understandable, because any woman might find herself so frightened in a certain building that it has become intolerable to her nerves. Foolish or otherwise, this is understandable. An idée fixe, an obsession, once lodged in the mind of superstitious, therefore hysterically favoured woman, cannot be dislodged by argument. It may be absurd, yet it is understandable. The story behind the reason for Madame Jodska's sudden terror is another matter, and it is best given quite simply. It relates to the doll. She swears by all her gods that she saw the doll walking by itself, walking in a disjointed, hoppity, hideous fashion across the bed in which Monica lay sleeping. In the gleam of the nightlight, Madame Jodska swears she saw this happen. She was half inside the opened door, peeping in as her habit and duty decreed to see if all was well with the child before going up to bed herself. The light, if faint, was clear. A jerky movement on the counterpane first caught her attention, for a smallish object seemed blundering awkwardly across its slippery, silken surface. Something rolling, possibly. Some object Monica had left outside on falling asleep, rolling mechanically as the child shifted or turned over. After staring for some seconds, she then saw that it was not merely an object, since it had a living outline, nor was it rolling mechanically or sliding as she had first imagined. It was horribly taking steps, small but quite deliberate steps, as though alive. It had a tiny, dreadful face. It had an expressionless, tiny face, and the face had eyes, small, brightly shining eyes, and the eyes looked straight at Madame Jodska. She watched for a few seconds, thunderstruck, and then suddenly realized with a shock of utter horror that this small, purposive monster was the doll, Monica's doll. And this doll was moving towards her, across the tumbled surface of the counterpane. It was coming in her direction, straight at her. Madame Jodska gripped herself, physically and mentally, making a great effort, it seems, to deny the abnormal, the incredible. She denied the ice in her veins and down her spine. She prayed. She thought frantically of her priest in Warsaw. Making no audible sound, she screamed in her mind. But the doll, quickening its pace, came hobbling straight towards her, its glassy eyes fixed hard upon her own. Then Madame Jodska fainted. That she was in some ways a remarkable woman with a sense of values is clear from the fact that she realized this story wouldn't wash, for she confided it only to the cook in cautious whispers, while giving her employer some more washable tale about a family death that obliged her to hurry home to Warsaw. Nor was there the slightest attempt at embroidery, for on recovering consciousness she had recovered her courage too, and done a remarkable thing. She had compelled herself to investigate. Aided and fortified by her religion, she compelled herself to make an examination. She had tiptoed further into the room, had made sure that Monica was sleeping peacefully, and that the doll lay, motionless, halfway down the counterpane. She gave it a long, concentrated look. Its lidless eyes, fringed by hideously ridiculous black lashes, were fixed on space. Its expression was not so much innocent as blankly stupid, idiotic, a mask of death that aped cheaply a pretense of life, where life could never be. Not ugly, merely, it was revolting. Madame Jodska, however, did more than study this visage with concentration, for with admirable pluck she forced herself to touch the little horror. She actually picked it up. Her faith, her deep religious conviction, denied the former evidence of her senses. She had not seen movement. It was incredible, impossible. The fault lay somewhere in herself. This persuasion, at any rate, lasted long enough to enable her to touch the repulsive little toy, to pick it up, to lift it. She placed it steadily on the table near the bed between the bowl of flowers and the nightlight, where it lay on its back, helpless, innocent, yet horrible. And only then on shaking legs did she leave the room and up to her own bed. That her fingers remained ice-cold until eventually she fell asleep can be explained, of course, too easily and naturally to claim examination. Whether imagined or actual, it must have been nonetheless a horrifying spectacle. A mechanical outline from a commercial factory walking like a living thing with a purpose. It holds the nightmare touch. To Madame Jodska, protected since youth within cast-iron tenets, it came as a shock. And a shock dislocates. The sight smashed everything she knew was possible and real. The flow of her blood was interrupted. It froze. There came icy terror into her heart. Her normal mechanism failed for a moment. She fainted, and fainting seemed a natural result. Yet it was the shock of the incredible masquerade that gave her the courage to act. She loved Monica, apart from any consideration of paid duty. The sight of this tiny monstrosity strutting across the counterpane, not far from the child's sleeping face and folded hands, it was this that enabled her to pick it up with naked fingers and set it out of reach. For hours before falling asleep, she reviewed the incredible thing, alternately denying the facts, then accepting them, yet taking into sleep finally the assured conviction that her senses had not deceived her. There seems little, indeed, that in a court of law could have been advanced against her character for reliability, for sincerity, for the logic of her detailed account. "I'm sorry," said Colonel Masters quietly, referring to her bereavement. He looked searchingly at her. "And Monica will miss you," he added with one of his rare smiles. "She needs you." Then, just as she turned away, he suddenly extended his hand. "If perhaps later you can come back, do let me know. Your influence is so helpful. Good." She mumbled some phrase with a promise in it, yet she left with a queer, deep impression that it was not merely, not chiefly perhaps, Monica who needed her. She wished he had not used quite those words. A sense of shame lay in her, almost as though she were running away from duty, or at least from a chance to help that God had put in her way. Your influence is so good. Already in the train and on the boat, conscience attacked her, biting, scratching, gnawing. She had deserted a child she loved, a child who needed her, because she was scared out of her wits. No, that was a one-sided statement. She had left a house because the devil had come into it. No, that was only partially true. When a hysterical temperament ingrained since early childhood in fixed dogmas begins to sift facts and analyze reactions, logic and common sense themselves become confused. Thought led one way, emotion another, and no honest conclusion dawned on her mind. She hurried on to Warsaw, to a stepfather, a retired general, whose gay life had no place for her, and who would not welcome her return. It was a derogatory prospect for this youngish widow, who had taken a job in order to escape from his vulgar activities to return now, empty-handed. Yet it was easier, perhaps, to face a stepfather's selfish anger than to go and tell Colonel Masters her real reason for leaving his service. Her conscience, too, troubled her on another score, as thoughts and memories travelled backwards, and half-forgotten details emerged. Those spots of blood, for instance, mentioned by Mrs. O'Reilly, the superstitious Irish cook. She had made it a rule to ignore Mrs. O'Reilly's silly fairy tales. Yet now she recalled suddenly those ridiculous discussions about the laundry list, and the foolish remarks that the cook and housemaid had let fall. "But there ain't no paint in a door, I tell you, it's all sawdust and wax and muck," from the housemaid. "I know red paint when I sees it, and that ain't paint, it's blood." And from Mrs. O'Reilly later, "Mother of God, another red blob. She's biting her fingernails, and does not my job." The red stains on sheets and pillowcases were puzzling, certainly. But Madame Jodska, hearing these remarks by chance, as it were, had paid no particular attention to them at the moment. The laundry lists were hardly her affair. These ridiculous servants, anyhow. And yet now in the train those spots, be they paint or blood, crept back to trouble her. Another thing, oddly enough, also troubled her. The ill-defined feeling that she was deserting a man who needed help that she could give. It was too vague to put into words. Was it based on his remark that her influence was good, perhaps? She could not say. It was an intuition, and few intuitions bear analysis. Supporting it, however, was a conviction she had felt since first she entered the service of Colonel Masters. The conviction, namely, that he had a past that frightened him. There was something he had done, something he regretted and was probably ashamed of, something at any rate for which he feared retribution. A retribution, moreover, he expected, a punishment that would come like a thief in the night and seize him by the throat. It was against this dreaded vengeance that her influence was good, a protective influence possibly that her religion supplied, something on the side of the angels in any case that her personality provided. Her mind worked thus, it seems, and whether a concealed admiration for this sombre and mysterious man, an admiration and protective instinct never admitted even to her inmost self, existed below the surface, hidden yet urgent, remains the secret of her own heart. It was naturally, and according to human nature, at any rate, that after a few weeks of her stepfather's outrageous behaviour in the house, his cruelty too, she decided to return. She prayed to her gods incessantly. Also, she found oppressive her sense of neglected duty and failure of self-respect. She returned to the soulless suburban villa. It was understandable. The welcome from Monica was also understandable. The relief and pleasure of Colonel Masters still more so. It was expressed, this latter, in a courteous message only, tactfully worded as though she had merely left for a brief necessity, for it was some days before she actually saw him to speak to. From cook and housemaid, the welcome was voluble and disquieting. There were no more inexplicable spots of red, but there were other unaccountable happenings, even more distressing. "She missed you something terrible," said Mrs. O'Reilly. "Oh, she's found something else to keep her quiet, if you'd like to put it that way." And she made the sign of the cross. "The dog?" asked Madame Jotska, with a start of shocked horror, forcing herself to come straight to the point, and forcing herself also to speak lightly, casually. "That's it, madame. The bleeding dog." The governess had heard the strange adjective many times already, but did not know whether to take it figuratively or not. She chose the latter. "Blood?" she asked in a loud voice. The cook's body gave an odd jerk. "Well," she explained, "I meant more the way it goes on, like a thing of flesh and blood, if you get me, and the way she treats it and plays with it." And her voice, while loud, had a hush of fear in it somewhere. She held her arms before her in a protective, shielding way, as though to ward off aggression. "Scratches ain't proof of nothing," interjected the housemaid scornfully. "You mean?" asked Madame Jotska gravely. "There's a question of injury to someone?" She suppressed an involuntary gasp, but paid little attention to the maid's interruption. Mrs. O'Reilly seemed to mismanage her breath for a moment. "It ain't Miss Monica it's after," she announced in a defiant whisper as soon as she recovered herself. "It's someone else. That's what I mean. And no man as he was ever brought no good into our house, not since I was born." "Someone else," repeated Madame Jotska, almost to herself, seizing the vital words. "You and your tall, dark stranger," interjected the housemaid. "Get along with you. Thank God I ain't a Christian or anything like that, but I did hear them sort of jerky, shuffling footsteps one night, I admit. And the dog did look bigger, swollen like, when I peeked in and looked." "Stop it," cried Mrs. O'Reilly. "For you ain't saying what's true or what you really know." She turned to the governess. "There's more talk what means nothing about this dog," she said, by way of apology, "than in all the fairy tales I was brought up with as child and male, and I wouldn't be believing anything of it." Turning her back contemptuously on the chattering housemaid, she came close to Madame Jotska. "There's no harm coming to Miss Monica, madame," she whispered vehemently. "You can be quite sure about her. Any trouble there may be is for someone else." And again she crossed herself. Madame Jotska, in the privacy of her room, reflected between her prayers. She felt a deep, a dreadful uneasiness. A doll. A cheap, tawdry little toy, made in factories by the hundred, by the thousand. A manufactured article of commerce for children to play with. But the way she treats it and plays with it rang on in her disturbed mind. A doll. But for the maternal suggestion, a doll was a pathetic, even a horrible plaything. Yet to watch a child busy with it involved deep reflections, since here the future mother prophesied. The child fondles and caresses her doll with passionate love, cares for it, seeks its welfare, yet stuffs it down into the perambulator, its head and neck twisted, its limbs broken and contorted, leaving it atrociously upside down, so that the blood and breathing cannot possibly function, while she runs to the window to see if the rain has stopped or the sun has come out. A blind and hideous automatism, dictated by the race, provided nothing of more immediate interest interferes, yet a herd instinct that overcomes all obstacles, its vitality insuperable. The maternity instinct defies, even denies, death. The doll, whether left upside down on the floor with broken teeth and ruined eyes, or lovingly arranged to be overlaid in the night, squashed, tortured, mutilated, survives all cruelties and disasters, and asserts finally its immortal qualities. It is unkillable. It is beyond death. A child with her doll, reflected Madame Jotska, is an epitome of nature's remorseless and unconquerable passion, of her dominant purpose, the survival of the race. Such thoughts, influenced perhaps by her bitter subconscious grievance against nature for depriving her of a child of her own, were unable to hold that level for long. They soon dropped back to the concrete case that perplexed and frightened her, Monica and her flaxen-haired, sightless, idiotic doll. In the middle of her prayers, falling asleep incontinently, she did not even dream of it, and she woke refreshed and vigorous, facing the fact that sooner or later, sooner probably, she would have to speak to her employer. She watched and listened. She watched Monica. She watched the doll. All seemed as normal as in 1,000 other homes. Her mind reviewed the position, and where mind and superstition clashed, the former held its own easily. During her evening off, she enjoyed the local cinema, leaving the heated building with the conviction that coloured fantasy benumbed the faculties, and that ordinary life was in itself prosaic. Yet before she had covered the half-mile to the house, her deep, accountable uneasiness returned with overmastering power. Mrs. O'Reilly had seen Monica to bed for her, and it was Mrs. O'Reilly who let her in. Her face was like the dead. "It's been talking," whispered the cook. Even before she closed the door, she was white about the gills. "Talking? Who's been talking? What do you mean?" Mrs. O'Reilly closed the door softly. "Both," she stated with dramatic emphasis, then sat down and wiped her face. She looked distraught with fear. "Madame took command, if only a command based on dreadful insecurity." "Both?" she repeated, in a voice deliberately loud, so as to counteract the other's whisper. "What are you talking about?" "They've both been talking together," stated the cook. The governess kept silent for a moment, fighting to deny a shrinking heart. "You've heard them talking together, you mean?" she asked presently in a shaking voice that tried to be ordinary. Mrs. O'Reilly nodded, looking over her shoulder as she did so. Her nerves were obviously in rags. "I thought you'd never come back," she whimpered. "We could hardly stay in the house." Madame looked intently into her frightened eyes. "You heard?" she asked quietly. "I listened to the door. There were two voices. Different voices." Madame Jotska did not insist or cross-examine, as though acute fear helped her to a greater wisdom. "You mean, Mrs. O'Reilly," she said in flat, quiet tones, "that you heard Miss Monica talking to her doll, as she always does, and herself inventing the doll's answers in a changed voice? Isn't that what you mean you heard?" But Mrs. O'Reilly was not to be shaken. By way of answer, she crossed herself and shook her head. She spoke in a low whisper. "Come up now and listen with me, madam, and judge for yourself." Thus, soon after midnight, and Monica long since asleep, these two, the cook and governess in a suburban villa, took up their places in the dark corridor outside a child's bedroom door. It was a quiet, windless night. Colonel Masters, whom they both feared, doubtless long since gone to his room in another corner of the ungainly villa. It must have been a long, dreary wait before sounds in the child's bedroom first became audible. The low, quiet sound of voices talking audibly, two voices. A hushed, secretive, unpleasant sound in the room where Monica slept peacefully, with her beloved doll beside her. Yes, two voices, assuredly it was. Both women sat erect. Both crossed themselves involuntarily, exchanging glances. Both were bewildered, terrified. Both sat aghast. What lay in Mrs. O'Reilly's superstitious mind, only the gods of old Ireland can tell, but What the Polish woman's contained was clear as a bell. It was not two voices talking. It was only one. Her ear was pressed against the crack in the door. She listened intently, shaking to the bone. She listened. Voices in sleep talking, she remembered, changed oddly. The child's talking to herself in sleep, she whispered firmly. That's all it is, Mrs. O'Reilly. She's just talking in her sleep, she repeated with emphasis to the woman, crowding against her shoulder as though in need of support. Can't you hear it? She added loudly, half angrily. Isn't it the same voice always? Listen carefully and you'll see I'm right. She listened herself more closely than before. Listen. Hark, she repeated in a breathless whisper, concentrating her mind upon the curious sound. Isn't that the same voice? Answering itself. Yet, as she listened, another sound disturbed her concentration, and this time it seemed a sound behind her, a faint, rustling, shuffling sound, rather like footsteps hurrying away on tiptoe. She turned her head sharply and found that she had been whispering to no one. There was no one beside her. She was alone in the darkened corridor. Mrs. O'Reilly was gone. From the well of the house below, a voice came up in a smothered cry beneath the darkened stairs. Mother of God and all the saints! And more besides. A gasp of surprise and alarm escaped her, doubtless at finding herself deserted and alone, but in the same instant, exactly as in the storybooks, came another sound that caught her breath still more aghast, the rattle of a key in the front door below. Colonel Masters, after all, had not yet come in and gone to bed as expected. He was coming in now. Would Mrs. O'Reilly have time to slip across the hall before he caught her? More and worse, would he come up and peep into Monica's bedroom on his way up to bed as he rarely did? Madame Jotska listened, her nerves in rags. She heard him fling down his coat. He was a man quick in such actions. The stick or umbrella was banged down noisily, hastily. The same instant, his step sounded on the stairs. He was coming up. Another minute, and he would start into the passage where she crouched against Monica's door. He was mounting rapidly, 2 stairs at a time. She too was quick in action and decision. She thought in a flash. To be caught crouching outside the door was ludicrous, but to be caught inside the door would be natural and explicable. She acted at once. With a palpitating heart, she opened the bedroom door and stepped inside. A second later, she heard Colonel Masters' tread as he stumped along the corridor up to bed. He passed the door. He went on. She heard this with intense relief. Now, inside the room, the door closed behind her. She saw the picture clearly. Monica, sound asleep, was playing with her beloved doll, but in her sleep. She was indubitably in deep slumber. Her fingers, however, were roughing the doll this way and that, as though some dream perplexed her. The child was mumbling in her sleep, though no words were distinguishable. Muffled sighs and groans issued from her lips. Yet another sound there certainly was, though it could not have issued from the child's mouth. Whence, then, did it come? Madame Jotska paused, holding her breath, her heart panting. She watched and listened intently. She heard squeaks and grunts, but a moment's examination convinced her whence these noises came. They did not come from Monica's lips. They issued indubitably from the doll she clutched and twisted in her dream. The joints, as Monica twisted them, emitted these odd sounds, as though the sawdust in knees and elbows wheezed and squeaked against the unnatural rubbing. Monica, obviously, was wholly unconscious of these noises. As the doll's neck screwed round, the material, wax, thread, sawdust, produced this curious, grating sound that was almost like syllables of a word. Words. Madame Jotska stared and listened. She felt icy cold. Seeking for a natural explanation, she found none. Prayer and terror raced in her, helter-skelter. Her skin began to sweat. Then suddenly Monica, her expression peaceful and composed, turned over in her sleep, and the dreadful doll, released from the dream clutch, fell to one side of the bed and lay apparently lifeless and inert, in which moment, to Madame Jodska's unbelieving yet horrified ears, it continued to squeak and utter. It went on, mouthing by itself. Worse than that. The next instant it stood abruptly upright, rising on its twisted legs. It started moving, began to move, walking crookedly across the counterpane. Its glassy, sightless eyes seemed to look straight at her. It presented an inhuman and appalling picture. A picture of the utterly incredible, with a queer, hopping motion of its broken legs and joints. It came fumbling and tumbling across the rough unevenness of the slippery counterpane towards her. Its appearance was deliberate and aggressive. The sounds as of syllables came with it, strange, meaningless syllables that yet managed to convey anger. It stumbled towards her like a living thing. Once again, this effect of a mere child's toy aping the life of some awful monstrosity with purpose and passion in its hideous tiny outline brought collapse to the plucky Polish governess. The rush of blood without control drained her heart, and a moment of unconsciousness supervened so that everything, as it were, turned black. This time, however, the moment of dark unconsciousness passed instantly. It came and went, almost like a moment of forgetfulness in passion. Passionate it certainly was, for the reaction came upon her like a storm. With recovered consciousness, a sudden rage rushed into her woman heart. Perhaps a coward's rage, an exaggerated fury against her own weakness. It rushed in any case to help her. She staggered, caught her breath, clutched violently at the cupboard next to her, and recovered her self-control. A fury of resentment blazed through her. Fury against this utterly incredible exhibition of a wax doll, walking, squawking as though it was something intelligently alive that could utter syllables. Syllables, she felt convinced, in a language she did not know. If the monstrous can paralyze, it also can affront. The sight and sound of this cheap factory toy, behaving with a will and a heart of its own, stung her into an act of violence that became imperative, for it was more than she could stand. Irresistibly, she rushed forward. She hurled herself against it, her only available weapon, the high-heeled shoe her foot kicked loose on the instant, determined to smash down the frightful apparition into fragments and annihilate it. Hysterical, no doubt she was at the moment, and yet logical. The godless horror must be blotted out of visible existence. This one thing obsessed her, to destroy beyond all possibility of survival. It must be smashed into fragments, into dust. They stood, face to face, with glassy eyes staring into her own. Her hand held high for the destruction she craved, but the hand did not fall. A stinging pain, sharp as a serpent's bite, darted suddenly through her fingers, wrist, and arm. Her grip was broken. The shoe spun sideways across the room, and in the flickering light of the candle it seemed to her the whole room quivered. Paralyzed and helpless, she stood utterly aghast. What gods or saints could come to aid her? None. Her own will alone could help her. Some effort at any rate she made, trembling on the edge of collapse. "My God," she heard her half-whispering, strangled voice cry out. "It is not true. You are a lie. My God denies you. I call upon my God." Whereupon, to her added horror, the dreadful little doll, waving a broken arm, squawked back at her, as though in definite answer, the strange, disjointed syllables she could not understand. Syllables as though in another tongue. The same instant it collapsed abruptly on the counterpane like a toy balloon that had been pricked. It shrank down in a mutilated mess before her eyes, while Monica, added touch of horror, stirred uneasily in her sleep, turning over and stretching out her hands, as though feeling blindly for something that she missed, and this sight of the innocently sleeping child fumbling instinctively towards an incomprehensibly evil and dangerous something that attracted her, proved again too strong for the Polish woman to control. The blackness intervened a second time. It was undoubtedly a blur in memory that followed, emotion and superstition proving too much for common sense to deal with. She just remembers violent, unreasoned action on her part, before she came back to clearer consciousness in her own room, praying volubly on her knees against her own bed. The interval of transit down the corridor and upstairs remained blank, yet her shoe was with her, clutched tightly in her hand. And she remembered also having clutched an inert, waxen doll with frantic fingers, clutched and crushed and crumpled its awful little frame, till the sawdust came spurting from its broken joints, and its tiny body was mutilated beyond recognition, if not annihilated. Then, stuffing it down ruthlessly on a table far out of Monica's reach, Monica lying peacefully in deepest sleep. She remembered that. She also saw the clear picture of the small monster lying upside down, grossly untidy, an obscene attitude in the disorder of its flimsy dress and exposed limbs, lying motionless, its eyes crookedly aglint, motionless, yet alive still. Alive, moreover, with intense and malignant purpose. No duration or intensity of prayer could obliterate the picture. She knew now that a plain, face-to-face talk with her employer was essential. Her conscience, her peace of mind, her sanity, her sense of duty all demanded this. Deliberately, and she was sure rightly. She had never once risked a word with the child herself. Danger lay that way. The danger of emphasizing something in the child's mind was best left ignored. But with Colonel Masters, who paid her for her services, believed in her integrity, trusted her, with him there must be an immediate explanation. An interview was absurdly difficult. In the first place, because he loathed and avoided such occasions. Secondly, because he was so exceedingly impervious to approach, being so rarely even visible at all. At night, he came home late. In the mornings, no one dared go near him. He expected the little household, once its routine established, to run itself. The only inmate who dared beard him was Mrs. O'Reilly, who periodically, once every 6 months, walked straight into his study, gave notice, received an addition to her wages, and then left him alone for another 6 months. Madame Jodska, knowing his habits, waylaid him in the hall next morning, while Monica was lying down before lunch as usual. He was on his way out, and she had been watching from the upper landing. She had hardly set eyes on him since her return from Warsaw. His lean, upright figure, his dark, emotionless face, she thought magnificent. He was the perfect expression of the soldier. Her heart fluttered as she raced downstairs. Her carefully prepared sentences, however, evaporated when he stopped and looked at her, a jumble of wild words pouring from her in confused English instead. He cut her rigmarole short, though he listened politely enough at first. "I'm so glad you were able to come back to us, as I told you. Monica missed you very much. She has something now she plays with." "The very thing," he interrupted. "No doubt the kind of toy she needs. Your excellent judgment. Please tell me if there's anything else you think." And he half turned as though to move away. "But I didn't get it. It's horrible, horrible." Colonel Masters uttered one of his rare laughs. "Of course, all children's toys are horrible, but if she's pleased with it, I haven't seen it. I'm no judge. If you can buy something better." And he shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't buy it," she cried desperately. "It was brought. It makes sounds by itself, syllables. I've seen it move itself. It's a doll. He turned from the front door, which he had just reached, as though he had been shot. The skin held a sudden pallor beneath the flesh, and something contradicted the blazing eyes. Something seemed to shrink. A doll, he repeated, in a very quiet voice. You said a doll. But his eyes and face disconcerted her, so that she merely gave a fumbling account of a parcel that had been brought. His question about a parcel he had ordered strictly to be destroyed added to her confusion. Wasn't it? He asked in a raspy whisper, as though a disobeyed order seemed incredible. It was thrown away, I believe, she prevaricated, unable to meet his eyes, anxious to protect the cook as well. I think Monica perhaps found it. She despised her lack of courage, but his intensity scattered her wits. She was conscious, moreover, of a strange desire not to give him pain, as though his safety and happiness, not Monica's, were at stake. It talks as well as moves, she cried desperately, forcing herself at last to look at him. Colonel Masters seemed to stiffen. His breath caught oddly. You say Monica has it, plays with it. You've seen movement and heard sounds like syllables. He asked the questions in a low voice, almost as though talking to himself. You've listened, he whispered. Unable to find convincing words, she bowed her head, while some terror in him came across to her like a blast of icy wind. The man was afraid in his heart. Instead, however, of some explosive reply by way of blame or criticism, he spoke quietly, even calmly. You did right to come and tell me this. Quite right. Adding then in so low a tone that she barely caught the ominous words. For I have been expecting something of the sort. Sooner or later, it was bound to come. The voice dying away into the handkerchief he put to his face. And abruptly, then, as though aware of an appeal for sympathy, an emotional reaction swept her fear away. Stepping closer, she looked her employer straight in the eyes. See the child for yourself, she said with some firmness. Come and listen with me. Come into the bedroom. She saw him stagger. For a moment he said nothing. Who? He then asked, the low voice unsteady. Who brought that parcel? A man, I believe. There was a pause that seemed like minutes before his next question. White? He asked. Or black? Dark, she told him. Very dark. He was shaking like a leaf. The skin of his face blanched. He leaned against the door, wilted, livid. Unless she somehow took command there threatened to collapse, he did not wish to witness. You shall come with me tonight, she said firmly, and we shall listen together. Wait till I return now. I go for brandy. And a minute later, as she came back breathless and watched him gulp down half a tumblerful, she knew that she had done right in telling him. His obedience proved it, though it seemed strange that cowardice should borrow from its like to produce courage. Tonight, she repeated. Tonight, after your bridge, we meet in the corridor outside the bedroom. I shall be there at 12:30. He pulled himself into an upright position, staring at her fixedly, making a movement of his head, half bow, half nod. 12:30, he muttered, in the passage outside the bedroom door. And using his stick heavily rather, he opened the door and passed out into the drive. She watched him go, aware that her fear had changed to pity, aware also that she watched the stumbling gait of a man too conscience-stricken to know a moment's peace, too frightened even to think of God. Madame Jodska kept the appointment. She had eaten no supper, but had stayed in her room, praying. She had first put Monica to bed. My doll, the child pleaded, good as gold after being tucked up. I must have my doll, or else I'll never get to sleep. And Madame Jodska had brought it with reluctant fingers, placing it on the night table beside the bed. "She'll sleep quite comfortably here, Monica darling. Why not leave her outside the sheets?" It had been carefully mended, she noticed, patched together with pins and stitches. The child grabbed at it. "I want her in bed beside me, close against me," she said with a happy smile. "We tell each other stories. If she's too far away, I can't hear what she says." And she seized it with a cuddling pleasure that made the woman's heart turn cold. "Of course, darling. If it helps you to fall asleep quickly, you shall have it." And Monica did not see the trembling fingers, nor notice the horror in the face and voice. Indeed, hardly was the doll against her cheek on the pillow, her fingers half stroking the flaxen hair and pink wax cheeks. Then her eyes closed, a sigh of deep content breathed out, and Monica was asleep. Madame Jotska, fearful of looking behind her, tiptoed to the door and left the room. In the passage, she wiped a cold sweat from her forehead. "God bless her and protect her," her heart murmured, "and may God forgive me if I've sinned." She kept the appointment. She knew Colonel Masters would keep it too. It had been a long wait from 8 o'clock till after midnight. With great determination, she had kept away from the bedroom door, fearful lest she might hear a sound that would necessitate action on her part. She went to her room and stayed there, but praying exhausted itself, for it both excited and betrayed her. If her God could help, a brief request alone was needed. To go on praying for help hour by hour was not only an insult to her deity, but it also wore her out physically. She stopped, therefore, and read some pages of a Polish saint which she did not understand. Later, she fell into a state of horrified, nervous drowse. In due course, she slept. A noise woke her, steps going softly past her door. A glance at her watch showed 11 o'clock. The steps, though stealthy, were familiar. Mrs. O'Reilly was waddling up to bed. The sounds died away. Madame Jotska, a trifle ashamed, though she hardly knew why, returned to her Polish saint, yet determined to keep her ears open. Then slept again. What woke her a second time she could not tell. She was startled. She listened. The night was unpleasantly still. The house quiet as the grave. No casual traffic passed. No wind stirred the gloomy evergreens of the drive. The world outside was silent. And then, as she saw by her watch that it was some minutes after midnight, a sharp click became audible, acted like a pistol shot to her keyed-up nerves. It was the front door, closing softly. Steps followed across the hall below, then up the stairs, unsteadily a little. Colonel Masters had come in. He was coming up slowly, unwillingly she felt, to keep the appointment. Madame Jotska started from her chair, looked in the glass, mumbled a quick, confused prayer, and opened her door into the dark passage. She stiffened physically and mentally. Now he'll hear and perhaps see for himself, she thought. And God help him. She marched along the passage and reached the door of Monica's bedroom, listening with such intentness that she seemed to hear only the confused running murmur of her own blood. Having reached the appointed spot, she stood stock still and waited while his steps approached. A moment later, his bulk blocked the passage, shown up as a dark shadow by the light in the hall below. This bulk came nearer, came right up to her. She believed she said, "Good evening," and that he mumbled something about it. I said I'd come. Damned nonsense. What words to that effect? Whereupon the couple stood side by side in the darkened silence of the corridor, remote from the rest of the house, and waited without further words. They stood, shoulder to shoulder, outside the door of Monica's bedroom. Her heart was knocking against her side. She heard his breathing. There came a whiff of spirits, of stale tobacco smoke. His outline seemed to shift against the wall unsteadily. He moved his feet, and a sudden, extraordinary wave of emotion swept over her, half of protective maternal yearning, half almost of sexual desire, so that for a passing instant she burned to take him in her arms and kiss him savagely, and at the same time shield him from some appalling danger his blunt ignorance laid him open to. With revulsion, pity, and a sense of sin and passion, she acknowledged this odd, sudden weakness in herself. But the face of the Warsaw priest flashed across her befuddled mind the next instant. There was evil in the air. This meant the devil. She felt herself trembling dreadfully, shaking in her shoes, losing her balance, her whole body leaning over, but leaning in his direction. A moment more and she must have fallen towards him, dropped into his arms. A sound broke the silence, and she drew up just in time. It came from beyond the door, from inside the bedroom. "Hark!" she whispered, her hand upon his arm, and while he made no movement, spoke no word, she saw his head and shoulders bend down toward the panel of the closed door. There was a noise upon the other side. There were noises. Monica's voice distinctly recognizable. Another, slight, shriller sound accompanying it, breaking in upon it, answering. Two voices. "Listen," she repeated, in a whisper scarcely audible, and felt his warm hand grip her own so fiercely that it hurt her. No words were distinguishable at first, just these odd broken sounds of two separate voices in that dark corridor of the silent house. The voice of a child, and the other a strange, faint, hardly a human sound, while yet a voice. "Get involved," she began, then faltered, breath failing her, for she saw Colonel Masters stoop down suddenly and do the last thing that would have occurred to her as likely. He put his eye to the keyhole and kept it there steadily for the best part of a minute, his hand still gripping her own firmly. He knelt on one knee to keep his balance. The sounds had ceased. No movement now stirred inside the room. The nightlight, she knew, would show him clearly the pillows of the bed, Monica's head, the dog in her arms. Colonel Masters must see clearly anything there was to see, and he yet gave no sign that he saw anything. She experienced a queer sensation for a few seconds, almost as though she had perhaps imagined everything and proved herself a consummate idiotic, hysterical fool. For a few seconds this ghastly thought flashed over her, the odd silence emphasizing it. Had she been, after all, just a crazy lunatic? Had her senses all deceived her? Why should he see nothing, make no sign? Why had the voices, ceased? Not a murmur of any sort was audible in the room. Then Colonel Masters, suddenly releasing his grip of her hand, shuffled onto both feet and stood up straight, while in the same instant she herself stiffened, trying to prepare for the angry scorn, the contemptuous abuse he was about to pour upon her, protecting herself against this attack, expecting it. She was the more amazed at what she did here. "I saw it," came in a strangled whisper. "I saw it walk." She stood paralyzed. "It's watching me," he added, scarcely audible. "Me." The revulsion of feeling at first left her speechless. It was the sheer terror in his strangled whisper that restored a measure of self-possession to her. Yet it was he who found words first. Awful, whispered words. Words spoken to himself, it seemed, more than to her. "It's what I've always feared. I knew it must come someday. Yet not like this. Not this way." Then immediately the voice in the room became audible, and it was a sweet and gentle voice, sincere and natural, with feeling in it. Monica's childish voice, pleading, "Don't go, don't leave me, come back into bed, Please. An incomprehensible sound followed, as though by way of answer. There were syllables in that faint, creaky tone Madame Johnson recognized, but syllables she could not comprehend. They seemed to enter her like points of ice. She froze, and facing her stood the motionless, inanimate figure. Through the darkness, though the darkness hid its expression, the solid bulk of him, his outline, then leaned over towards her, his lips so close to her own face that, as he spoke, she felt the breath on her cheek. "La," she heard him repeat the syllables to himself again and again. "Revenge in the Hindustani." He drew a long, anguished breath. The sounds sank into her like drops of poison, the syllables she had heard several times already, but had not understood. At last, she understood their meaning. Revenge. "I must go in, go in," he was mumbling to himself. "I must go in and face it." Her intuition was justified. The danger was not for Monica, but for himself. Her sudden protective maternal instinct found its explanation too. The lethal power concentrated in that hideous puppet was aimed at him. He began to edge impetuously past her. "No!" she cried. "I'll go! Let me go in!" pushing him aside with all her strength. But his hand was already on the knob. The next instant the door was opened and he was inside the room. On the threshold they stood, still a second side by side, though she was slightly behind, struggling to shove past him and stand protectively in front. She stared across his shoulder, her eyes so wide open that the intense strain to note everything at once threatened to defeat its own end. Sight, nonetheless, worked normally. She saw all there was to see, and that was nothing. Nothing unusual, that is, nothing abnormal, nothing terrifying. So that this second time the threat of anticlimax rose to her mind. Had she worked herself up to this peak of horror merely to behold Monica lying sound asleep in a safe and quiet room? The flickering nightlight revealed no more than a child in natural slumber, without a toy of any sort against her pillow. There stood the glass of water beside the flowers in their saucer, the picture book on the sill of the window within reach. The window opened a little at the bottom, and there also lay the calm face of Monica, with eyes tight shut upon the pillow. Her breathing was deep and regular, no sign of disquiet anywhere, no hint of disturbance that might have accompanied that pleading sentence of 2 minutes ago, except that the bedclothes were perhaps somewhat tumbled. The counterpane humped itself in folds towards the foot of the bed, she noticed, as though Monica, finding it too warm, tossed it away in sleep. No more than that. In that first moment, Colonel Masters and the governess took in this whole pretty picture complete. The room was so still that the child's breathing was distinctly audible. Their eyes roved all over. Nothing was anywhere in movement. Yet the same instant, Madame Johnson became aware that there was movement. Something stirred. The report came perhaps through her skin, for no sense announced it. It was undeniable in that still, silent room there was movement somewhere. And with that unreported movement there was danger. Certain, rightly or wrongly, that she herself was safe, also the quietly sleeping child was safe. She was equally certain that Colonel Masters was the one in danger. She knew that in her very bones. "Wait here by the door," she said, almost peremptory, as she felt him pushing past her further into the quiet room. You saw it watching him. "It's somewhere. Take care." She clutched at him. He was already beyond her. "Damn nonsense," he muttered, and strode forward. Never before in her whole life had she admired a man more than in this instant, when she saw him moving towards what she knew to be physical and spiritual danger. Never before and never again was such a hideous and dreadful sight to be repeated in a woman's life. Pity and horror drowned her in a sea of passionate, futile longing. The man going to meet his fate, it flashed over her, was something none without power to help should witness. No human power can stay the courses of the stars. Her eyes rested, as it were by chance, on the crumpled ridges and hollows of the discarded counterpane. These lay by the foot of the bed in shadow, confused a little in their contours and their masses. Had Monica not moved, they must have lain thus till morning, but Monica did move. At this particular moment she turned over in her sleep. She stretched her little legs before settling down in a new position, and this stretching squeezed and twisted the contours of the heavy counterpane at the foot of the bed. The tiny landscape altered thus a fraction. Its immediate details shifted, and an outline, a small outline, emerged. Hitherto it had lain concealed among the shadows. It emerged now with disconcerting rapidity, as though a spring released it. Out of its nest of darkness it seemed almost to leap forward. Fast it came, supernaturally fast, its velocity actually shocking, for a shock came with it. It was exceedingly small, it was exceedingly dreadful, its head erect, venomous, and the movement of its legs and arms, as of its bitter, glittering eyes, aping humanity. Malignant evil personified and aggressive, shaped itself in this otherwise ridiculous outline. It was the doll, racing with incredible security across the slippery surface of the crumpled silk counterpane. It dived and climbed and shot forward with an appearance of complete control and deliberate purpose. That it had a definite aim was overwhelmingly obvious. Its fixed, glassy eyes were concentrated upon a point beyond and behind the terrified governess, the point precisely where Colonel Masters, her employer, stood against her shoulder. A frantic, half-protective movement on her part seemed lost in the air. She turned instinctively, putting an arm about his shoulders, which he instantly flung off. "Let the bloody thing come," he cried. "I'll deal with it." He thrust her violently aside. The doll came at him. The hinges of its diminutive, broken arms and its jointed legs emitted a thin, creaking sound as it came darting. The syllables Madame Johnson had already heard more than once, syllables she had heard without understanding. "Oh, Naga!" Syllables now packed with awful meaning. "Revenge." The sounds hissed and squeaked, yet clear as a bell as the beast advanced at this miraculous speed. Before Colonel Masters could move an inch backwards or forwards in self-protection, before he could command himself to any sort of action, or contrive the smallest measure of self-defense, it was off the bed, at him, and settled. Savagely, its little jaws of tiny make-believe were bitten deep into Colonel Masters' throat, fastened tightly. In a flash, this happened. In a flash, it was over. In Madame Jodska's memory, it remained like the impression of a lightning flash, simultaneously etched in black and white. It had happened in the present as though it had no past. Kate was gone again. Her faculties, as after a vivid lightning flash, were momentarily paralyzed, without past or present. She had witnessed these awful things, but had not realized them. It was this lack of realization that struck her motionless and dumb. Colonel Masters, on the other hand, stood beside her quietly as though nothing unusual had happened, wholly master of himself, calm, collected. At the moment of attack, no sound had left his lips. There had been no gesture, even of defense. Whatever had come, he had apparently accepted. The words that now fell from his lips were thus all the more dreadful in their appalling commonplaceness. "Hadn't you better put that counterpane straight a bit? Perhaps." Common sense, as always, enables the gas of hysteria to escape. Madame Jodska gasped, but she obeyed. Automatically she moved across to do his bidding, yet aware even as she thus moved that he flicked something from his neck, as though a wasp, a mosquito, or some poisonous insect had tried to sting him. She remembered no more than that, for he, in his calmness, had contributed nothing else. Fumbling with the folds of slippery counterpane, she tried to straighten out. She was startled to find that Monica was sitting up in bed, awake. "Oh, Jodska, you here?" the child exclaimed innocently, straight out of sleep, and using the affectionate nickname. "Daddy, too. Oh, my goodness." "Smoothing your bed, darling," she stammered, hardly aware of what she said. "You ought to be asleep." I just looked in to see. She mumbled a few other automatic words. Daddy with you, repeated the child excitedly, sleep still about her, wondering what it all meant. Oh, oh, holding out her arms. This brief exchange of spoken words, though it takes a minute to describe, occurred simultaneously with the action, perhaps 10 seconds all told, for while the governess fumbled with the counterpane, Colonel Masters was in the act of brushing something from his neck. Nothing else was audible, nothing but his quick gasp and sudden intake of breath. But something else, she swears it on her Warsaw priest, was visible. Madame Jodska maintains by all her gods she saw this other thing. In moments of paralyzing stress, it is not the senses that act less speedily nor with less precision. Their action, on the contrary, is intensified and speeded up. What takes longer is the registration of their reports. The numbed brain causes the apparent delay. Realization is slowed down. Madame Jodska thus only realized a fraction of a second later what her eyes had indubitably witnessed. A dark-skinned arm slanting in through the open window by the bed, and snatching at a small object that lay on the floor after dropping from Colonel Masters' throat, then withdrawing again at lightning speed into the darkness of the night outside. No one but herself apparently had seen this. It was almost supernaturally swift. And now you'll be asleep again in 2 minutes, lucky Monica. Colonel Masters was whispering over the bed. I just peeked in to see that you were all right. His voice was thin, dreadfully soundless. Madame Jodska, against the door, frozen, terrified, looked on and listened. Are you quite well, Daddy? Sure. I had a dream. But it's gone now. Splendid. Never better in my life. I just stood if I saw you yourselves. Come now. I'll blow out this silly night light. That's what woke you up. Half an hour. He blew it out. He and the child blew it out together. The latter with sleepy laughter then crushed, and Colonel Masters tiptoed to join Madame Jodska at the door. Don't fuss about nothing, she heard him muttering in a low voice. And then as they closed the door and stood a moment in the darkened passage, he did suddenly an unexpected thing. He took the Polish woman in his arms, held her fiercely to him for a second, kissed her, vehemently, flung her away. Bless you, and thank you, he said in a low, angry voice. You did your best. You made a great fight. I got what I deserved. I've been waiting years for it. And he was off downstairs to his own quarters. Halfway down, he stopped and looked up to where she stood against the rails. Tell the doctor, he whispered hoarsely, that I took a sleeping draught, an overdose, and he was gone. And this was roughly what she did tell the doctor next morning when a hurried telephone summons brought him to the bed, whereon a dead man lay with a swollen, blackened tongue. She told the same tale at the inquest too, and an empty bottle of a powerful sleeping draught supported her. And Monica, too young to realize grief beyond its trumpery meaning of a selfishly felt loss, never once, oddly enough, referred to the absence of her lovely dog that had comforted so many hours, proved such an intimate companion day and night in a life that held no other playmates. It seemed forgotten, expunged utterly from her memory, as though it had never existed at all. She stared blankly, stupidly, when the doll was mentioned. She preferred her worn-out teddy bears. The slate of memory in this particular case was wiped clean. They're so warm and comfy, she described her bears, and they cuddle without tickling. Besides, she added innocently, they don't squeak and try to slip away. Thus, in the suburbs, where great spaces between the lamps go dead at night, where the moist wind comes whispering through the mournful branches of the silver pines, where nothing happens and people cry, let's go to town, there are occasional stirrings among the dead, dry bones, could hide behind inner walls. Today's story was The Dog by Algernon Blackwood. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee. Like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. Until the extraordinary affair at Sidmouth, the peculiar species Haploteuthis ferox was known to science only generically, on the strength of a half-digested tentacle obtained near the Azores, and a decaying body pecked by birds and nibbled by fish, found early in 1896 by Mr. Jennings near Land's End. In no department of zoological science, indeed, are we quite so much in the dark as with regard to the deep-sea cephalopods. A mere accident, for instance, it was that led to the Prince of Monaco's discovery of nearly a dozen new forms in the summer of 1895, a discovery in which the before-mentioned tentacle was included. It chanced that a cachalot was killed off Terceira by some sperm whalers, and in its last struggles charged almost to the Prince's yacht, missed it, rolled under, and died within 20 yards of his rudder. And in its agony it threw up a number of large objects which the Prince, dimly perceiving they were strange and important, was, by a happy expedient, able to secure before they sank. He set his screws in motion, and kept them circling in the vortices thus created, until a boat could be lowered, and these specimens were whole cephalopods and fragments of cephalopods, some of gigantic proportions, and almost all of them unknown to science. It would seem indeed that these large and agile creatures living in the middle depths of the sea must to a large extent forever remain unknown to us, since underwater they are too nimble for nets, and it is only by such rare unlooked-for accidents that specimens can be obtained. In the case of Haploteuthis ferox, for instance, we are still altogether ignorant of its habitat, as ignorant as we are of the breeding ground of the herring or the seaways of the salmon, and zoologists are altogether at a loss to account for its sudden appearance on our coast. Possibly it was the stress of a hunger migration that drove it hither out of the deep, but it will be perhaps better to avoid necessarily inconclusive discussion and to proceed at once with our narrative. The first human being to set eyes upon a living Haploteuthis, the first human being to survive, that is, for there can be little doubt now that the wave of bathing fatalities and boating accidents that travelled along the coast of Cornwall and Devon in early May was due to this cause, was a retired tea dealer of the name of Fison, who was stopping at a Sidmouth boarding house. It was in the afternoon, and he was walking along the cliff path between Sidmouth and Ladram Bay. The cliffs in this direction are very high, but down the red face of them in one place a kind of ladder staircase has been made. He was near this when his attention was attracted by what at first he thought to be a cluster of birds struggling over a fragment of food that caught the sunlight and glistened pinkish white. The tide was right out, and this object was not only far below him, but remote across a broad waste of rock reefs covered with dark seaweed, and interspersed with silvery, shining tidal pools, and he was, moreover, dazzled by the brightness of the further water. In a minute, regarding this again, he perceived that his judgment was in fault, for over this struggle circled a number of birds, jackdaws and gulls for the most part, the latter gleaming blindingly when the sunlight smote their wings, and they seemed minute in comparison with it. And his curiosity was perhaps aroused all the more strongly because of his first insufficient explanations. As he had nothing better to do than amuse himself, he decided to make this object, whatever it was, the goal of his afternoon walk instead of Ladram Bay, conceiving it might perhaps be a great fish of some sort, stranded by some chance, and flapping about in its distress. And so he hurried down the long, steep ladder, stopping at intervals of 30 feet or so to take breath and scan the mysterious movement. At the foot of the cliff he was, of course, nearer his object than he had been, but But on the other hand, it now came up against the incandescent sky beneath the sun so as to seem dark and indistinct. Whatever was pinkish of it was now hidden by a skerry of weedy boulders, but he perceived that it was made up of 7 rounded bodies, distinct or connected, and that the birds kept up a constant croaking and screaming that seemed afraid to approach it too closely. Mr. Fison, torn by curiosity, began picking his way across the wave-worn rocks, and finding the wet seaweed that covered them thickly rendered them extremely slippery, he stopped, removed his shoes and socks, and rolled his trousers about his knees. His object was, of course, merely to avoid stumbling into the rocky pools about him, and perhaps he was rather glad, as all men are, of an excuse to resume, even for a moment, the sensations of his boyhood. At any rate, it is to this, no doubt, that he owes his life. He approached his mark with all the assurance which the absolute security of this country against all forms of animal life gives its inhabitants. The round bodies moved to and fro, but it was only when he surmounted the skerry of boulders I have mentioned that he realized the horrible nature of the discovery. It came upon him with some suddenness. The rounded bodies fell apart as he came into sight over the ridge, and displayed the pinkish object to be the partially devoured body of a human being, but whether of a man or woman he was unable to say. And the rounded bodies were new and ghastly-looking creatures, in shape somewhat resembling an octopus, with huge and very long and flexible tentacles coiled copiously on the ground. The skin had a glistening texture, unpleasant to see, like shiny leather. The downward bend of the tentacle-surrounded mouth, the curious excrescence at the bend, the tentacles and the large, intelligent eyes gave the creatures a grotesque suggestion of a face. They were the size of a fair-sized swine about the body, and the tentacles seemed to him to be many feet in length. They were, he thinks, 7 or 8 at least of the creatures. 20 yards beyond them, amid the surf of the now returning tide, 2 others were emerging from the sea. Their bodies lay flatly on the rocks, and their eyes regarded him with evil interest. But it does not appear that Mr. Fison was afraid, or that he realized that he was in any danger. Possibly his confidence is to be ascribed to the limpness of their attitudes. But he was horrified, of course, and intensely excited and indignant at such revolting creatures preying upon human flesh. He thought they had chanced upon a drowned body. He shouted to them with the idea of driving them off, and finding they did not budge, cast about him, picked up a big rounded lump of rock and flung it at them. And then, slowly uncoiling their tentacles, they all began moving towards him, creeping at first deliberately and making a soft purring sound to each other. In a moment, Mr. Fison realized that he was in danger. He shouted again, threw both his boots, and started off with a leap forthwith. 20 yards off, he stopped and faced about, judging them slow. Behold, the tentacles of their leader were already pouring over the rocky ridge on which he had just been standing. At that, he shouted again, but this time not threatening, but a cry of dismay, and began jumping, striding, slipping, wading across the uneven expanse between him and the beach. The tall red cliffs seemed suddenly at a vast distance, and he saw, as though they were creatures in another world, 2 minute workmen engaged in the repair of the ladderway, and little suspecting the race for life that was beginning below them. At one time he could hear the creatures splashing in the pools not a dozen feet behind him, and once he slipped and almost fell. They chased him to the very foot of the cliffs, and desisted only when he had been joined by the workmen at the foot of the ladderway of the cliff. All 3 of the men pelted them with stones for a time, and then hurried to the cliff top and along the path towards Sidmouth to secure assistance in a boat and to rescue the desecrated body from the clutches of these abominable creatures. And, as if he had not already been in sufficient peril that day, Mr. Fison went with the boat to point out the exact spot of his adventure. As the tide was down, it required a considerable detour to reach the spot, and when at last they came off the ladderway, the mangled body had disappeared. The water was now running in, submerging first one slab of slimy rock and then another, and the 4 men in the boat, the workmen that is, the boatman and Mr. Fison, now turned their attention from the bearings offshore to the water beneath the keel. At first they could see little below them, save a dark jungle of laminaria with an occasional darting fish. Their minds were set on adventure, and they expressed their disappointment freely. But presently they saw one of the monsters swimming through the water seaward, with a curious rolling motion that suggested to Mr. Fison the spinning roll of a captive balloon. Almost immediately after, the waving streamers of laminaria were extraordinarily perturbed, parted for a moment, and 3 of these beasts became darkly visible, struggling for what was probably some fragment of the drowned man. In a moment, the copious olive-green ribbons had poured again over this writhing group. At that, all 4 men, greatly excited, began beating the water with oars and shouting, and immediately they saw a tumultuous movement among the weeds. They desisted to see more clearly, and as soon as the water was smooth, they saw, as it seemed to them, the whole sea bottom among the weeds, set with eyes. "Ugly swine!" cried one of the men. "Why, there's dozens!" And forthwith the things began to rise through the water about them. Mr. Fison has since described to the writer this startling eruption out of the waving laminaria meadows. To him it seemed to occupy a considerable time, but it is probable that really it was an affair of a few seconds only. For a time, nothing but eyes, and then he speaks of tentacles streaming out and parting the weed fronds, this way and that. Then these things growing larger until at last the bottom was hidden by their intercoiling forms, and the tips of tentacles rose darkly here and there into the air above the swell of the waters. One came up boldly to the side of the boat, and clinging to this with 3 of its sucker-set tentacles, threw 4 others over the gunwale, as if with an intention either of oversetting the boat or of clambering into it. Mr. Fison at once caught up the boat hook, and jabbing furiously at the soft tentacles, forced it to desist. He was struck in the back and almost pitched overboard by the boatman, who was using his oar to resist a similar attack on the other side of the boat. But the tentacles on either side at once relaxed their hold, slid out of sight, and splashed into the water. "We'd better get out of this," said Mr. Fison, who was trembling violently. He went to the tiller while the boatman and one of the workmen seated themselves and began rowing. The other workman stood up in the forepart of the boat with the boat hook ready to strike any more tentacles that might appear. Nothing else seems to have been said. Mr. Fison had expressed the common feeling beyond amendment. In a hushed, scared mood with faces white and drawn, they set about escaping from the position into which they had so recklessly blundered. But the oars had scarcely dropped into the water before dark, tapering serpentine ropes had bound them and were about the rudder, and creeping up the sides of the boat with a looping motion came the suckers again. The men gripped their oars and pulled, but it was like trying to move a boat in a floating raft of weeds. "Help here!" cried the boatman, and Mr. Fison and the second workman rushed to help lug the oar. Then the man with the boat hook, his name was Ewan, sprang up with a curse and began striking downward over the side as far as he could reach at the bank of tentacles that now clustered along the boat's bottom. And at the same time, the 2 rowers stood up to get a better purchase for the recovery of their oars. The boatman handed his to Mr. Fison, who lugged desperately, and meanwhile the boatman opened a big clasp knife and, leaning over the side of the boat, began hacking at the spring arms upon the oar shaft. Mr. Fison, staggering with the quivering rocking of the boat, his teeth set, his breath coming short, and the veins starting on his hands as he pulled at his oar, suddenly cast his eyes seaward, and there, not 50 yards off, across the long rollers of the incoming tide, was a large boat standing in towards them, with 3 women and a little child in it. A boatman was rowing, and a little man in a pink-ribboned straw hat and white stood in the stern, hailing them. For a moment, of course, Mr. Fison thought of help, and then he thought of the child. He abandoned his oar forthwith, threw up his arms in a frantic gesture, and screamed to the party in the boat to keep away, for God's sake. It says much for the modesty and courage of Mr. Fison that he does not seem to be aware that there was any quality of heroism in his action at this juncture. The oar he had abandoned was at once drawn under, and presently reappeared, floating about 20 yards away. At the same moment, Mr. Fison felt the boat under him lurch violently, and a hoarse scream, along with a cry of terror from Hill, the boatman, caused him to forget the party of excursionists altogether. He turned and saw Hill crouching by the forward rowlock, his face convulsed with terror, and his right arm over the side and drawn tightly down. He gave now a succession of short and sharp cries. "Oh! Oh! Ah! Oh!" Mr. Fison believes that he must have been hacking at the tentacles below the waterline and have been grasped by them. But of course it is quite impossible to say now certainly what had happened. The boat was heeling over so that the gunwale was within 10 inches of the water, and both Ewan and the other labourer were striking down into the water, with oar and boat hook on either side of Hill's arm. Mr. Fison instinctively placed himself to counterpoise them. Then Hill, who was a burly, powerful man, made a strenuous effort and rose almost to a standing position. He lifted his arm, indeed clean out of the water. Hanging to it was a complicated tangle of brown ropes, and the eyes of one of the brutes that had hold of him, glaring straight and resolute, showed momentarily above the surface. The boat heeled more and more, and the green-brown water came pouring in a cascade over the side. Then Hill slipped and fell with his ribs across the side, and his arm and the mass of tentacles about it splashed back into the water. He rolled over. His boot kicked Mr. Fison's knee as that gentleman rushed forward to seize him, and in another moment fresh tentacles had whipped about his waist and neck. And after a brief convulsive struggle in which the boat was nearly capsized, Hill was lugged over. The boat righted with a violent jerk that all but sent Mr. Fison over the other side, and hid the struggle in the water from his eyes. He stood, staggering to recover his balance for a moment. And as he did so, he became aware that the struggle in the inflowing tide had carried them close upon the weedy rocks again. Not 4 yards off, a table of rock still rose in rhythmic movements above the inwash of the tide. In a moment, Mr. Fison seized the oar from Ewan, gave one vigorous stroke, then dropping it, ran to the bows and leapt. He felt his feet slide over the rock, and by a frantic effort, leapt again towards the further mass. He stumbled over this, came to his knees, and rose again. "Look out!" cried someone, and a large, drab body struck him. He was knocked flat into a tidal pool by one of the workmen, and as he went down, he heard smothered, choking cries that he believed at the time came from Hill. Then he found himself marvelling at the shrillness and variety of Hill's voice. Someone jumped over him, and a curving rush of foamy water poured over him and past. He scrambled to his feet, dripping, and without looking seaward, ran as fast as his terror would let him shoreward. Before him, over the flat space of scattered rocks, stumbled the 2 workmen, one a dozen yards in front of the other. He looked over his shoulder at last, and seeing that he was not pursued, faced about. He was astonished. From the moment of the rising of the cephalopods out of the water, he had been acting too swiftly to fully comprehend his action. Now it seemed to him as if he had suddenly jumped out of an evil dream. For there were the sky cloudless and blazing with the afternoon sun, the sea weltering under its pitiless brightness, the soft creamy foam of the breaking water, and the low, long, dark ridges of rock. The righted boat floated, rising and falling gently on the swell, about a dozen yards from shore. Hill and the monsters, all the stress and tumult of that fierce fight for life, had vanished as though they had never been. Mr. Fison's heart was beating violently. He was throbbing to the fingertips, and his breath came deep. There was something missing. For some seconds he could not think clearly enough what this might be. Sun, sky, sea, rocks, what was it? Then he remembered the boatload of excursionists. It had vanished. He wondered whether he had imagined it. He turned and saw the 2 workmen standing side by side under the projecting masses of the tall pink cliffs. He hesitated whether he should make one last attempt to save the man Hill. His physical excitement seemed to desert him suddenly and leave him aimless and helpless. He turned shoreward, stumbling and wading towards his 2 companions. He looked back again, and there were now 2 boats floating, and the one farthest out at sea pitched clumsily, bottom upward. So it was that Haploteuthis therox made its appearance upon the Devonshire coast. So far, this has been its most serious aggression. Mr. Fison's account, taken together with the wave of boating and bathing casualties, to which I have already alluded, and the absence of fish from the Cornish coast that year, points clearly to a shoal of these voracious deep-sea monsters, prowling slowly along the subtidal coastline. Hunger migration has, I know, been suggested as the force that drove them hither, but for my own part I prefer to believe the alternative theory of Hemsley. Hemsley holds that a pack or shoal of these creatures may have become enamored of human flesh by the accident of a foundered ship sinking among them, and have wandered in search of it out of their accustomed zone, first waylaying and following ships, and so coming to our shores in the wake of the Atlantic traffic. But to discuss Hemsley's cogent and admirably stated arguments would be out of place here. It would seem that the appetites of the shoal were satisfied by the catch of 11 people. For so far as can be ascertained, there were 10 people in the second boat, and certainly these creatures gave no further signs of their presence off Sidmouth that day. The coast between Seaton and Budley Salterton was patrolled all that evening and night by 4 preventive service boats, the men in which were armed with harpoons and cutlasses, and as the evening advanced, a number of more or less similarly equipped expeditions, organised by private individuals, joined them. Mr. Fison took no part in any of these expeditions. About midnight, excited hails were heard from a boat about a couple of miles out at sea, to the southeast of Sidmouth, and a lantern was seen waving in a strange manner to and fro and up and down. The nearer boats at once hurried towards the alarm. The venturesome occupants of the boat, a seaman, curate, 2 schoolboys, had actually seen the monsters passing under their boat. The creatures, it seems, like most deep-sea organisms, were phosphorescent, and they had been floating 5 fathoms deep or so, like creatures of moonshine through the blackness of the water, their tentacles retracted as if asleep, rolling over and over, moving slowly in a wedge-like formation towards the southeast. These people told their story in gesticulated fragments, as first one boat drew alongside and then another. At last there was a little fleet of 8 or 9 boats collected together, and from them a tumult like the chatter of a marketplace rose into the stillness of the night. There was little or no disposition to pursue the shoal. The people had neither weapons nor experience for such a dubious chase, and presently, even with a certain relief it may be, the boats turned shoreward. And now to tell what is perhaps the most astonishing fact in this whole astonishing raid. We have not the slightest knowledge of the subsequent movements of the shoal, although the whole southwest coast was now alert for it. But it may perhaps be significant that a cachalot was stranded off Sark on June 3rd. 2 weeks and 3 days after this Sidmouth affair, a living Haploteuthis came ashore on Calais Sands. It was alive because several witnesses saw its tentacles moving in a convulsive way, but it is probable that it was dying. A gentleman named Pouchet obtained a rifle and shot him. That was the last appearance of a living Haploteuthis. No others were seen on the French coast. On the 15th of June, a dead carcass, almost complete, was washed ashore near Torquay, and a few days later, a boat from the Marine Biological Station, engaged in dredging off Plymouth, picked up a rotting specimen, slashed deeply with a cutlass wound. How the former had come by its death it is impossible to say. And on the last day of June, Mr. Egbert Kane, an artist, bathing near Newlyn, threw up his arms, shrieked, and was drawn under. A friend bathing with him made no attempt to save him and swam at once for the shore. This is the last fact to tell of this extraordinary raid from the deeper sea. Whether it is really the last of these horrible creatures it is as yet premature to say, but it is believed, and certainly it is to be hoped, that they have returned now, and returned for good to the sunless depths of the Middle Seas, out of which they have so strangely and so mysteriously arisen. Today's story was The Sea Raiders by H.G. Wells. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content. It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee. Like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. Two men in a smoking room were talking of their private school days. At our school, said A, we had a ghost's footmark on the staircase. What was it like? Very unconvincing. Just the shape of a shoe with a square toe, if I remember right. The staircase was a stone one. I never heard any story about the thing. That seems odd when you come to think of it. Why didn't somebody invent one, I wonder? You never can tell with little boys. They have a mythology of their own. There's a subject for you, by the way. The folklore of private schools. Yes, the crop is rather scanty, though. I imagine if you were to investigate the cycle of ghost stories, for instance, which the boys at private schools tell each other, they would all turn out to be highly compressed versions of stories out of books. Nowadays, the Strand and Pearsons and so on would be extensively drawn upon. No doubt. They weren't born or thought of in my time. Let's see, I wonder if I can remember the staple ones that I was told. First, there was the house with a room in which a series of people insisted on passing a night. Each of them in the morning was found kneeling in a corner and had just time to say, "I've seen it," and died. Wasn't that the house on Berkeley Square? I dare say it was. Then there was the man who heard a noise in the passage at night, opened his door, and saw someone crawling towards him on all fours with his eye hanging out on his cheek. There was besides, let me think, yes, the room where a man was found dead in bed with a horseshoe mark on his forehead, and the floor under the bed was covered with marks of horseshoes also. I don't know why. Also, there was the lady who, on locking her bedroom door in a strange house, heard a thin voice among the bed curtains say, "Now we're shut in for the night." None of those had any explanation or sequel. I wonder if they go on still, those stories. Likely enough, with additions from the magazines, as I said. You never heard, did you, of a real ghost in a private school? I thought not. Nobody has that ever I came across. From the way in which you said that, I gather that you have. I really don't know, but this is what was in my mind. It happened at my private school 30-odd years ago. I haven't any explanation of it. The school I mean was near London. It was established in a large and fairly old house, a great white building with very fine grounds about it. There were large cedars in the garden, as there are in so many of the older gardens in the Thames Valley, and ancient elms in the 3 or 4 fields which we used for our games. I think probably it was quite an attractive place, but boys seldom allow that their schools possess any tolerable features. I came to the school in September, soon after the year 1870, and among the boys who arrived on the same day was one whom I took to, a Highland boy whom I will call MacLeod. I needn't spend time in describing him. The main thing is that I got to know him very well. He was not an exceptional boy in any way, not particularly good at books or games, but he suited me. The school was a large one. There must have been from 120 to 130 boys there as a rule, and so a considerable staff of masters was required, and there were rather frequent changes among them. One term, perhaps it was my 3rd or 4th, a new master made his appearance. His name was Sampson. He was a tallish, stoutish, pale, black-bearded man. I think we liked him. He had travelled a good deal and had stories which amused us on our school walks, so that there was some competition among us to get within earshot of him. I remember too, dearly, I've hardly thought of it since then, he had a charm, on his watch chain that attracted my attention one day, and he let me examine it. It was, I now suppose, a gold Byzantine coin. There was an effigy of some absurd emperor on one side. The other side had been worn practically smooth, and he had cut on it, rather barbarously, his own initials, G.W.S., and a date, the 24th of July, 1865. Yes, I can see it now. He told me he had picked it up in Constantinople. It was about the size of a florin, perhaps rather smaller. Now, the first odd thing that happened was this. One of his favorite methods, perhaps it is rather a good one, was to make us construct sentences out of our own heads to illustrate the rules he was trying to make us learn. Of course, that is a thing which gives a silly boy a chance of being impertinent. There are lots of school stories in which that happens, or anyhow, there might be. Samson was too good a disciplinarian for us to think of trying that on with him. Now, on this occasion, he was telling us how to express remembering in Latin, and he ordered us each to make a sentence bringing in the verb memini, I remember. Well, most of us made up some ordinary sentence such as, I remember my father, or he remembers his book, or something equally uninteresting. And I dare say a good many put down memino librum meum and so forth. The boy I mentioned, MacLeod, was evidently thinking of something more elaborate than that. The rest of us wanted to have our sentences passed and get on to something else. Some kicked him under the desk, and I, who was next to him, poked him and whispered to him to look sharp, but he didn't seem to attend. I looked at his paper and saw he had put down nothing at all. So I jogged him again, harder than before, and upbraided him sharply for keeping us all waiting. That did have some effect. He started and seemed to wake up, and then very quickly he scribbled about a couple of lines on his paper and showed it up with the rest. As it was the last, or nearly the last, to come in, and as Samson had a good deal to say to the boys who had written Meminissimus Patri Meo and the rest of it, it turned out that the clock struck 12 before he had got to MacLeod, and MacLeod had to wait afterwards to have his sentence corrected. There was nothing much going on outside when I got out, so I waited for him to come. He came very slowly when he did arrive, and I guessed there had been some sort of trouble. Well, I said, what did you get? Oh, I don't know, said MacLeod. Nothing much, but I think Samson's rather sick with me. Why, did you show him up some rot? No fear, he said. It was all right as far as I could see. It was like this. Memento, that's right enough for remember, and it takes a genitive. Memento putai iter quertor taxos. What silly rot, I said. What made you shove that down? What does it mean? Well, that's the funny part, said MacLeod. I'm not quite sure what it does mean. All I know is it just came into my head and I corked it down. I know what I think it means, because just before I wrote it down, I had a sort of picture of it in my head. I believe it means, remember the well among the four. What are those dark sort of trees that have red berries on them? Mountain ashes, I suppose you mean. Never heard of them, said MacLeod. No, I'll tell you. Use. Well, and what did Samson say? Why, he was jolly odd about it. When he read it, he got up and went to the mantelpiece and stopped quite a long time without saying anything, with his back to me. And then he said, without turning round and rather quiet, what do you suppose that means? Well, I told him what I thought. Only, I couldn't remember the name of the silly tree. And then he wanted to know why I put it down. And I had to say something or other. And after that, he left off talking about it. And asked me how long I'd been here, and where my people lived, and things like that. And then I came away, but he wasn't looking a bit well. I don't remember any more that was said by either of us about this. Next day, MacLeod took to his bed with a chill or something of the kind, and it was a week or more before he was in school again, and as much as a month went by without anything happening that was noticeable. Whether or not Mr. Samson was really startled, as MacLeod had thought, he didn't show it. I'm pretty sure, of course, now that there was something very curious in his past history. But I'm not going to pretend that we boys were sharp enough to guess any such thing. There was one other incident of the same kind as the last which I told you. Several times since that day, we had had to make up examples in school to illustrate different rules. But there had never been any row except when we did them wrong. At last there came a day when we were going through those dismal things which people call conditional sentences. And we were told to make a conditional sentence expressing a future consequence. We did it, right or wrong, and showed up our bits of paper. Samson began looking through them. All at once he got up, made some odd sort of noise in his throat, and rushed out by a door that was just by his desk. We sat there for a minute or two, and then, I suppose it was incorrect, but we went up, I and one or two others, to look at the papers on his desk. Of course, I thought someone must have put down some nonsense or other, and Samson had gone off to report him. All the same, I noticed that he hadn't taken any of the papers with him when he ran out. Well, the top paper on the desk was written in red ink, which no one used. It wasn't in anyone's hand who was in the class. They all looked at it, MacLeod and all, and took their dying oaths that it wasn't theirs. And then I thought of counting the bits of paper. Of this I made quite certain. There were 17 bits of paper on the desk, and 16 boys in the form. Well, I bagged the extra paper and kept it, and I believe I have it now. And now, you want to know what was written on it. It was simple enough, and harmless enough, I should have said. Si tu non veneris ad me, ego veniam ad te, which means, I suppose, if you don't come to me, I'll come to you. Could you show me the paper? Interrupted the listener. Yes, I could, but there's another odd thing about it. That same afternoon I took it out of my locker. I know for certain it was the same bit, for I made a finger mark on it. And no single trace of writing of any kind was there on it. I kept it, as I said, and since that time I have tried various experiments to see whether sympathetic ink had been used, but absolutely without result. So much for that. After about half an hour, Samson looked in again, said he had felt very unwell, and told us we might go. He came rather gingerly to his desk, and gave just one look at the uppermost paper, and I suppose he thought he must have been dreaming. Anyhow, he asked no questions. That day was a half holiday, and next day Samson was in school again, much as usual. That night, the third and last incident of my story happened. We, MacLeod and I, slept in a dormitory at right angles to the main building. Samson slept in the main building on the first floor. There was a very bright, full moon. At an hour which I can't tell exactly, but sometime between 1 and 2, I was woken up by somebody shaking me. It was MacLeod. In a nice state of mind he seemed to be in. "Come," he said. "Come. There's a burglar getting in through Samson's window." As soon as I could speak, I said, "Well, why not call out and wake everybody up?" No, he said. "I'm not sure who it is. Don't make a row. Come and look." Naturally, I came and looked, and naturally there was no one there. I was cross enough, should have called MacLeod plenty of names, only I couldn't tell why. It seemed to me that there was something wrong, something that made me very glad I wasn't alone to face it. We were still at the window, looking out, and as soon as I could, I asked him what he had heard or seen. "I didn't hear anything at all," he said. "About 5 minutes before I woke you, I found myself looking out of this window here, and there was a man sitting or kneeling on Samson's windowsill and looking in, and I thought he was beckoning." "What sort of man?" MacLeod wriggled. "I don't know, he said. But I'll tell you one thing. He was beastly thin, and he looked as if he was wet all over, he said, looking round and whispering, as if he hardly liked to hear himself. I'm not at all sure that he was alive. We went on talking in whispers some time longer, and eventually crept back to bed. No one else in the room woke or stirred the whole time. I believe we did sleep a bit afterwards, but we were very cheap next day. And next day, Mr. Sampson was gone, not to be found, and I believe no trace of him has ever come to light since. In thinking it over, one of the oddest things about it all has seemed to me to be the fact that neither MacLeod nor I ever mentioned what we had seen to any third person whatever. And of course, no questions were asked on the subject, and if they had been, I am inclined to believe that we could not have made any answer. We seemed unable to speak about it. That is my story, said the narrator. The only approach to a ghost story connected with a school that I know, but still, I think, an approach to such a thing. The sequel to this may perhaps be reckoned highly conventional, but a sequel there is, and so it must be produced. There had been more than one listener to the story, and in the latter part of that same year, or of the next, one such listener was staying at a country house in Ireland. One evening, his host was turning over a drawer full of odds and ends in the smoking room. Suddenly, he put his hand upon a little box. Now, he said, you know about old things. Tell me what that is. My friend opened the little box and found in it a thin gold chain with an object attached to it. He glanced at the object and then took off his spectacles to examine it more narrowly. What's the history of this? He asked. Odd enough, was the answer. You know the yew thicket in the shrubbery? Well, a year or two back we were cleaning out the old well that used to be in the clearing here. And what do you suppose we found? Is it possible that you found a body? Said the visitor, with an odd feeling of nervousness. We did that. And what's more, in every sense of the word, we found 2. Good heavens, 2! Was there anything to show how they got there? Was this thing found with them? It was. Amongst the rags of the clothes that were on one of the bodies. A bad business, whatever the story of it may have been. One body had the arms tight round the other. They must have been there 30 years or more. Long enough before we came to this place. You may judge we filled the well up fast enough. Do you make anything of what's cut on that gold coin you have there? I think I can, said my friend, holding it to the light, but he read it without much difficulty. It seems to be GWS, 24th of July, 1865. Today's story was a school story by M.R. James. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee. Like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. It is very seldom that mere ordinary people like John and myself secure ancestral halls for the summer. A colonial mansion, a hereditary estate, I would say, a haunted house, and reach the height of romantic felicity, but that would be asking too much of fate. Still, I will proudly declare that there is something queer about it. Else, why should it be let so cheaply? And why have stood so long untenanted? John laughs at me, of course, but one expects that in marriage. John is practical in the extreme. He has no patience with faith, an intense horror of superstition, and he scoffs openly at any talk of things not to be felt and seen and put down in figures. John is a physician, and perhaps, I would not say it to a living soul, of course, but this is dead paper and a great relief to my mind. Perhaps that is one reason I do not get well faster. You see, he does not believe I am sick. And what can one do? If a physician of high standing and one's own husband assures friends and relatives that there is really nothing the matter with one but temporary nervous depression, a slight hysterical tendency, what is one to do? My brother is also a physician and also of high standing, and he says the same thing. So I take phosphites, whichever it is, and tonics, and journeys, and air, and exercise, and am absolutely forbidden to work until I am well again. Personally, I disagree with their ideas. Personally, I believe that congenial work with excitement and change would do me good. But what is one to do? I did write for a while, in spite of them. It does exhaust me a good deal, having to be so sly about it, or else meet with heavy opposition. I sometimes fancy that in my condition, if I had less opposition and more society and stimulus. But John says the very worst thing I can do is to think about my condition. And I confess it always makes me feel bad. So I will let it alone and talk about the house, the most beautiful place. It is quite alone, standing well back from the road, quite 3 miles from the village. It makes me think of English places that you read about, for there are hedges and walls and gates that lock, and lots of separate little houses for the gardeners and people. There is a delicious garden. I never saw such a garden, large and shady, full of box-bordered paths, and lined with long grape-covered arbors with seats under them. There were greenhouses too, but they are all broken now. There was some legal trouble, I believe. Something about the heirs and co-heirs. Anyhow, the place has been empty for years. That spoils my ghostliness, I'm afraid. But I don't care. There is something strange about the house. I can feel it. I even said so to John one moonlight evening. But he said what I felt was a draft and shut the window. I get unreasonably angry with John sometimes. I'm sure I never used to be so sensitive. I think it is due to this nervous condition. But John says if I feel so, I shall neglect proper self-control. So I take pains to control myself. Before him, at least. And that makes me very tired. I don't like our room a bit. I wanted one downstairs that opened on the piazza and had roses all over the window and such pretty old-fashioned chintz hangings. John would not hear of it. He said there was only one window and not room for 2 beds, and no near room for him if he took another. He is very careful and loving, hardly lets me stir without special direction. I have a scheduled prescription for each hour in the day. He takes all care for me, and so I feel basely ungrateful not to value it more. He said we came here solely on my account, that I was to have perfect rest and all the air I could get. Your exercise depends on your strength, my dear, said he, and your food somewhat on your appetite. But air you can absorb all the time. So we took the nursery at the top of the house. It is a big, airy room, the whole floor nearly, with windows that look always, and air and sunshine galore. It was nursery first, and then playground and gymnasium, I should judge. For the windows are barred for little children, and there are rings and things in the walls. The paint and paper look as if a boys' school had used it. It is stripped off, the paper, in great patches all around the head of my bed, about as far as I can reach, and in a great place on the other side of the room low down. I never saw a worse paper in my life. One of those sprawling, flamboyant patterns committing every artistic sin. It is dull enough to confuse the eye following, pronounced enough to constantly irritate and provoke study. And when you follow the lame, uncertain curves for a little distance, they suddenly commit suicide, plunge off at outrageous angles, destroy themselves in unheard-of contradictions. The color is repellent, almost revolting. A smoldering, unclean yellow, strangely faded by the slow turning sunlight. It is a dull, yet lurid orange in some places, a sickly sulphur tint in others. No wonder the children hated it. I should hate it myself if I had to live in this room long. There comes John. I must put this away. He hates to have me write a word. We have been here 2 weeks, and I haven't felt like writing before since that first day. I am sitting by the window now, up in this atrocious nursery, and there is nothing to hinder my writing as much as I please, save lack of strength. John is away all day, and even some nights when his cases are serious. And I am glad my case is not serious. But these nervous troubles are dreadfully depressing. John does not know how much I really suffer. He knows there is no reason to suffer, and that satisfies him. Of course, it is only nervousness. It does weigh on me so not to do my duty in any way. I meant to be such a help to John, such a real rest and comfort. And here I am, comparative burden already. Nobody would believe what an effort it is to do what little I am able, to dress and entertain, order things. It is fortunate Mary is so good with the baby, such a dear baby, and yet I cannot be with him. It makes me so nervous. I suppose John never was nervous in his life. He laughs at me so about this wallpaper. At first he meant to repaper the room, but afterwards he said that I was letting it get the better of me, and that nothing was worse for a nervous patient than to give way to such fancies. He said that after the wallpaper was changed, it would be the heavy bedstead, and then the barred windows, and then that gate at the head of the stairs, and so on. You know the place is doing you good, he said. And really, dear, I don't care to renovate the house just for 3 months rental. Then do let us go downstairs, I said. There are such pretty rooms there. Then he took me in his arms and called me a blessed little goose, and said he would go down cellar if I wished, and have it whitewashed into the bargain. But he is right enough about the beds and windows and things. It is as airy and comfortable a room as anyone need wish, and of course I would not be so silly as to make him uncomfortable just for a while. I'm really getting quite fond of the big room. All but that hard paper. Out of one window I can see the garden, those mysterious deep-shaded arbors, the riotous old-fashioned flowers and bushes, gnarly trees. Out of another I get a lovely view of the bay and a little private wharf belonging to the estate. There is a beautiful shaded lane that runs down there from the house. I always fancy I see people walking in these numerous paths and arbors, but John has cautioned me not to give way to fancy in the least. He says that with my imaginative power and a habit of story-making, a nervous weakness like mine is sure to lead to all manner of excited fancies, and that I have to use my will and good sense to check the tendency. So I try. I think sometimes that if I were only well enough to write a little, it would relieve the press of ideas and rest me. But I find I get pretty tired when I try. It is so discouraging not to have any advice and companionship about my work. When I get really well, John says we will ask Cousin Henry and Julia down for a long visit. But he says he would as soon put fireworks in my pillowcase as to let me have those stimulating people about now. I wish I could get well faster, but I must not think about that. There is a recurrent spot where the pattern lolls like a broken neck, and two bulbous eyes stare at you upside down. I get positively angry with the impertinence of it and the everlastingness. Up and down and sideways they crawl. And those absurd, unblinking eyes are everywhere. There's one place where two breaths didn't match. The eyes go all up and down the line, one a little higher than the other. I never saw so much expression in an inanimate thing before, and we all know how much expression they have. I used to lie awake as a child and get more entertainment in terror out of blank walls and plain furniture than most children would find in a toy store. I remember what a kindly wink the knobs of our big old bureau used to have. And there was one chair that always seemed like a strong friend. I used to feel that if any of the other things looked too fierce, I could always hop into that chair and be safe. The furniture in this room is no worse than inharmonious, however, for we had to bring it all from downstairs. I suppose when this was used as a playroom, they had to take the nursery things out. No wonder. I never saw such ravages as the children have made here. The wallpaper, as I said before, is torn off in spots, and it sticketh closer than a brother. They must have had perseverance as well as hatred. Then the floor is scratched and gouged and splintered. Plaster itself is dug out here and there. And this great, heavy bed, which is all we found in the room, looks as if it had been through the walls. But I don't mind the bed, only the paper. There comes John's sister. Such a dear girl as she is, and so careful of me. I must not let her find me writing. She is a perfect and enthusiastic housekeeper, and hopes for no better profession. I verily believe she thinks it is the writing which made me sick. But I can write when she is out, and see her a long way off from these windows. There is one that commands the road, a lovely, shaded, winding road, and one that just looks off over the country, a lovely country too, full of great elms and velvet meadows. This wallpaper has a kind of sub-pattern in a different shade, a particularly irritating one, for you can only see it in certain lights, and not clearly then, but in the places where it isn't faded, and where the sun is just so, I can see a strange, provoking, formless sort of figure that seems to sulk about behind that silly, inconspicuous front design. There's sister on the stairs. Well, the 4th of July is over. The people are gone, and I'm tired out. John thought it might do me good to see a little company, so we just had Mother, Nellie, and the children out for a week. Of course, I didn't do a thing. Jenny sees to everything now, but it tired me all the same. John says if I don't pick up faster, he shall send me to Weir Mitchell in the fall. But I don't want to go there at all. I had a friend who was in his hands once. She says he is just like John and my brother, only more so. Besides, it is such an undertaking to go so far. I don't feel as if it was worthwhile to turn my hand over for anything, and I'm getting dreadfully fretful and querulous. I cry at nothing, and cry most of the time. Well, of course, I don't when John is here, or anybody else, when I'm alone. And I'm alone a good deal just now. John is kept in town very often by serious cases, and Jenny is good and lets me alone when I want her to. So I walk a little in the garden or down that lovely lane, sit on the porch under the roses, and lie down up here a good deal. I'm getting really fond of the room, in spite of the wallpaper. Perhaps because of the wallpaper. It dwells in my mind so. I lie here, on this great immovable bed. It is nailed down, I believe, and follow that pattern about by the hour. It is as good as gymnastics, I assure you. I start, mostly, at the bottom, down in the corner, over there, where it is not being touched, and I determine, for the 1000th time, that I will follow that pointless pattern to some sort of conclusion. I know a little of the principle of design, and I know this thing was not arranged on any laws of radiation, or alternation, or repetition. or symmetry, or anything else that I'd ever heard of. It is repeated, of course, by the breaths, but not otherwise. Looked at in one way, each breath stands alone. The bloated curves and flourishes, kind of debased Romanesque with delirium tremens, or waddling up and down in isolated columns of fatuity. And on the other hand, they connect diagonally, and the sprawling outlines run off in great, slanting waves of optic horror, like a lot of wallowing seaweeds in full chase. The whole thing goes horizontally too, at least it seems so, and I exhaust myself in trying to distinguish the order of its going in that direction. They have used a horizontal breadth for freeze, and that adds wonderfully to the confusion. There is one end of the room where it is almost intact. There, when the crosslights fade, and the low sun shines directly upon it, I can almost fancy radiation after all. The interminable grotesques seem to form around a common center, and rush off in headlong plunges of equal distraction. It makes me tired to follow it. I will take a nap, I guess. I don't know why I should write this. I don't want to. I don't feel able. And I know John would think it absurd. But I must say what I feel and think in some way. It's such a relief. But the effort is getting to be greater than the relief. Half the time now I am awfully lazy, lie down ever so much. John says I mustn't lose my strength, and has me take cod liver oil and lots of tonics and things, to say nothing of ale and wine, rare meat. Dear John, he loves me very dearly and hates to have me sick. I tried to have a real, earnest, reasonable talk with him the other day, and tell him how I wish he would let me go and make a visit to Cousin Harry and Julia. But he said I wasn't able to go, nor able to stand it after I got there. And I did not make out a very good case for myself, for I was crying before I had finished. It is getting to be a great effort for me to think straight. Just this nervous weakness, I suppose. And dear John gathered me up in his arms and just carried me upstairs and laid me on the bed, sat by me and read to me until it tired my head. He said I was his darling and his comfort and all he had. And then I must take care of myself for his sake and keep well. He says no one but myself can help me out of it, and I must use my will, self-control, and not let any silly fancies run away with me. There is one comfort. The baby is well and happy. Does not have to occupy this nursery with the horrid wallpaper. Now, if we had not used it, that blessed child would have. What a fortunate escape. Why, I wouldn't have a child of mine, an impressionable little thing, living in such a room for worlds. I never thought of it before, but it is lucky that John kept me here after all. I can stand it so much easier than a baby, you see. Of course, I never mention it to them anymore. I am too wise, but I keep watching it all the same. There are things in that paper that nobody knows but me, or ever will. Behind that outside panel, the dim shapes get clearer every day. It is always the same shape, only very numerous, and it is like a woman stooping down and creeping about behind that panel. I don't like it a bit. I wonder, I begin to think, I wish John would take me away from here. It is so hard to talk with John about my case, because he is so wise, because he loves me so. I tried it last night. It was moonlight. The moon shines in all around, just as the sun does. I hate to see it sometimes. It creeps so slowly, and always comes in by one window or another. John was asleep, and I hated to waken him, so I kept still and watched the moonlight on that undulating wallpaper, till I felt it creepy. The faint figure behind seemed to shake the pattern, just as if she wanted to get out. Got up softly and went to feel and see if the paper did move. When I came back, John was awake. What is it, little girl? He said. Don't go walking about like that, you'll get cold. I thought it was a good time to talk, so I told him that I really was not gaining here and I wished he would take me away. Why, darling, said he, our lease will be up in 3 weeks and I can't see how to leave before. The repairs are not done at home, and I cannot possibly leave town just now. Of course, if you were in any danger, I could and would, but you really are better, dear, whether you can see it or not. I'm a doctor, dear. I know. You're gaining flesh, color. Your appetite is better. I feel really much easier about you. I don't weigh a bit more, said I, nor as much, and my appetite may be better in the evening when you're here, but it is worse in the morning when you're away. Bless her little heart, said he with a big hug. She shall be as sick as she pleases. But now let's improve the shining hours by going to sleep. Talk about it in the morning. And you won't go away? I asked, gloomily. Why, how can I, dear? It is only 3 weeks more, and then we will take a nice little trip. A few days while Jenny is getting the house ready. Really, dear, you're better. Better in body, perhaps, I began, then stopped short, that he sat up straight and looked at me with such a stern, reproachful look that I could not say another word. My darling, said he, I beg of you for my sake and for our child's sake, as well as for your own, that you will never for one instant let that idea into your mind. There is nothing so dangerous, so fascinating to a temperament like yours. It is a false and foolish fancy. Can you not trust me as a physician when I tell you so? So, of course, I said no more on that score, and we went to sleep before long. He thought I was asleep first, but I wasn't. I lay there for hours trying to decide whether that front pattern and the back pattern really did move together or separately. On a pattern like this, by daylight, there is a lack of sequence, a defiance of law that is a constant irritant to a normal mind. The color is hideous enough, and unreliable enough, and infuriating enough, but the pattern is torturing. You think you have mastered it, but just as you get well underway and following, it turns a back somersault, and there you are. It slaps you in the face, knocks you down, and tramples upon you. It is like a bad dream. The outside pattern is a florid arapace, reminding one of a fungus. If you can imagine a toadstool in joints, an interminable string of toadstools, budding and sprouting in endless convolutions, why, that is something like it. That is sometimes. There is one marked peculiarity about this paper, a thing nobody seems to notice but myself, and that is that it changes as the light changes. When the sun shoots in through the east window, I always watch for that first long straight ray. It changes so quickly, and I never can quite believe it. That is why I watch it always. By moonlight, the moon shines in all night when there is one. I wouldn't know it was the same paper. At night, any kind of light, twilight, candlelight, lamplight, and worst of all, by moonlight, it becomes bars. The outside pattern, I mean, and the woman behind it is as plain as can be. I didn't realize for a long time what the thing was that showed behind that dim sub-pattern, but now I'm quite sure it is a woman. By daylight, she is subdued, quiet. I fancy it is the pattern that keeps her so still. It is so puzzling. It keeps me quiet by the hour. I lie down ever so much now. John says it is good for me, and to sleep all I can. Indeed, he started the habit by making me lie down for an hour after each meal. It is a very bad habit, I am convinced. You see, I don't see, and that cultivates deceit, for I don't tell him I'm awake. Oh no. The fact is, I'm getting a little afraid of John. He seems very queer sometimes, and even Jenny has an inexplicable look. It strikes me occasionally, just as a scientific hypothesis, that perhaps it is the paper. I have watched John when he did not know I was looking, and come into the room suddenly on the most innocent excuses, and I've caught him several times, looking at the paper. And Jenny too. I caught Jenny with her hand on it once. She didn't know I was in the room. And when I asked her in a quiet, very quiet voice, in the most restrained manner possible, what she was doing with the paper, she turned round as if she had been caught stealing and looked quite angry, asked me why she'd frightened her so. Then she said that the paper stained everything it touched, that she had found yellow smooches on all my clothes and John's, and she wished we would be more careful. Did not that sound innocent? But I know she was studying that pattern, and I'm determined that nobody should find it out but myself. Life is very much more exciting now than it used to be. You see, I have something more to expect, to look forward to watch. I really do eat better, and I'm more quiet than I was. John is so pleased to see me improve. He laughed a little the other day and said I seemed to be flourishing in spite of my wallpaper. I turned it off with a laugh. I had no intention of telling him it was because of the wallpaper. He would make fun of me. He might even want to take me away. But I don't want to leave now until I've found it out. There is a week more. And I think that will be enough. I'm feeling ever so much better. I don't sleep much at night. It is so interesting to watch films. But I sleep a good deal in the daytime. In the daytime, it is tiresome and perplexing. There are always new shoots on the fungus, and new shades of yellow all over. I cannot keep count of them, though I have tried conscientiously. It is the strangest yellow, that wallpaper. It makes me think of all the yellow things I ever saw. Not beautiful ones like buttercups, but old, foul, bad yellow things. But there is something else about it. The smell. I noticed it the moment we came into the room. So much air and sun was not bad. Now we have had a week of fog and rain, and whether the windows are open or not, the smell is here. Creeps all over the house. I find it hovering in the dining room, skulking in the parlor, hiding in the hall, lying in wait for me on the stairs. Gets into my head. Even when I go to ride, if I turn my head suddenly and surprise it, there's that smell. Such a peculiar odor too. I spent hours in trying to analyze it, to find what it smelled like. It is not bad at first, very gentle, quite the subtlest, most enduring odor I ever met. And this damp weather is awful. I wake up in the night and find it hanging over me. It used to disturb me at first. I thought seriously of burning the house to reach the smell. But now I am used to it. The only thing I can think of that it is like is the color of the paper. A yellow smell. There is a very funny mark on this wall, low down in the middle. A streak runs round the room, goes behind every piece of furniture except the paper. Long, straight, even, smooth, as if it had been rubbed over and over. I wonder how it was done, who did it, what they did it for. Round, 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 round. Makes me dizzy. I really have discovered something at last. Through watching so much at night when it changes so, I finally found out. The front pattern does move. No wonder. The woman behind shakes it. Sometimes I think there are a great many women behind, and sometimes only one. She crawls around fast, and her crawling shakes it all over. Then, in the very bright spots, she keeps still, and in the very shady spots, she just takes hold of the bars and shakes them hard, and she is all the time trying to climb through. Nobody can climb through that pattern. It strangles some. I think that is why it has so many heads. They get through, and then the pattern strangles them off, and turns them upside down, and makes their eyes wide. If those heads were cut, or taken off, it would not be half so bad. I think that woman gets out in the daytime. And I'll tell you why. But I've seen her. I can see her out of every one of my windows. It is the same woman, I know, for she is always creeping. Most women do not creep by daylight. I see her on that long shaded lane, creeping up and down. I see her in those dark gray arbors. be very humiliating to be caught creeping by daylight. I always lock the door when I go right there. I can't do it at night, for I know John would suspect something. John is so queer now. I don't want to irritate him. I wish he would take another room. Besides, I don't want anybody to get that room out of line myself. I often wonder if I could see her out of all the windows at once. Turn as fast as I can. I can only see out of one time. And though I always see her, she may be able to creep faster when I can turn. I have watched her sometimes way off in the open country, creeping as fast as a cloud shadow. If only that top pattern could be gotten off for the other one. I mean to try it, little by little. I have found out another funny thing, but I shan't tell it this time. It does not do to trust people too much. There are only 2 more days to get this paper off. I believe John is beginning to notice. Look at his eyes. I heard him ask Jenny a lot of professional questions about me. She had a very good report to give. She said I slept a good deal in the daytime. John knows I don't sleep very well at night. And while I'm so quiet. He asked me all sorts of questions too, and pretended to be very loving and kind, as if I couldn't see through it. Still, I don't wonder he acts so, sleeping under this paper for 3 months. It only interests me, but I feel sure John and Jenny are secretly afraid. Hurrah! This is the last day, but it is enough. John is to stay in town overnight and won't be out till this evening. Jenny wanted to sleep with me, the sly thing, but I told her I should undoubtedly rest better for a night all alone. That was clever, for really, I wasn't alone a bit. As soon as it was moonlight, and that poor thing began to crawl and shake the bed, I got up and ran to help her. I pulled, and she shook. I shook, and she pulled. Before morning, I peeled off yards of that paper. A strip, about as high as my head, and half around the room. And then, when the sun came, that awful pattern began to laugh at me. I declared I would finish it today. We go away tomorrow, and they are moving all my furniture down again, to leave things as they were before. Jenny looked at the wall in amazement, and I told her merrily that I did it out of pure spite at the vicious thing. She laughed and said she wouldn't mind doing it herself. I must not get tired. How she betrayed herself that time. I'm here. No person touches this paper with me. Not alive. She tried to get me out of the room. It was too pained. But I said it was so quiet and empty and clean now that I believed I would lie down again and sleep all I could. But not to wake me even for dinner. I would call when I woke. So now she is gone. The servants are gone. And the things are gone. There is nothing left but that great bedstead nailed down. With the canvas mattress we found. We shall sleep downstairs tonight and take the boat home tomorrow. I quite enjoy the room. Now it is bare again. How those children did tear about here. This bedstead is fairly long, but I must get to work. I have locked the door and thrown the key down into the front path. I don't want to go out. I don't want to have anybody come in till John comes. I want to astonish him. I've got a rope up here that even Jenny didn't find. If that woman does get out, tries to get away, I can tie her. But I forgot I could not reach far without anything to stand on. This bed would not move. I tried to lift and push it until I was late. Then I got so angry I bit off a little piece of one corner, and it hurt my teeth. And then I peeled off all the paper I could reach down on the floor. It sticks horribly. The pattern just enjoys it. All those straggled heads, bulbous eyes, and watery fungus growths just shriek with derision. I'm getting angry enough to do something desperate. To jump out of the window would be admirable exercise. The bars are too strong even to try. Besides, I wouldn't do it. Of course not. I know well enough that a step like that is improper. It might be misconstrued. I don't like to look out of the windows here. So many of those creepy women. They creep so fast. I wonder if they all come out of that wallpaper as I did. I am securely fastened now by my well-hidden rope. You don't get me without in the road there. I suppose I shall have to get back behind the pattern when it comes night. That is hard. It is so pleasant to be out in this great room, creep around as I please. I don't want to go outside. I won't, even if Jenny asks me to. Outside, you have to creep on the ground, and everything is green instead of yellow. But here, I can creep smoothly on the floor. And my shoulder just fits in that long smooth around the wall. So I can't use my lip. Why? There's John at the door. It is no use, young man. You can't open it. How he does call and pound. Now he's crying for an axe. It would be a shame to break down that beautiful door. John, dear, said I, in the gentlest voice. The key is down by the front steps, under a plantain leaf. That silenced him for a few moments. Then he said, very quietly indeed, open the door, my darling. I can't, said I. The key is down by the front door, under a plantain leaf. Then I said it again, several times, very gently and slowly, and said it so often that he had to go and see. He got it, of course, and came in. He stopped short by the door. What is the matter? He cried. For God's sake, what are you doing? I kept on creeping, just the same. But I looked at him over my shoulder. I've got out at last, said I, in spite of you and Jane. And I've pulled off most of the paper, so you can't put me back. Now, why should that man fail? But he did, and right across my path by the wall, so that I had to creep over him every time. Today's story was The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilmore. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee. Like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. I have examined maps of the city with the greatest care, yet have never again found the Rue d'Orsay. These maps have not been modern maps alone, for I know that names change. I have, on the contrary, delved deeply into all the antiquities of the place, and have personally explored every region of whatever name which could possibly answer to the street I knew as the Rue d'Orsay. But despite all I have done, it remains an humiliating fact that I cannot find the house, the street, or even the locality where, during the last months of my impoverished life as a student of metaphysics at the university, I heard the music of Eric Zahn. That my memory is broken, I do not wonder, for my health, physical and mental, was gravely disturbed throughout the period of my residence in the Rue d'Orsay, and I recall that I took none of my few acquaintances there. But that I cannot find the place again is both singular and perplexing, for it was within a half-hour's walk of the university, and was distinguished by peculiarities which could hardly be forgotten by anyone who had been there. I have never met a person who has seen the Rue d'Orsay. The Rue de Say lie across a dark river bordered by precipitous black blear-windowed warehouses and spanned by a ponderous bridge of dark stone. It was always shadowy along that river, as if the smoke of the neighbouring factories shut out the sun perpetually. The river was also odorous, with evil stenches which I had never smelled elsewhere, and which may someday help me to find it, since I should recognise them at once. Beyond the bridge were narrow cobbled streets with rails, and then came the ascent, at first gradual, but incredibly steep as the Rue d'Orsay was reached. I have never seen another street as narrow and steep as the Rue d'Orsay. It was almost a cliff, closed to all vehicles, consisting in several places of flights of steps, and ending at the top in a lofty, ivied wall. Its paving was irregular, sometimes stone slabs, sometimes cobblestones, and sometimes bare earth with struggling greenish-grey vegetation. The houses were tall, peaked-roofed, incredibly old, and crazily leaning backward, forward, and sidewise. Occasionally, an opposite pair, both leaning forward, almost met across the street like an arch, and certainly they kept most of the light from the ground below. There were a few overhead bridges from house to house across the street. The inhabitants in that street impressed me peculiarly. At first, I thought it was because they were all silent and reticent, but later decided it was because they were all very old. I do not know how I came to live on such a street, but I was not myself when I moved there. I had been living in many poor places, always evicted for want of money, until at last I came upon that tottering house in the Rue d'Orsay, kept by the paralytic Blandeux. It was the third house from the top of the street, and by far the tallest of them all. My room was on the 5th story, the only inhabited room there, since the house was almost empty. On the night I arrived, I heard strange music from the peaked garret overhead, and the next day asked old Blandeux about it. He told me it was an old German viol player, a strange, dumb man who signed his name as Eric Zahn, and who played evenings in a cheap theatre orchestra, adding that Zahn's desire to play in the night after his return from the theatre was the reason he had chosen this lofty and isolated garret room, whose single gable window was the only point on the street from which one could look over the terminating wall at the declivity and panorama beyond. Thereafter I heard Zahn every night, and although he kept me awake, I was haunted by the weirdness of his music. Knowing little of the art myself, I was yet certain that none of his harmonies had any relation to music I had heard before, and concluded that he was a composer of highly original genius. The longer I listened, the more I was fascinated, until after a week I resolved to make the old man's acquaintance. One night, as he was returning from his work, I intercepted Zahn in the hallway and told him that I would like to know him and be with him when he played. He was a small, lean, bent person with shabby clothes, blue eyes, grotesque, satyr-like face, and nearly bald head, and at my first word seemed both angered and frightened. My obvious friendliness, however, finally melted him, and he grudgingly motioned to me to follow him up the dark, creaking and rickety attic stairs. His room, one of only two in the steeply pitched garret, was on the west side, toward the high wall that formed the upper end of the street. Its size was very great, and seemed greater because of its extraordinary bareness and neglect. Of furniture, there was only a narrow iron bedstead, a dingy washstand, small table, a large bookcase, an iron music rack, and 3 old-fashioned chairs. Sheets of music were piled in disorder about the floor. The walls were of bare boards, and had probably never known plaster, whilst the abundance of dust and cobwebs made the place seem more deserted than inhabited. Evidently, Eric Zahn's world of beauty lay in some far cosmos of the imagination. Motioning me to sit down, the dumb man closed the door, turned the large wooden bolt, and lighted a candle to augment the one he had brought with him. He now removed his vial from its moth-eaten covering, and taking it, seated himself in the least uncomfortable of the chairs. He did not employ the music rack, but offering no choice, and playing from memory, enchanted me for over an hour with strains I had never heard before, strains which must have been of his own devising. To describe their exact nature is impossible for one unversed in music. They were a kind of fugue, with recurrent passages of the most captivating quality, but to me they were notable for the absence of any of the weird notes I had overheard from my room below on other occasions. Those haunting notes I had remembered, and had often hummed and whistled inaccurately to myself. So when the player at length laid down his bow, I asked him if he would render some of them. As I began my request, the wrinkled, satyr-like face lost the bored placidity it had possessed during the playing, and seemed to show the same curious mixture of anger and fright which I had noticed when first I accosted the old man. For a moment I was inclined to use persuasion, regarding rather lightly the whims of senility, and even tried to awaken my host's weirder mood by whistling a few of the strains to which I had listened the night before. But I did not pursue this course for more than a moment, for when the dumb musician recognized the whistled air, his face grew suddenly distorted with an expression wholly beyond analysis, and his long, cold, bony right hand reached out to stop my mouth and silence the crude imitation. As he did this, he further demonstrated his eccentricity by casting a startled glance toward the lone curtained window, as if fearful of some intruder. A glance doubly absurd, since the garret stood high and inaccessible above all the adjacent roofs, this window being the only point on the steep street, as the concierge had told me, from which one could see over the wall at the summit. The old man's glance brought Blando's remark to my mind, and with a certain capriciousness I felt a wish to look out over the wide and dizzying panorama of moonlit roofs and city lights beyond the hilltop, which of all the dwellers in the Rue d'Orsay only this crabbed musician could see. I moved toward the window, and would have drawn aside the nondescript curtains, when with a frightened rage even greater than before, the dumb lodger was upon me again, this time motioning with his head toward the door as he nervously strove to drag me thither with both hands. Now, thoroughly disgusted with my host, I ordered him to release me and told him I would go at once. His clutch relaxed, and as he saw my disgust and offense, his own anger seemed to subside. He tightened his relaxing grip, but this time in a friendly manner, forcing me into a chair, then with an appearance of wistfulness, crossing to the littered table, where he wrote many words with a pencil in the laboured French of a foreigner. The note which he finally handed me was an appeal for tolerance and forgiveness. Zan said that he was old, lonely, and afflicted with strange fears and nervous disorders connected with his music and with other things. He had enjoyed my listening to his music, and wished I would come again and not mind his eccentricities. But he could not play to another his weird harmonies, and could not bear hearing them from another, nor could he bear having anything in his room touched by another. He had not known until our hallway conversation that I could overhear his playing in my room, and now asked me if I would arrange with Blanda to take a lower room where I could not hear him in the night. He would, he wrote, defray the difference in rent. As I sat deciphering the execrable French, I felt more lenient toward the old man. He was a victim of physical and nervous suffering, as was I, and my metaphysical studies had taught me kindness. In the silence there came a slight sound from the window. The shutter must have rattled in the night wind, and for some reason I started almost as violently as did Eric Sam. So when I had finished reading, I shook my host by the hand and departed as a friend. The next day, Blanda gave me a more expensive room on the third floor, between the apartments of an aged moneylender and the room of a respectable upholsterer. There was no one on the fourth floor. It was not long before I found that Zan's eagerness for my company was not as great as it had seemed while he was persuading me to move down from the fifth story. He did not ask me to call on him, and when I did call, he appeared uneasy and played listlessly. This was always at night. In the day he slept and would admit no one. My liking for him did not grow, though the attic room and the weird music seemed to hold an odd fascination for me. I had a curious desire to look out of that window, over the wall and down the unseen slope, at the glittering roofs and spires which must lie outspread there. Once I went up to the garret during theatre hours, when Zan was away, but the door was locked. What I did succeed in doing was to overhear the nocturnal playing of the dumb old man. At first I would tiptoe up to my old 5th floor. Then I grew bold enough to climb the last creaking staircase to the peaked garret. There, in the narrow hall outside the bolted door with the cupboard keyhole, I often heard sounds which filled me with an indefinable dread, the dread of vague wonder and brooding mystery. It was not that the sounds were hideous, for they were not, but that they held vibrations suggesting nothing on this globe of earth, and that at certain intervals they assumed a symphonic quality which I could hardly conceive as produced by one player. Certainly, Eric Stone was a genius of wild power. As the weeks passed, the playing grew wilder, whilst the old musician acquired an increasing haggardness and furtiveness, pitiful to behold. He now refused to admit me at any time, and shunned me whenever we met on the stairs. Then, one night, as I listened at the door, I heard the shrieking viol swell into a chaotic babble of sound, a pandemonium which would have led me to doubt my own shaking sanity, had there not come from behind that barred portal a piteous proof that the horror was real. The awful inarticulate cry which only a mute can utter, and which rises only in moments of the most terrible fear or anguish. I knocked repeatedly at the door, but received no response. Afterward, I waited in the black hallway, shivering with cold and fear, till I heard the poor musician's feeble effort to rise from the floor by the aid of a chair. Believing him just conscious after a fainting fit, I renewed my rapping, at the same time calling out my name reassuringly. I heard Zan stumble to the window and close both shutter and sash, then stumble to the door, which he falteringly unfastened to admit me. This time his delight at having me present was real. His distorted face gleamed with relief while he clutched at my coat as a child clutches at its mother's skirts. Shaking pathetically, the old man forced me into a chair, whilst he sank into another, beside which his viol and bow lay carelessly on the floor. He sat for some time inactive, nodding oddly, but having a paradoxical suggestion of intense and frightened listening. Subsequently, he seemed to be satisfied, and crossing to a chair by the table, wrote a brief note, handed it to me, and returned to the table, where he began to write, rapidly and incessantly. The note implored me, in the name of mercy, and for the sake of my own curiosity, to wait where I was, while he prepared a full account in German of all the marvels and terrors which beset him. I waited, and the dumb man's pencil flew. It was perhaps an hour later, while I still waited, and while the old musician's feverishly written sheets still continued to pile up, that I saw Zan start as from the hint of a horrible shock. Unmistakably, he was looking at the curtained window, and listening shudderingly. And then I half fancied I heard a sound myself, though it was not a horrible sound, but rather an exquisitely low and infinitely distant musical note, suggesting a player in one of the neighbouring houses, or in some abode beyond the lofty wall over which I had never been able to look. Upon Zan the effect was terrible, for dropping his pencil suddenly, he rose, seized his viol, and commenced to rend the night with the wildest playing I had ever heard from his bow, save when listening at the barred door. It would be useless to describe the playing of Eric Zan on that dreadful night. It was more horrible than anything I had ever overheard, because I could now see the expression of his face, and could realize that this time the motive was stark fear. He was trying to make a noise, to ward something off, or drown something out. What, I could not imagine, awesome though I felt it must be. The playing grew fantastic, delirious, and hysterical, yet kept to the last the qualities of supreme genius, which I knew this strange old man possessed. I recognized the air. It was a wild Hungarian dance popular in the theatres, and I reflected for a moment that this was the first time I had ever heard Zan play the work of another composer. Louder and louder, wilder and wilder, mounted the shrieking and whining of that desperate viol. The player was dripping with an uncanny perspiration and twisted like a monkey, always looking frantically at the curtained window. In his frenzied strains, I could almost see his shadowy satyrs and bacchanals dancing, whirling insanely through seething abysses of clouds and smoke, lightning. And then I thought I heard a shriller, steadier note that was not from the viol, a calm, deliberate, purposeful, mocking note from far away in the west. At this juncture, the shutter began to rattle in a howling night wind, which had sprung up outside as if in answer to the mad playing within. Zan's screaming viol now outdid itself, emitting sounds I had never thought a viol could emit. The shutter rattled more loudly, unfastened, and commenced slamming against the window. Then the glass broke, shivering me under the persistent impacts, and the chill wind rushed in, making the candles sputter and rustling the sheets of paper on the table where Zan had begun to write out his horrible secret. I looked at Zan and saw that he was past conscious observation. His blue eyes were bulging, glassy, and sightless, and the frantic playing had become a blind, mechanical, unrecognizable orgy no pen could even suggest. A sudden gust, stronger than the others, caught up the manuscript and bore it toward the window. I followed the flying sheets in desperation, but they were gone before I reached the demolished panes. Then I remembered my old wish to gaze from this window, the only window in the Rue d'Orsay from which one might see the slope beyond the wall, and the city outspread beneath. It was very dark, but the city's lights always burned, and I expected to see them there amidst the rain and wind. Yet when I looked from that highest of all gable windows, looked while the candles sputtered and the insane viol howled with the night wind, I saw no city spread below, no friendly lights gleaming from remembered streets, only blackness of space illimitable, unimagined space, alive with motion and music, and having no semblance to anything on earth. And as I stood there, looking in terror, the wind blew out both the candles in that ancient peaked garret, leaving me in savage and impenetrable darkness, with chaos and pandemonium before me, and the demon madness of that night-baying viol behind me. I staggered back in the dark, without the means of striking a light, crashing against the table, overturning a chair, and finally groping my way to the place where the blackness screamed with shocking music. To save myself and Eric Zan, I could at least try, whatever the powers opposed to me. Once I thought some chill thing brushed me. I screamed. My scream could not be heard above that hideous viol. Suddenly, out of the blackness, the madly soaring bow struck me, and I knew I was close to the player. I felt a head, touched the back of Zan's chair, and then found and shook his shoulder, in an effort to bring him to his senses. He did not respond, and still the viol shrieked on without slackening. I moved my hand to his head, whose mechanical nodding I was able to stop, and shouted in his ear that we must both flee from the unknown things of the night. But he neither answered me nor abated the frenzy of this unutterable music, while all through the garret strange currents of wind seemed to dance in the darkness and babble. When my hand touched his ear, I shuddered, though I knew not why, till I felt of the still face, the ice-cold, stiffened, unbreathing face, whose glassy eyes bulged uselessly into the void. And then, by some miracle finding the door and the large wooden bolt, I plunged wildly away from that glassy-eyed thing in the dark, and from the ghoulish howling of that accursed viol, whose fury increased even as I plunged. Leaping, floating, flying down those endless stairs through the dark house, racing mindlessly out into the narrow, steep and ancient street of steps and tottering houses, clattering down steps and over cobbles to the lower streets and the putrid canyon-walled river, panting across the great dark bridge to the broader, healthier streets and boulevards we know. All these are terrible impressions that linger with me, and I recall that there was no wind and that the moon was out and that all the lights of the city twinkled. Despite my most careful searches and investigations, I have never since been able to find the Rue d'Essai. But I am not wholly sorry, either for this or for the loss in undreamable abysses of the closely written sheets which alone could have explained the music of Eric Sam. Today's story was The Music of Eric Zand by H.P. Lovecraft. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee. Like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. It is not only true, it is comforting to say that incredulity is often no more than superstition turned inside out. But there can be a faith of disbelief, as inaccurate as its excess, and in some ways more trying, for the right answers to it have not yet been thought up. It was only because Trenchard said at lunch that the Mass was a dramatized wish fulfillment that what came after ever happened. At least I wish we did not think so. It was trying to get out anyhow. If he had not irritated us and made us want to show off, we would not have made ourselves serviceable to it. And it was we who came off lightly. To him, it has been something that he has not been able to shake off. When it happened, he behaved so well about it, but that didn't save him. Now he cannot think what he used to think, and he does not know what else there is that he might think. I am seeing him now more vividly than I like. He was our next-door neighbour in a remote village in Kent. A nest of wasps had divided their attention between us, and we had met after sunset to return their calls with cyanide and squibs. He was a sanguine man, positive, hearty, actually emotional. He had known and done a great many things, but when he came to give his account of them, all he had to say was a set of pseudo-rationalizations, calling the bluff in inaccurate language of God, the arts, the imagination, the emotions. That is not even chic science for laymen today. He might have thought that way as much as he liked, but there was no reason, we said, to try and prove it to us, all one hot, sweet, blue-drawn summer in a Kentish orchard, to sweat for our perversion, to shame us into agreement. Until the evening, I told him to stop boring us with his wish fulfillments, for they weren't ours, and saw his healthy skin start to sweat, and a stare come into his eyes. That ought to have warned me, as it did my sister, of whom I am sometimes afraid. It did warn us, but it wound us up also. We went home through the orchard in the starlight, and sat downstairs in the midsummer night between lit candles, inviting in all that composed it, night-hunting cries and scents of things that grow and ripen, cooled in the starflow. A world visible, but not in terms of colour. With every door and every window open, the old house was no more than a frame, a set of screens to display night, midsummer, perfume, the threaded stillness, the stars strung together, their spears glancing, penetrating an earth breathing silently, a female power asleep. All he hears is nature snoring, said my sister. Let's give him a nightmare. It was a good idea. How? I said. We'll find out tomorrow. I can feel one about. I got up to close the doors before we mounted with our candles. Through walls and glass, through open doors or shut, a tide poured in, not of air or any light or dark or scent or sound or heat or coolness. Tide, without distinction from north or south, or without or within, without flow or ebb, a becoming, without stir or departure or stay, without radiance or pace, star tide. Has not science had wind of rays poured in from interstellar space? There is no kind of ill-doing more fascinating than one which has a moral object, a result in view which will justify the means without taking the fun out of them. All that is implied when one says that one will give someone something to cry about. It was that line which we took at breakfast. We'll try this simple faith, we said. We'll scare him stiff and see how he stands the strain. We'll haunt him and ask each other if either of us knew of a practicing vampire in the neighborhood or a were-cow. It was several days before we hit on a suitable technique, examining and rejecting every known variety of apparition, realizing that apparatus must be reduced to a minimum, and that when nothing will bear scrutiny, there must be very little given to scrutinize. In fact, what we meant to do was to suggest him into an experience, the worse, the better, wholly incompatible with the incredulities of his faith. That it would be easy to do, we guessed. That it would be dangerous to him, that appeared at the moment as part of the fun, not because we did not like him, because we wanted to have power over him. Power women sometimes want to have over men, the pure, not erotic power, whose point is that it shall have nothing to do with sex. We could have made him make love to either or both of us, any day of the week. This is what we planned, understanding that, like a work of art, once it had started, its development could be left to look after itself. Suppose, said my sister, that we have heard a ridiculous superstition in the village, that there is something wrong with the house. We will tell him that, and when he has gone through his reaction exercises, it may take a day or so, and will depend on our hints, and if we make the right ones, the battle's won. He will ask us what the story is. What is it to be? I said, who can rarely attain to my sister's breadth of mind. That does not matter, because before we begin, we'll do something. Anything. A last year's leaf for a start, so long as it can go into a series, on his blotter or his pillow. We're always in and out. We'll put them there, and get ours round for the evening and start when we see one. And that's where our village story begins. All that he has to get out of us is that there is a story, and that wet leaves or whatever it is we choose are found about. Signatures, you know. If he doesn't rise the first night, he'll find that leaf when he goes to bed. It depends on how well we do it. I recognized a master's direction, but it all seemed to depend on our choice of stimulants. Last year's leaves, delicate damp articulations, coloured pebbles, dead flies, scraps of torn paper with half a word decipherable. A mixture of these, or a selection. Keep it tangible, my sister said. That's the way. Our only difficulty is the planting of them. Which, I asked, are suitable to what? It seemed to be necessary in laying our train to determine the kind of unpleasantness for which they were ominous. But I could not get my sister to attend. It's not that way round, she said at length. Dead bees, feathers, drops of canaries, old kid gloves, with and without buttons. That will do. I felt a trifle queer. Well, I said, they're the sort of things a man never has in his house, and that sounds so far, but women do. Not the sort of things we wear, but he would know that. And how do we get hold of them? There's a shoebox in the loft full of them, by the door into his place when these houses were one. Our cottages were very old, side by side, with a common wall, our orchards divided by a hedge. We had rented ours from a friend who had recently bought it as it stood from a local family which had died out, and of which very little seemed known. My sister said, shiny black kid and brown with little white glass buttons, cross-stitching, braid, all one size, and I suppose for one pair of hands. Some have all the buttons, and some have none, and some have some. I listened to this rune until I was not sure how many times my sister had said it. With and without buttons, I repeated, and could not remember how often I had said that. After that, we said nothing more about it, and it was 3 days later that he asked us to supper. And we walked round through the gap in the hedge in the pure daylight, and sat in his little veranda, whose wooden pillars spread as they met the roof in fans of plaited green laughs. Prim fantasy with its French windows behind it, knocked out of walls of flint rubble 3 feet thick. Roses trailed up behind it, a tidy little home, with something behind it of monstrous old age one did as well to forget. By the way, he said, as I have said before, his name was Trenchard, and he had come back to his own part of England to rest after a long time spent in looking after something in East Africa. By the way, have either of you two lost a glove? So she's got busy already and didn't even tell me, the spoil sport, I thought. No, we said, but one always does. What sort of a glove? A funny little thing of brown kid with no buttons. I didn't think it could be yours. I found it on top of the loft stairs outside the door. Here it is. He went inside and came out onto the veranda where we were having supper a moment later, puzzled. Here it is, he said. I put it in the bureau, and the odd thing is that when I went to look for it, I found another. Not its pair, either. This one's black. 2 little ladylike shiny kid gloves, the kind worn by one's aunts when one was a child. I had not yet seen our collection. The black had 3 of its buttons missing. We told him that they were not the kind that women wore now. My landlady bought the place unfurnished, he said. Must have come out of the things the old owners left behind when they died. My sister gave a slight start, a slight frown, and bit her lip. I shook my head at her. What's up? He asked, simply. Nothing, we said. I'm not going to be laughed at by you, said my sister. I'm not laughing, he said, his goodwill beaming at us, prepared even to be tolerant. Oh, but you'd have the right to. After that, he wanted to know at once. It's playing into your hands, she said. But don't you know that your half of the house is the village haunt, and that it's all about gloves, with and without buttons? It was ridiculously easy. He was amiable rather than irritated at her story, while I was still hurt that she had not first rehearsed it with me. She began to tell him a story about old Miss Bracken, who had lived here with her brother, a musty old maid in horrible clothes, but nice about her hands, and how there was something, no, not a ghost, but something which happened that was always preceded by gloves being found about. This we told him, and he behaved very prettily about it, sparing us a lecture. But it's not quite fair, he said. I mustn't be selfish. She must leave some at your place. Remember, in her day it was all one house. Then we talked about other things, but when we had gone home I found my sister a little pensive. I began on my grievance. Why didn't you tell me you'd begun? Why didn't you coach me? Then she said, to tell you the truth, I hadn't meant to begin. What I said I made up on the spot. All I'd done was that just before we left, I ran up to the loft and snatched a glove from the box and left it on his bureau. That's the second one he found. Then what about the one he found outside the loft door? It's that's odd. And that's why he never thought it was us. I haven't had a chance to get to that part of his house. I didn't put it there. Well, now that the affair was launched, we felt it had better go on, though I am not sure if we were quite so keen about it. It was as though, and we had known this to be possible before, it had already started itself. One sometimes feels this has happened. Anyhow, it was 2 days later before I thought it was my turn to lay a glove on his premises, and went up to our loft and took one out of the box. There was nothing in it but gloves. I took a white one, a little cracked, with only 2 buttons, and having made sure he was out, slipped through the hedge and dropped it at the foot of the stair. He startled me considerably by returning at that instant. I said I had come for a book. He saw the thing. Hello, he said. There's another. It's beginning. That makes 4. 4, I said. There were only 2 the other night. I found one in my bedroom, a grey. Are we never going to get a pair? Then it occurred to me that he'd seen through us all along and was getting in ahead with gloves. I took my book and returned to my sister. That won't do, she said. He's sharp, but we didn't begin it. He found his first. I said, I'm beginning to wonder if it mightn't be a good thing to find out in the village if anything is known about Miss Blacken and her brother. Yes, go, said my sister, still pensive. I went to the pub when it opened and drew blank. I heard about diseases of bees and chickens and the neighbours. The post office was no good. I was returning by a detour along a remote lane when a voice said, You were asking about Miss Blacken along at Stone Cottages. It was only a keeper who had been in the pub, come up suddenly through a gate out of a dark fir planting. Seeing as you have the uses of her furniture, said he. We passed into step. I learned that after 50 years' odd residence in the place, there was nothing that she might have to tell about it, and waited. Now her brother, he was not what you might call ordinary. Again, that stopped at that. Regular old maid she was, if maid she'd ever been. Not that you could be saying regular old man for him, for he wasn't either, if you take my meaning, miss. I did. Finally, I learned, and I'm not quite sure how I learned. It was certainly not all by direct statement, that Miss Blacken had been a little grey creature who had never seemed naturally to be living or dying, whose clothes were little bits and pieces, as you might say. Anyhow, she'd dropped something. Excuse me, Miss Petticoat, his wife had said, on the green, and run away without stopping to pick it up, opening and shutting her mouth. It was then it had begun, if you could call that beginning. I was asking to know what that was. In a manner of speaking, he couldn't rightly say. It was the women took it to heart. What became of the petticoat? That was the meaning of it. It wasn't rightly speaking a petticoat at all. There weren't no wind, and when they came to pick it upped and sailed as if there were a gale of wind behind it, right out of sight along the sky. And one day it come back, hung down from the top of an elm and waved at them, and the women added that there were holes in it, like a face. And no wonder, seeing it had passed half a winter blowing about in the tops of the trees. It had never come down to earth. Not it, they said, nor old Miss Blacken start to look for it, except that it was then that people remembered her about at nights. A little pensive now myself, I asked about gloves, and was told, and no more than that, they say that she's left her gloves about. I returned to my sister, and we spent the evening doing a reconstruction of Miss Blacken out of Victorian oddments. It was most amusing, not in the least convincing. Tomorrow shall we feed him a glove? I said. It was then that it came across our minds like a full statement to that effect that it was no longer necessary. The gloves would feed themselves. I know what it is we've done, said my sister. We've wound it up. Wound up what? I answered. Ghost of a village eccentric who was careful about her hands? Oh no, said my sister. I don't know. No. After another 3 days, I said, nothing more has happened over there. I mean, he's found no more gloves. Hadn't we better help things along a bit? There was one yesterday in my room, unbuttoned, she said. I didn't drop it. I was seriously annoyed. This seemed to be going too far. And in what direction? What does one do when this sort of thing happens? I was looking as one does when one has heard one's best friend talking about oneself, when the shadow of a heavy man fell across our floor. It was Trenchard. My sister looked up and said quickly, I found one now. Have you? He said. So have I. He hesitated. There was something very direct and very comforting in the way he was taking it, piece by piece as it happened, not as what he would think it ought to be. It was then that we began to be ashamed of ourselves. He went on. You know my cat? She's her kittens hidden somewhere in the loft, and I wanted to have a look at them. I went up softly, not to scare her. It's dark on that top stair. I got there, and then I heard, well, a little thing falling off a step. Thought it was a kitten trying to explore. Peered, and felt, and picked up a glove. He pulled it out of his pocket and held it up by a finger with slight distaste. A brown one this time. One button, he said. The kittens aren't big enough to have been playing with it, and the cat wasn't about. There's no draft. Funny, isn't it? Reminded me of one of those Humpty Dumpty toys we had. A little silk man with arms and legs and a painted face and a loose marble inside him to make him turn over and fall about. My sister said, "We found a box of loose gloves in our attic close to your bricked-up door." His answer was that it was bricked up all right, and had we thought to count them in case either of our maids was up to some village trip. We hadn't, but I noticed that he mistrusted our maids as little as we did. Also, that his behaviour was so reasonable because he had not yet thought that there was any cause for suspicion. "Let's do it now," he said. "Put them all back, yours and mine. Count them and lock your door." He went back and fetched his 5, and together we went upstairs. They sat on a basket trunk while I emptied the box. 27, 11 pairs in all, and one missing. I shoveled them back into the cardboard box, yellow with time and dust. I looked up at his broad, straight nose and my sister's little one that turns up. Both were sniffing. "There's a smell here," they said. There was. Not the dust, camphor, mouse and apple smell proper to lofts. "I know what it is," Trenchard said. "I smelled it in Africa in a damp place. Bad skins." The loft went suddenly darker. We looked up. There was no window, but someone had cut the thatch and let in a skylight. Something was covering it. It suddenly blown across it, though outside there was no wind. I took the iron handle with holes in it to stick through the pin in the frame, and threw it up. The piece of stuff slid backwards into the thatch. I put my arm out, caught hold of it and pulled it in. A piece of calico with a stiff, waxy surface, once used for linings, again some time ago. It seemed to have no shape. But there were holes in it. Holes, not tears. "Nasty, slummy rag," I said. "I suppose it was lying about in the thatch." Our thatch was old, full of flowers. This thing went with dustbins and tin cans. One piece was clotted together. A large spider ran out of it. I dropped it on the floor beside the box and the gloves. I was surprised to see Trenchard look at it with disgust. "Never could stand seeing things go bad," he said. We left the attic, locking the door, and went downstairs. We gave him the key. It seemed the decent thing to do. Over a late and thoughtful tea, we talked of other things. We did not think it necessary to tell him what the keeper had said. The evening was exquisite, and the next day, and the next night. Days refreshed with night showers to draw out scent, and steady sun to ripen, a pattern on the world like the dry dew on a moth's wing, or the skin on a grape or a rose, and nothing more happened. The next evening, Trenchard was to give a little party for his birthday for some friends who would motor over, and my sister and I were to see that all was in order for it. Flowers and fruit and wine and all the good cold things to eat. We had the delicate, pleasant things to do, to slice the cucumbers and drench sprays of borage and palm in Gilead for the iced drinks. The almonds did not come, so we salted some ourselves, blanching them in the garden, getting hot in the kitchen over pans of burnt salt. At about 6 o'clock, we went back to dress, trying, as was appropriate, to look like Paris, in compliment to Trenchard, but principally to the garden and to the weather and to the earth. There was a bump overhead from the attic. "What's that?" said my sister, painting her face. "I left the skylight open," I said. "It must have slipped. Let's leave it. Am I in a state of dress or undress to go up there?" She was ready before I was, and said that she was going across to Trenchard's to have one more look to see if all was in order there. Half of our day's work had been to keep him out of the way. We had just sent him up to the village after more strawberries, and hoped that he would be back in time, and there was still plenty of time for him to dress. As she went, I heard his step at the front door, and a few moments later, my dressing finished, I went downstairs and out across the orchard to join them. He had gone upstairs to change, but just as I reached the veranda, I heard a short cry, which must have come from him. I ran in with my sister, who was also outside, building a last pyramid of strawberries on a dish shaped like a green leaf. He came out of the dining room. "Who's done this?" he said. The supper table was set with food to be fetched and eaten when people pleased. There were little bowls of cut glass set with sweets and almonds. One of these had been sprinkled with buttons, little white buttons that had been torn off, still ragged with red-brown threads. "I filled it," said my sister in a small, weak voice, with those sugar rose leaves, and a real one on top. Your servant, I began, when he cried out again. What's that glove doing up the back of your dress? It was a little silver coat I had on to begin with. I pulled it off, and there fell off the collar, but with a tiny thud, another glove, a black one. It had no buttons on it, and was open like a hand. Trenchard picked it up, and I thought I saw it collapse a little. No time to count them tonight, he said, and looked round. It was too hot for a fire, but they were laid in all the rooms. He put the glove down and struck a match. The huge chimney used to roar with its draught, but the fire would not catch. He went out to the lavatory with the glove and the dish. Go up and dress, we said, when he came back. But instead he sniffed. It's what we smelt the other day, he said, up in the loft. Dead skin. Outside, the air was hot and sweet and laced with coolness, but we noticed that here indoors it was cold. Stale cold. Go and dress, we said again, with the female instinct to keep the minutiae of things steady and in sequence. They won't be here till 8, there's plenty of time, he said, feeling not fear or even much curiosity, but that it was not the proper thing to leave us alone with the inexplicable unpleasant. Your servant, I began again. My servant's all right, he said. Go out and wait in the veranda. I'll be down quickly. So he went up. We took a chair and sat each side of the open glass doors, where we could see into the house. We remembered that his maid, as well as ours, had gone back to her cottage to get ready for company, so there was no one in either house. He's taking it well, we said. And what is it? And what we meant was, what if we stirred up? And, for my sister and I cannot lie to one another, you did not do that with the buttons in the dish. Dear God, I did not. Dirty old woman, said my sister. Nice about her hands. I said, dirty things done in a delicate way. There was that piece of stuff. The house and the little orchard were backed with tall trees. There was a hint of evening, and high branches black against strong gold. Was there something hanging high up, very high, that looked like a square of stuff that had holes in it? Upstairs, Trenchard must have gone to the bathroom first. Then we heard him moving about in his bedroom, just above the veranda roof. Then we heard him shout again, a cry he tried to stop. We ran out across the grass and called up to his window. He answered, No, don't come up. Of course we ran up, in and through the sitting room, and up the stairs. The dining room door was still open, and with the corner of my eye I saw a candle guttering hideously in the windless room. Let us in, we said at his door. Of all the filthy nonsense, he was repeating. Look at my shirt. On the top of the chest of drawers out of which he had taken it, his shirt was lying, and on its stiff white linen was what looked like a patch of grey jelly, only it had spread out from a clot into 5 ribbons, like a hand or the fingers of a glove. Fine sort of beastliness, he said, that won't let you dress for dinner. I heard myself saying, Are all your shirts like that? No, he said grimly, and if you don't mind waiting here till I've finished, we'll go downstairs and see what this is about. He took another shirt and finished his dressing, wincing as he touched things, while we felt as if there were slugs about, the things of which we are most afraid, and that we must keep our long dresses tight about us. We went down together into the dining room, and there my sister screamed. On the top of the centre strawberry pyramid, hanging over the berries like a cluster of slugs, was a glove, yellow-orange kidskin, still and fat, a colour we had not seen in the box. The wrist and the fingers open and swollen, no buttons. What witch's trick is this? He cried, and stared at us, for we were women, and like a wave moving towards us, rearing its head, came the knowledge that we were responsible for this, that our greed and vanity in devising this had evoked this, that we would now have to show courage and intelligence to put an end to this, to lay this, and we had no idea how. The fire must burn, I said, a great fire. He turned towards the outhouse. What's the lovely scent you wear? He said to my sister. I want to smell it. Get that, She ran away, and I stood still, aware of my shoulder blades and the back of my neck, and all of my body that I couldn't see. Doors would not open easily. I heard him swearing and stumbling. The clang of a bucket tripped over and kicked away in the yard. My sister ran in, a scent spray in her hand, crying, "It's not scent anymore. I tried it. It smells like the attic." She was squeezing the bulb and spraying us all violently. And I could not smell the dead smell of the loft, but the sweetness, like a ladylike animal, of old kid gloves. Outside, the delicious evening was pouring in to meet the original smell of the house, the smell of flowers and tobacco, of polished furniture and wood smoke, good things to eat. Trenchard had brought in a gallon jar of paraffin. He tipped and splashed it over the sitting room fire. "Get all the gloves," he said, looking at our helpless skirts. "I'll go across. I've got the loft key." We peered again into the dining room that the kitchen opened out on. The candle guttered in fat, dripping folds. A spider ran across a plate. My sister said it's only got 5 fingers, like a glove. We waited. "Let's have the fire ready," he said. And I staggered with the can at arm's length to the sitting room fire and drenched the piled wood. The ugly, vulgar smell was sweet with reassurance. My sister threw in a match. A roar drowned the crackle of catching sticks. "Now for it," we said, and tore open the bureau drawer for the gloves. I ran up to Trenchard's shirt, and when I came back, my sister, her hands full of strawberries, threw them, yellow glove and all, on the leaping pillars of fire. I shook the guttering candle out of its stick. My sister unscrewed her spray and emptied the precious stuff that waved blue and white fingers at us out of the fierce, shrill, yellow flames. "So much for that," I said. "Where is he?" said my sister. We looked at each other. "This is our fault," we said. "We must go over. If it starts here again, then we're gone. God knows what we're to do." Then she said, "The loft's the place. It started there." Outside, the orchard was full of bird conversation. Inside, in half an hour, we were to give a birthday party. We ran through the gap in the hedge and into our side of the house, which had become again part of one house. Inside it, we expected to find one large, troubled man upstairs collecting things. Instead, there was quiet, a kind of dead quiet that came to meet us down the steep stair. The loft door was open. On the flight that led up to it, he was lying, feet down, his head upon the sill, his head invisible, wrapped up in what looked like a piece of dark green cotton, dirty and torn. We dragged it off. "Burn, burn," my sister said. Some of it was in his mouth. We pulled it out. His tongue, mouth was stained. We slid him down to the foot of the flight and got water. "Draw it fresh," she said, "and keep it tight in your hand," for I wanted to drop the cloth, to pull it away as if it were trying to wrap itself around me, to stick to me. We threw water on him. 2 shirts already. What an evening, thought a bit of me. By this time, I had hold of the cloth like grim death, for it felt as though it was straining away in a wind that wasn't there. "Gloves," he said. We went into the loft. The skylight was open, and the cardboard box lay open and full. She put on the lid and put it under her arm, and we left him on the stairs and made off again, across the orchard to the fire. It was dying down, the room stifling, the wood sulky with oil black. My sister flung in the box, drenched it with the oil, and stiff grey smoke poured out on us. She tossed a match on it, and there was the grunt of an explosion. And as we jumped back, the fire poured up again. I felt a smart in my hand, as if the cloth was raw between my fingers. "It mustn't fly up the chimney," she said. "If it does, it will come back all over again." There was a box of cigars on the table. We turned them out and thrust it in between the thin cedar boards and shut it up, flung it into the firewall and held it down. The box rose once or twice, bucked under the poker and the shovel. Then we went back to Trenchard. He had come round and was sitting at the foot of the loft stair. "Everything's burned," he said. "Tell us what happened to you." "God knows," he said. And then I was stooping to get the box, and something flapped against the skylight. Blew in, I suppose. And the next thing I knew, it had wrapped itself around my head and I couldn't get it off. I tore at it. I tried to get out. I couldn't bear it anymore. It was winding itself tight. And I must have passed out. God, it was the smell of it. Today's story was With and Without Buttons by Mary Butts. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee. Like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. I am no raconteur. This is not a story, it is a case. I chose it from among many very strange experiences, because it is to me inexplicable. And some of you, in the plenitude of youth and knowledge, may feel able to explain it to me. 10 years ago, the north of England was horrified by a crime, the circumstances of which may be in the memories of some of you. One of the dramatis personae was a patient of mine, and of his share in the matter I will tell you what I know. A young man named Randall Shirley, who had, I believe, made money in Australia, married a Scotch girl, a Miss Violet Rossi, and they arrived, in course of their honeymoon travels, at Riley, the popular inland watering place where I was then in practice. One day I received a visit from Mrs. Shirley, an interesting-looking girl, whose appearance, though not robust, was indicative of perfect health. Her general air that of birth and breeding, her dress and manners attractive, decidedly attractive. We had hardly shaken hands before she blurted out abruptly, "Are you good at mental cases?" "I am not a specialist, but I am interested in the study of brain disease," I replied. "I come to ask you to do a curious thing," she said, with some hesitation and a little added colour. "I want you to come and dine at the hotel with my husband and me tonight. We have been married 10 days. I want you to pretend to be an old friend of my family, to account naturally for my inviting you. My husband knows none of my friends, so there is no likelihood of his being suspicious. I have here written down a few details to guide you, in case of your being able to do as I wish, such as my name and those of my family, the place we live in, and so on. Do you think you could come?" I was surprised, of course, but it was by no means the first curious request that had been made to me, and I confess that my interest was stimulated. "I must, of course, ask what would be the real object of my visit," I said. She waited a little before replying. "I don't want to say anything that might give you a clue," she said at last. "I want you to be quite unbiased, simply to watch Mr. Shirley and me, and to report to me faithfully afterwards anything that seems to be unusual. After dining with us, you will naturally call upon me next day, and if you come between 11 and 12, my husband will be drinking the waters, and you can see me alone. Then we can talk." I said I would come. I felt sure she was sincere. Her looks declared her to be in every sense a lady, and her manner betrayed an amount of controlled agitation, which called out my sympathy. "Whatever you may notice," said she, as she thanked me, "pretend to see nothing unusual." I promised. We made the necessary arrangements, and I went to the hotel that night. We dined in a private room. The husband was a heavily built man, about 35 years old. He was rather handsome, in a rough-hewn way, but without his wife's air of distinction. He was taking the waters for rheumatism, and had a slight stiffness of the right shoulder. His eyes were clear, steady, very blue, impressing you at first with the idea of great candour, but I very soon began to feel that this appearance was delusive. The first thing I was able to feel sure of about him was his devotion to his wife, the devotion of a man who is past his youth and loves, as one might say, irretrievably. Whatever else in his life might have lacked the element of devotion, and I thought there might be much, he was at least a devout lover. There is no mistaking the symptoms. I felt her watching me as I watched him. I could see her eyes following mine. I could feel, and more strongly as the evening went on, that she was wishing or expecting that I should become aware of something which eluded me. I studied the man for all I was worth, as the modern youth has it. I felt myself weighing each word as he let it fall, so as to focus it upon his soul and get a clue. He was reticent, but not unpleasantly so. His manner impressed me favourably, but his eyes were cruel, or relentless, or was it only dauntless? Why were they so guarded? Why was the portcullis so manifestly down? Did danger threaten the citadel? So by degrees I shaped out the notion that the man was on the defensive. There was something he wanted to hide, more especially from the girl he loved. I had found out no more than this when I took my leave. I had purposely led him on to speak of his life abroad, and he had responded simply and easily, displaying not the least unwillingness to be questioned, and giving some interesting information. But his entire preoccupation, that of the married lover in the early stages, was a little evident as the evening wore on. I left early on account of it, and made my call next morning, a good deal perplexed as to Mrs. Shirley's reasons for inviting me. She was alone, as she had promised to be, and took no pains to hide the eagerness with which her eyes questioned me. "You noticed nothing, nothing," she cried, in a sort of fear. "Once I thought you must have seen it. It was so close to you." Quick as thought, I glanced over my shoulder. She laughed. "Oh, it's not there now. It goes with him." I looked searchingly at her. She motioned me to sit down. "We must talk it out," she said, in a sort of desperation. "Is there something the matter with my brain?" "There does not seem to be, but illusions, you know, are neither uncommon nor dangerous. Is yours of a very unpleasant character?" She looked at me with a terrible look in her lovely eyes. "You shall judge. It is a man without a face." "My dear lady, I always see it following round about, ever since the day after our wedding day, that is. I never saw it before." She paused. I waited. She continued in a minute. "It was there, yesterday evening, standing behind his chair. It is very horrible, for where its face ought to be is only a mass of scars. It wears a kind of white mask." She broke off. "Have you had illusions before?" I asked, feeling I own a trifle sick. "Oh, never, never." "Have you mentioned it to him?" She shook her head. "Why not?" "Because—" She rose and went to ascertain that the door was closed. Then, coming back, "Because I think he knows." "You think he knows?" "I will tell you why I think so." For a moment she deliberated, turning her wedding ring round and round her finger, and her colour rose. She was a charming girl. "On the morning after my marriage," she said, "Randall got up early and went out to bathe. We were at Scarborough. I dressed and went down to the coffee room, and as I sat at a little table near the window, he came in through the window, which opened on a veranda. This creature followed him into the room. It gave me a shock. So hideous. I began to say, oh, they ought not to let such creatures into the hotel, but the sight of Randall and his happy face and some roses which he had brought me made me forget. Then, as we sat down, I saw it was close behind his chair. There was something in its hand. I could not see what. I have never been able to see it. And at that very moment, the waiter brought a hot dish to Randall and walked clean through the creature, taking no notice whatever. Then I knew suddenly that the thing was not substantial. I had merely taken it to be some afflicted creature stopping at the hotel, but now, what could it be? A dreadful feeling of faintness and oppression came over me. I fainted dead away, falling on the floor in sight of everybody. When I revived, the thing was gone, and I would not speak of it to Randall because I thought it was mere overexcitement of the nerves. Presently, I went to get ready for a walk, and when I came back into our sitting room with my hat on, there was the thing, standing behind him as he sat reading on a sofa. I went slowly up to him, nearer, nearer, trying to understand what it could be. His eyes were on his book, and he did not see where my gaze was fixed. But as I approached, it slipped its hands round his neck, over his mouth and nose. He gave a choking gasp, as if something were strangling him. His own hands went up to his collar. He staggered to his feet and went over to the open window as if to get air. The thing was gone. As I noticed Randall's face and the look in his eyes as they searched mine, I suddenly remembered that once during our engagement this had happened before. I remembered how terribly shaken he had been, how anxious to reassure me. I felt certain then, looking back on it, that he wanted to find out whether I had seen anything. All in a moment, knowledge flashed into me. He knew about this awful thing, but did not want me to know. Until we were married, I could not see. Now that I was his wife, I saw. And I felt that to save him, I must pretend that I saw nothing. What a curious little catch in your breath you have, I said gaily. Do you remember you choked in that manner once before when we were sitting in Glenburn? It was wonderful to see the blessed relief stealing over his face. His look searched me through, as if he could hardly believe that I was safe from having seen the horror he knew of, and he glanced apprehensively behind him in the sunny room. But it was not there then. It is a muscular spasm, he said apologetically. Don't take any notice. I was afraid you would be frightened. Oh, I said, very tranquilly. My nerves are good, as you know. I'm not going to begin by being nervous whenever you seem to ail anything. That would be to prepare a rod for my own back. I said it saucily to make him laugh and kiss me, and we went out for a walk. But all that day I was thinking, we're both mad. What will be the end? And I made up my mind to come to you. Last night the creature did not appear till you had been with us some time. Randall grows restless when it comes. Can medicine exorcise such a fiend, or had I better go to a priest? I felt her pulse. It was calm and steady. I asked her several professional questions, but her answers confirmed me in the opinion I had already formed. The illusion, I feel sure, said I, exists in your husband's brain, and is merely transferred to yours by the power of a strong sympathy. You are strongly in sympathy with him. She assented without speaking. It was a very emphatic assent. Then, said I, it is he who should be my patient, and short of examining him, I fear I can give you no help. If I could induce him to come to you, she said, but how can I without telling him that I know? That afternoon he came to me of his own accord. Since you are a doctor and Violet's friend, he prefaced his confidence, I am going to tell you my case on condition that you do not tell her, unless we both consider it advisable. He then told me that for the past 2 years he had been more or less haunted by the sinister apparition, which he described in almost exactly the same terms that his wife had used. A strong point in favour of my opinion that the whole thing was simply conveyed from his brain to hers. He told me that he had never in his life seen such a creature in the flesh. He had no enemies that he knew of. There was nothing on his mind. He had certainly never mutilated, assisted to mutilate, or allowed to be mutilated the face of any human being. I fully believed his assurances. The more I saw of the man, the better I liked him. I could but treat the whole matter medically. I made him up a prescription, gave him advice, and bid him consider the whole thing purely as a matter of health, mentioning to him several cases in which overwrought nerves had been responsible for hideous delusions. They were leaving Riley next day, but he promised to write and let me know whether my medicine had done him good. I managed to convey to his wife the message that he had consulted me, and it comforted her considerably. From Riley they returned to Scarborough, as the air there seemed to suit Shirley better. And 10 days later, the whole of the north of England was full of the Scarborough Hotel horror. 2 of the visitors to the hotel were murdered in their beds in the course of the same night. And they were perfect strangers to each other. They had never seen each other. They slept in rooms on different floors, numbered respectively 2 and 11. One was the just-returned manager of a sugar estate in the West Indies. His name was Gabbard. The other was Randall Shirley. The murderer was caught entirely through the description of him given to the police by the young widow. His face was eaten away by vitriol. His motive in murdering the man Gabbard was clear enough. He owed his disfigurement and much other brutal ill-treatment to him. He had followed him to England to be revenged upon him. The murder of Randall Shirley was simply a blunder. The figures on the doors of the hotel rooms were in Roman numerals. The intended victim's number was 11, and the miscreant mistook 2 for that number. After murdering the wrong man, he had the diabolical self-possession and resolution to go on and murder the right one. The method adopted in both cases was strangulation, but of a peculiar kind. The doctors who examined the bodies thought that some small, curious tool had been used to close the nostrils and mouth. And a remarkable feature in the tale is that so silently was the work accomplished that the young wife, asleep in the same room, was not awakened. There you have it. The only case I ever heard of in which second sight was actually transferred from one brain to another. And, like all instances of this incomprehensible gift, the premonition totally failed to accomplish the one purpose for which one can conceive it to have existed. It foreshadowed. It could not prevent the tragedy. Today's story was The Man with No Face by G.M. Robbins. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. If you enjoy the show, why not become a patron on Patreon and gain access to exclusive content? It's the surest way to help me keep creating. You can also buy me a coffee, like, subscribe, comment, share, follow on social media, and read the description for more information about the show and how you can engage with it. Until next time, sweet dreams. Miss Sonia Herries, coming home from a dinner party at the Westons, heard a voice at her elbow. "If you please, only a moment." She had walked from the Westons' flat because it was only 3 streets away, and now she was only a few steps from her door. But it was late, there was no one about, and the King's Road rattle was muffled and dim. "I'm afraid I can't," she began. It was cold, and the wind nipped her cheeks. "If you would only," he went on. She turned and saw one of the handsomest young men possible. He was the handsome young man of all romantic stories. Tall, dark, pale, slim, distinguished. Oh, everything. And he was wearing a shabby blue suit and shivering with the cold, just as he should have been. "I'm afraid I can't," she repeated, beginning to move on. "Oh, I know," he interrupted quickly. "Everyone says the same, and quite naturally. I should if our positions were reversed. But I must go on with it. I can't go back to my wife and baby with simply nothing. We have no fire, no food, nothing except the ceiling we are under. It is my fault, all of it. I don't want your pity, but I have to attack your comfort." He trembled. He shivered as though he were going to fall. Involuntarily, she put out her hand to steady him. She touched his arm and felt it quiver under the thin sleeve. "It's all right," he murmured. "I'm hungry. I can't help it." She had had an excellent dinner. She had drunk perhaps just enough to lead to recklessness. In any case, before she realized it, she was ushering him in through her dark blue painted door. A crazy thing to do. Nor was it as though she were too young to know any better, for she was 50 if she was a day. And although sturdy of body and as strong as a horse, except for a little unsteadiness of the heart, intelligent enough to be thin, neurotic, and abnormal, but she was none of these. Although intelligent, she suffered dreadfully from impulsive kindness. All her life she had done so. The mistakes that she had made, and there had been quite a few, had all arisen from the triumph of her heart over her brain. She knew it. How well she knew it. And all her friends were forever dinning it into her. When she reached her 50th birthday, she said to herself, "Well, now at last I'm too old to be foolish anymore." And here she was, helping an entirely unknown young man into her house at dead of night, and he, in all probability, the worst sort of criminal. Very soon he was sitting on her rose-coloured sofa, eating sandwiches and drinking a whiskey and soda. He seemed to be entirely overcome by the beauty of her possessions. If he's acting, he's doing it very well, she thought to herself. But he had taste and he had knowledge. He knew that the Atrillo was an early one, the only period of importance in that master's work. He knew that the two old men talking under a window belonged to Sickett's Middle Italian. He recognized the Dobson head and the wonderful green bronze elk of Carl Milles. "You're an artist," she said. "You paint?" "No. I'm a pimp, a thief, or what you like. Anything bad," he answered fiercely. "Now I must go," he added, springing up from the sofa. He seemed most certainly invigorated. She could scarcely believe that he was the same young man who only half an hour before had had to lean on her arm for support. And he was a gentleman. Of that there could be no sort of question. And he was astoundingly beautiful in the spirit of 100 years ago. A young Byron, a young Shelley, not a young Ramon Navarro or a young Ronald Colman. Well, it was better that he should go, and she did hope, for his own sake rather than hers, that he would not demand money and threaten a scene. After all, with her snow-white hair, firm broad chin, firm broad body, she did not look like someone who could be threatened. He had not apparently the slightest intention of threatening her. He moved towards the door. "Ah," he murmured with a little gasp of wonder. He had stopped before one of the loveliest things that she had. The mask in silver of a clown's face. A clown smiling, gay, joyful, not hinting at perpetual sadness as all clowns are traditionally supposed to do. It was one of the most successful efforts of the famous Sorrow, greatest living master of masks. "Yes, isn't that lovely?" she said. "It was one of Sorok's earliest things, and still I think one of his best." "Silver is the right material for that clown," he said. "Yes, I think so too," she agreed. She realized that she had asked him nothing about his troubles, about his poor wife and baby, about his past history. It was better, perhaps, like this. "You have saved my life," he said to her in the hall. She had in her hand a pound note. "Well," she answered cheerfully, "I was a fool to risk a strange man in my house at this time of night, or so my friends would tell me. But such an old woman like me, where's the risk?" "I could have cut your throat," he said, quite seriously. "So you could," she admitted, "but with horrid consequences to yourself." "Oh no," he said, "not in these days. The police are never able to catch anybody." "Well, good night. Do take this. It can get you some warmth at least." He took the pound. "Thanks," he said, carelessly. Then, at the door, he remarked, "That mask, the loveliest thing I ever saw." When the door had closed and she went back into the sitting room, she sighed. What a good-looking young man. Then she saw that her most beautiful white jade cigarette case was gone. It had been lying on the little table by the sofa. She had seen it just before she went into the pantry to cut the sandwiches. He had stolen it. She looked everywhere. No, undoubtedly, he had stolen it. What a good-looking young man, she thought, as she went up to bed. Sonia Herries was a woman of her time in that outwardly she was cynical and destructive, while inwardly she was a creature longing for affection and appreciation. For though she had white hair and was 50, she was outwardly active, young, could do with little sleep and less food, could dance and drink cocktails and play bridge to the end of all time. Inwardly, she cared for neither cocktails nor bridge. She was above all things maternal, and she had a weak heart. Not only a spiritual weak heart, but also a physical one. When she suffered, must take her drops, lie down and rest. She allowed no one to see her. Like all the other women of her period and manner of life, she had a courage worthy of a better cause. She was a heroine, for no reason at all. But beyond everything else, she was maternal. Twice at least she would have married had she loved enough. But the man she had really loved had not loved her. That was 25 years ago. So she had pretended to despise matrimony. Had she had a child, her nature would have been fulfilled. As she had not had that good fortune, she had been maternal, with outward cynical indifference, to numbers of people who had made use of her, sometimes laughed at her, never deeply cared for her. She was named a jolly good sort, and was always just outside the real life of her friends. Her Harry's relations, Rockages and cards and Newmarks, used her to take odd places at table, to fill up spare rooms at house parties, to make purchases for them in London, to talk to when things went wrong with them or people abused them. She was a very lonely woman. She saw her young Fief for a second time a fortnight later, and she saw him because he came to her house one evening when she was dressing for dinner. "A young man at the door," said her maid, Rose. "A young man? Who?" But she knew. "I don't know, Miss Sonia. He won't give his name." She came down and found him in the hall, the cigarette case in his hand. He was wearing a decent suit of clothes, but he still looked hungry, haggard, desperate, and incredibly handsome. She took him into the room where they had been before. He gave her the cigarette case. "I pawned it," he said, his eyes on the silver mask. "What a disgraceful thing to do," she said. "And what are you going to steal next?" "My wife made some money last week," he said. "That will see us through for a while." "Do you never do any work?" she asked him. "I paint," he answered. "But no one will touch my pictures. They're not modern enough." "You must show me some of your pictures," she said, and realized how weak she was. It was not his good looks that gave him his power over her, but something both helpless and defiant, like a wicked child who hates his mother but is always coming to her for help. "I have some here," he said, went into the hall, and returned with several canvases. He displayed them. They were very bad, sugary landscapes and sentimental figures. "They are very bad," she said. "I know they are. You must understand that my aesthetic taste is very fine. I appreciate only the best things in art, like your cigarette case, that mask there, the trimmer. But I can paint nothing but these. It is very exasperating." He smiled at her. "Won't you buy one?" he asked her. "Oh, but I don't want one," she answered. "I should have to hide it." She was aware that in 10 minutes her guest would be here. "Oh, do buy one." "No, but of course not." "Yes, please." He came nearer and looked up into her broad, kindly face like a beseeching child. "Well, how much are they?" "This is £20, this 25. But how absurd. They're not worth anything at all. They may be one day. You never know with modern pictures. I'm quite sure about these. Please buy one. That one with the cows is not so bad." She sat down and wrote a check. "I'm a perfect fool. Take this and understand I never want to see you again. Never. You will never be admitted. It is no use speaking to me in the street. If you bother me, I shall tell the police." He took the check with quiet satisfaction, held out his hand and pressed hers a little. "Hang that in the right light and it will not be so bad. You want new boots," she said. "Those are terrible." "I shall be able to get some now," he said, and went away. All that evening, while she listened to the hard and crackling ironies of her friends, she thought of the young man. She did not know his name. The only thing that she knew about him was that by his own confession he was a scoundrel, and had at his mercy a poor young wife and a starving child. The picture that she formed of these three haunted her. It had been, in a way, honest of him to return the cigarette case. But he knew, of course, that did he not return it, he could never have seen her again. He had discovered at once that she was a splendid source of supply, and now that she had bought one of his wretched pictures. Nevertheless, he could not be altogether bad. No one who cared so passionately for beautiful things could be quite worthless. The way that he had gone straight to the silver mask as soon as he entered the room, and gazed at it as though with his very soul, and sitting at her dinner table, uttering the most cynical sentiments, she was all softness as she gazed across to the wall, upon whose pale surface the silver mask was hanging. There was, she thought, a certain look of the young man in that jolly shining surface. But where? The clown's cheek was fat, his mouth broad, his lips thick. And yet, for the next few days, as she went about London, she looked in spite of herself at the passers-by to see whether he might not be there. One thing she soon discovered, that he was very much more handsome than anyone else whom she saw. But it was not for his handsomeness that he haunted her. It was because he wanted her to be kind to him, and because she wanted, oh so terribly, to be kind to someone. The silver mask, she had the fancy, was gradually changing, the rotundity thinning, some new light coming into the empty eyes, was most certainly a beautiful thing. Then, as unexpectedly as on other occasions, he appeared again. One night, as she, back from a theatre, smoking one last cigarette, was preparing to climb the stairs to bed, there was a knock on the door. Everyone, of course, rang the bell. No one attempted the old-fashioned knocker shaped like an owl that she had bought one idle day in an old curiosity shop. The knock made her sure that it was he. Rose had gone to bed, so she went herself to the door. There he was, and with him a young girl and a baby. They all came into the sitting room and stood awkwardly by the fire. It was at that moment, when she saw them in a group by the fire, that she felt her first sharp pang of fear. She knew suddenly how weak she was. She seemed to be turned to water at sight of them. She, Sonia Herries, 50 years of age, independent and strong, save for that little flutter of the heart. Yes, turned to water. She was afraid, as though someone had whispered a warning in her ear. The girl was striking, with red hair and a white face, a thin, graceful little thing. The baby, wrapped in a shawl, was soaked in sleep. She gave them drinks and the remainder of the sandwiches that had been put there for herself. The young man looked at her with his charming smile. "We haven't come to catch anything this time," he said, "but I wanted you to see my wife, and I wanted her to see some of your lovely things." "Well," she said sharply, "you can only stay a minute or two. It's late. I'm off to bed. Besides, I told you not to come here again." "Ada made me," he said, nodding at the girl. "She was so anxious to see you." The girl never said a word, but only stared sulkily in front of her. "All right, but you must go soon. By the way, you've never told me your name." "Henry Abbott, and that's Ada, and the baby's called Henry too." "All right. How have you been getting on since I saw you?" "Oh, fine. Living on the fat of the land." But he soon fell into silence, and the girl never said a word. After an intolerable pause, Sonia Herries suggested that they should go. They didn't move. Half an hour later, she insisted. They got up. But standing by the door, Henry Abbott jerked his head towards the writing desk. "Who writes your letters for you?" "Nobody. I write them myself." "You ought to have somebody. Save a lot of trouble." "I'll do them for you." "Oh, no, thank you. That would never do." "Well, good night. Good night. Of course I'll do them for you. And you needn't pay me anything either. Fill up my time." "Nonsense." "Good night. Good night." She closed the door on them. She could not sleep. She lay there thinking of him. She was moved, partly by a maternal tenderness for them that warmed her body. The girl and the baby had looked so helpless sitting there, partly by a shiver of apprehension that chilled her veins. Well, she hoped that she would never see them again. Or did she? Would she not tomorrow, as she walked down Sloane Street, stare at everyone to see whether by chance that was he? 3 mornings later, he arrived. It was a wet morning, and she had decided to devote it to the settling of accounts. She was sitting there at her table when Rose showed him in. "I've come to do your letters," he said. "I should think not," she said sharply. "Now, Henry Abbott, out you go. I've had enough." "Oh, no, you haven't," he said, and sat down at her desk. She would be ashamed forever, but half an hour later she was seated in the corner of the sofa, telling him what to write. She hated to confess it to herself, but she liked to see him sitting there. He was company for her, and to whatever depths he might by now have sunk, he was most certainly a gentleman. He behaved very well that morning. He wrote an excellent hand. He seemed to know just what to say. A week later, she said, laughing, to Amy Weston, "My dear, would you believe it? I've had to take on a secretary, a very good-looking young man. But you needn't look down your nose. You know that good-looking young men are nothing to me, and he does save me endless bother." For 3 weeks he behaved very well, arriving punctually, offering her no insults, doing as she suggested about everything. In the 4th week, about 1:45 on a day, his wife arrived. On this occasion, she looked astonishingly young, 16 perhaps. She wore a simple grey cotton dress. Her red bobbed hair was strikingly vibrant about her pale face. The young man already knew that Miss Herries was lunching alone. He had seen the table laid for one, with its simple appurtenances. It seemed to be very difficult not to ask them to remain. She did, although she did not wish to. The meal was not a success. The two of them together were tiresome, for the man said little when his wife was there, and the woman said nothing at all. Also, the pair of them were in a way sinister. She sent them away after luncheon. They departed without protest. But as she walked, engaged on her shopping that afternoon, she decided that she must rid herself of them once and for all. It was true that it had been rather agreeable having him there. His smile, his wicked humorous remarks, the suggestion that he was a kind of malevolent Gale who preyed on the world in general, but spared her because he liked her. All this had attracted her. But what really alarmed her was that during all those weeks he had made no request for money, made indeed no request for anything. He must be piling up a fine account, must have some plan in his head with which one morning he would balefully startle her. For a moment, there in the bright sunlight, with the purr of the traffic, the rustle of the trees about her, she saw herself in surprising colour. She was behaving with a weakness that was astonishing. Her stout, thick-set, resolute body, her cheery, rosy face, her strong, white hair, all these disappeared, and in their place, there, almost clinging for support to the park railings, was a timorous little old woman with frightened eyes and trembling knees. What was there to be afraid of? She had done nothing wrong. There were the police at hand. She had never been a coward before. She went home, however, with an odd impulse to leave her comfortable little house in Walpole Street and hide herself somewhere that no one could discover. That evening they appeared again, husband, wife, and baby. She had settled herself down for a cosy evening with a book and an early to bed. There came the knock on the door. On this occasion she was most certainly firm with them. When they were gathered in a little group, she got up and addressed them. "Here is £5, she said, "and this is the end. If one of you shows his or her face inside this door again, I call the police. Now go." The girl gave a little gasp and fell in a dead faint at her feet. It was a perfectly genuine faint. Rose was summoned. Everything possible was done. "She has simply not had enough to eat," said Henry Abbott. In the end, so determined and resolved was the faint, Ada Abbott was put to bed in the spare room, and a doctor was summoned. After examining her, he said that she needed rest and nourishment. This was perhaps the critical moment of the whole affair. Had Sonia Herries been at this crisis properly resolute and bundled the Abbott family, faint and all, into the cold, unsympathizing street, she might at this moment be a hale and hearty old woman, enjoying bridge with her friends. It was, however, just here that her maternal temperament was too strong for her. The poor young thing lay exhausted, her eyes closed, her cheeks almost the colour of her pillow. The baby, surely the quietest baby ever known, lay in a cot beside the bed. Henry Abbott wrote letters to dictation downstairs. Once, Sonia Herries, glancing up at the silver mask, was struck by the grin on the clown's face. It seemed to her now a thin, sharp grin, almost derisive. 3 days after Ada Abbott's collapse, there arrived her aunt and her uncle, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards. Mr. Edwards was a large, red-faced man with a hearty manner and a bright waistcoat. He looked like a publican. Mrs. Edwards was a thin, sharp-nosed woman with a bass voice. She was very, very thin and wore a large, old-fashioned brooch on her flat but emotional chest. They sat side by side on the sofa and explained that they had come to inquire after Ada, their favourite niece. Mrs. Edwards cried. Mr. Edwards was friendly and familiar. Unfortunately, Mrs. Weston and a friend came and called just then. They did not stay very long. They were frankly amazed at the Edwards couple and deeply startled by Henry Abbott's familiarity. Sonia Herries could see that they drew the very worst conclusions. A week later, Ada Abbott was still in bed in the upstairs room. It seemed to be impossible to move her. The Edwardses were constant visitors. On one occasion, they brought Mr. and Mrs. Harper and their girl, Agnes. They were profusely apologetic, but Miss Herries would understand that with the interest they took in Ada, it was impossible to stay passive. They all crowded into the spare bedroom and gazed at the pale figure with the closed eyes sympathetically. And then, 2 things happened together. Rose gave notice, and Mrs. Weston came and had a frank talk with her friend. She began with that most sinister opening. I think you ought to know, dear, what everyone is saying. And what everyone was saying was that Sonia Herries was living with a young ruffian from the streets, young enough to be her son. You must get rid of them all, and at once, said Mrs. Weston, or you won't have a friend left in London, darling. Left to herself, Sonia Herries did what she had not done for years. She burst into tears. What had happened to her? Not only had her will and determination gone, but she felt most unwell. Her heart was bad again. She could not sleep. The house, too, was tumbling to pieces, and there was dust over everything. How was she ever to replace Rose? She was living in some horrible nightmare. This dreadful, handsome young man seemed to have some authority over her, yet he did not threaten her. All he did was to smile. Nor was she in the very least in love with him. This must come to an end, or she would be lost. 2 days later, at tea time, her opportunity arrived. Mr. and Mrs. Edwards had called to see how Ada was. Ada was downstairs at last, very weak and pale. Henry.
All right, it is 5:20 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 6, 2025. Federal felons, have you prayed yet today? You should get on that.
Very sad.
As far as current updates, the federal felons upstairs have big plans. They have big plans for today with their co-conspirators. They got big plans for tomorrow. And most notably, they've got big plans on Monday. Now, instead of just breaking and entering, they do plan on attempting in any way, shape, or form to touch me, which again, the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals greatly appreciate, as you've already been marked a domestic terrorism organization, y'all and your co-conspirators. Remember, everybody, quote, there will be an exodus at the North Everett Precinct, end quote. That's from the FBI. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. Now it's time for what? For Tim Dillon's latest podcast episode.
I want to talk about...
Oh, but I want to see the visual. How come so many people on Spotify fail to upload videos on there, man? You gotta make me go to YouTube. Tim Dillon, YouTube. I'm not a huge Tim Dillon fan. I've never actually met him. We do have mutual acquaintances and friends. And from what I've heard, I like him. And here's why. Because I have friends who are far, far, far more famous than he is. And yet they invite him to functions and he shows up hours late, and then he stays for 1 hour and he leaves. And that, my friends, that's the way that I like to roll. So, is it vain that I like him? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it looks like on this YouTube channel, I'm not able to see the episode from today yet. The podcast is up on Spotify. Where's the video, people? Anyway, I've only watched, I think, 2 or 3 of his videos from his podcast. I've seen him as a guest on Bert's podcast and on Joe's podcast and on a few other people's podcasts, like Annie Letterman. But I've only listened to, I believe, 3 of his own episodes. And I want to watch today's episode because I laughed so hard at the one from last week. It was hilarious. Still looking for today's episode on YouTube. I might just have to settle with Spotify. Oh no, this is from 4 days ago. I already heard this one. The DC plane crash in hard case hearing. Maybe I slept through it. Why is it showing on Spotify with a little dot? I've got no idea. It says I've already watched this. And I do remember seeing him with those white sunglasses on in a snowy background. Spotify is getting messed up. You're telling me when new episodes are up and when they are not up. Regarding only the podcasts that also have YouTube videos. Probably just Unit 207, the precinct of stalkers, fraudsters, child abusers, co-conspirators, those people that are going to be able to say, I went from the North Everett Precinct to a minimum security federal penitentiary. Ah, yeah, what's that noise? Tiger Valley, I'm not the biggest fan of. I don't know who any of these people are in this episodes.
It's that special time, our favorite season here by the campfire. We always love sharing some of the spookiest of the spooky, and we're thrilled to spread the word about a podcast that might just become your new horror obsession, the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings. This multi-award-winning full-cast horror anthology drops new episodes every week, featuring mega talents such as Mike Flanagan and Kate Siegel and many others. Experience these chilling tales with immersive interactive elements and unravel hidden secrets using the show's Cipher Decoder Ring. Now that sounds pretty cool, and I'm guessing it's not going to tell you to drink your Ovaltine. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings. You can find them on all the usual podcast apps, and don't forget to visit theobsidiancovenant.com.
From Bloody FM, step into a mysterious shop where every object has a sordid tale to tell.
You have plunged so deep into the depths of despair.
Meet the antique dealer and a rotating cast of the best in horror.
I didn't believe in stuff like this. This wasn't real.
Mike Flanagan, Kate Siegel, David Desmulchin, Jocelyn Donahue, and more. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Odd Goings On. No refunds, no exchanges.
No
Experience it on
refunds,
Apple
no
Podcasts, Spotify,
exchanges.
and wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome, friend. Have a seat by the fire. Make yourself comfortable. An unusual find in the forest. A tattered notebook concealed discreetly, each page filled with feverish ramblings, warped perversions of scripture, intertwined with pagan philosophy. A manifesto the ancient Druids might have concocted had they access to paper and ink. What was certainly more distressing, however, was its crude illustrations portraying what appeared to be human sacrifice. You're
wondering what
listening to
this-
Campfire Radio Theater. Prepare your backpacks carefully. Tonight, we venture upon a misty mountain trail that holds secrets both dark and primal. From the short story by John Ballantyne comes a tale we call The Heretic's Handbook.
You pray today, federal fellas? Pray again, motherfuckers.
Mr. McCord, how are we today?
Starting to feel whole again.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look. Oh, yeah, the shoulder is healing up nicely. How's the flexibility?
You know, it's definitely improving.
I'm gonna have you do a few more reps today, if you feel up to it.
Sure.
And take a seat on the table here, and let's get started. So today's therapy might be a little more strenuous, but if you feel any pain or discomfort, just let me know, all right? It's all part of the healing process.
All right. Sounds good. You know, you're the only physical therapist I've seen so far that hasn't asked me about what happened.
Well, you're kind of a celebrity at this point, Mr. McCord. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't heard about your case. I mean, it's been all over the media.
I guess so.
But if you need to tell me anything, particularly if it pertains to your physical recovery, then by all means, feel free to share.
I don't even know where to start. It's not your typical hiking adventure. Not sure most people really buy it, you know. Certainly got the scars to prove it.
Let's warm up first. Just a few simple stretches.
Yep. No problem.
So you were a newlywed when all this happened, right?
Yeah, sort of. Mia and I had been together for just over a year.
Huh. Where did you two meet?
Oh, at the gym. She was a fitness trainer. Mia was amazing. I fell head over heels the moment I laid